Welcome, everyone, to Day 9. That's right,
wow.
Day 9 of the ESL Masters Regionals. I am Steadfast, and I am, of course, joined by Katz. Katz, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Dave. Yeah. I mean, Day 9. That's awesome.
I know, right? Yeah, I was thinking of that. I was like, oh, that's kind of cheeky, like that a little bit. We are going to be having a grand total of 10 best of threes today. It is not do or die Sunday, but it is still a very important day for a lot of these players. We are going to be covering 6 matches from EU, 4 from the Americas. But before we get into that and our scheduling for the day, let's thank our sponsors, because without them, this wouldn't be able to happen. So big thank you, of course, to Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, and ESL Shop. Obviously, without whom that wouldn't be possible. Additionally, if you want to attend the offline event in Dallas, that is taking place May 30th to June 2nd. That is going to be an awesome event. And of course, you know, this is feeding into that. This is the regionals for that. And then that itself is going to be feeding into the Esports World Cup, World Championship, whatever the huge event is. Yeah.
The big one.
The big one. Huge. Certainly some rumors have come out about what the prize pool might be. I can't say what it is, and it's not actually confirmed, I don't think, yet, but it is looking pretty sharp. Also, of course, you can get your tickets.
I thought there was like a tweet, something. Nah.
I don't think so, but if you look at Liquipedia, got a number there. Don't want to throw Liquipedia people under the bus, but in addition, you can also, of course, buy your tickets to Atlanta. If you use the promo code StarCraft, you'll get 15% off of those tickets, so make sure to do so if you are so inclined. And as we get into things, let's take a look at the schedule for today. Just a little swipe action. I love that feature of OBS. We have, like I said, 6 matches for EU. This is a matter of 5 of the 6 of them are elimination matches. So this is, you must win in all but one of those matches for EU today. Looking at that, we've only got 1 PvP in Europe, which is bizarre. Tell me about that, Katz. We've had a lot of PvPs.
That is insane. I mean, yeah, so many PvPs over time. This must be some glitch in the matrix.
Yeah.
DNS versus Gerald, though. It's gonna be a good one.
It is, and that's going to be our first match of the day. Of course, we've also got Uthermal coming in with the random, who's had a pretty great result overall, although NightPhoenix is going to be a challenge for him for sure. Then YoungYakov versus Petit Drogo. That one I'm quite excited about. I'm really curious to see if Drogo's historically legendary PvZ can deal with the frenetic aggression of the youngster YoungYakov. And then, of course, Showtime versus Aqueron. That's our only, I guess, advancement match, where the winner of that will make the playoffs. Obviously, Showtime is going to be the heavy favorite there, but Aqueron is... He's dangerous.
Not that dangerous, surely. I mean, he's got to be a heavy underdog for this one.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think if we look at all the matches, that one's probably on paper the most one-sided. But yeah, you never know. He's got his Reapers. He's got his 3-Raxes. There's always a chance.
Listen, if we take one game, I think we can all be happy, right? If Aqueron takes one game, I think we'll be like, whoa. Now, if Aqueron takes 2 games, I mean, that would be insane.
That would actually probably be the upset of the entire regional. Actually, no, it won't, because regardless... Well, Lemon from the Asia region. It would definitely be the upset of Europe. But Lemon going through 3-0 through 3 of the best players in the region, in the Asian region. I think it was Nice, Oliveira, and Firefly.
That's just insane.
It's insane.
Out of nowhere. And Firefly on top of it. You tell me Nice, you tell me Oliveira. I'm like, yeah, sure, but Firefly? Not Firefly, Steadfast.
Yeah.
How do you feel about Firefly? Like, I've talked to players and stuff, and they're not as hot on it as I am. I love Firefly.
I mean, I'm definitely a huge fan of Firefly, and I do think he's got the chops to make a deep run. For me, I think he just needs a little bit more experience. But I've talked to some of the players, and they're like, yeah, like he's a little bit cheesy, a little bit cheeky. Like, he's not necessarily as fundamentally solid, but I'm like, I don't know. I think he does have a lot of potential to really get something done. Rounding out EU, of course, we've got Spatz versus Wayne, which is going to be a neat little match between two strong players. And then finally, it will be Bly versus Nicoract, which that one's going to be fireworks for sure.
I think that's going to be a very fun one. I'm mostly looking maybe forward to the second match of today, NightPhoenix versus Uthermal. I think they're potentially very evenly matched. And, you know, you would love to see Uthermal get another dub with his random.
That would be really cool. To see him on Sunday would be a lot of fun, I think. But we also have the 4 matches from NA. Already, Trigger has made the playoffs. We're going to get one more player into the playoffs today between Scarlett and Kelazhur. That's going to be great. Future Nina, both at 1-1 a pop. And then Disc M Canning, Fox or Epic. Each of those 2 matches will be battling for survival. But of course, I think we look at that and it's an easy pick for the match of the day there. It's going to be Scarlett versus Kelazhur for sure.
That's going to be a wild one. I mean, I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, me too. But with that, we are ready to go just about. And we're going to be getting...
I would say, Dave, Future versus Nina, like, I'm you know, like, Kelazhur versus Scarlett is on paper the best match of the day, but Future versus Nina could become the best match of the day. You know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, I think they're also very evenly matched and very cool playstyles and players. Yeah.
I actually do agree with you. And I think it could very easily turn into an incredibly scrappy match, which Nina already had one of the best games of the tournament, at least that I've seen, between her and Estrella on Golden Aura. That was just a straight banger. Additionally, actually, I would say pretty much all of the NA PvPs, at least the one between Estrella and Trigger, and then also the one between Nina and Estrella, all of those have delivered in spades. They have been really exciting to watch.
Yeah, Nina's always so fun.
Yeah, she really is. She's such a good micro player and can oftentimes turn like impossible situations into dubs, which is, well, I mean, it's just cool. It's just cool to see. But we are going to get things kicked off here on the day. Spawning up at the top right for Platinum Heroes. It is DNS.
And his opponent in the bottom left for Psystorm, it's Gerald of Rivia.
I can't help myself every time. Every time I want to do the same thing. Gotta do the voice too. Gotta get real deep. They did Henry Cavill dirty on that one. That one's so sad. It literally was his dream role, and he was just so well suited to it and did such a good job. And the Netflix creators were just like, yeah, I don't care. We're just here to do it. And he was like, all right, so in page 254 of the novels, like this particular thing, this is what it's referencing, blah, blah, blah. Like he had everything absolutely locked down. And the show creators just, they did not share that passion.
Wait, what happened? Yeah, now you gotta talk to me about Henry Cavill while this probe is going across the map really quick. Like, what happened?
Well, he just really wanted to he wanted to do justice to the series because he was just a huge fan. He was a massive, I don't know if you know this, but he's like a massive geek himself, right? Like, he's like built his own PC.
Bro, first of all, I'm just gonna share my assumption for the people that may not know. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool pylon. But Henry Cavill, I'm assuming is The Witcher.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay.
He also played Superman. In Man of Steel. Yeah. He's super jacked. Like ridiculously jacked. Very handsome guy. But yeah, no, he's a big geek, and so he was real sad about it, and he did it for three
Robo
seasons. But yeah, let's talk about this because we got a game in front of us. Oh, Manor Pylon. Oh my God, is that three probes?
Three? I've never seen 3 before. Can we zoom in? That's absurd.
Oh my God,
that's so nuts at this
level.
You
let that finish for sure, 100%.
100%, a billion%, yeah.
Oh my
God. Yeah, and the Robo's proxied as well. No Mortal's gonna help with this. You gotta make a unit if you're DNS.
Oh, that is disgusting. And the other thing is too, because only one probe can hit it from the inside, he's actually pulling a 4th probe that is not in use right here. Gerald, by the way, knows that there's something. He is looking around everywhere. He's checked at the rocks. He's checked at the rocks kind of in the middle where there are those 2 mineral patches, but he hasn't seen the actual robotics facility itself. This is such an interesting start already. Also, Gerald does get a little bit supply blocked by the loss of that pylon. Is he trying to build anything more out of his gateways?
You would sure hope so, if he's gonna play StarCraft 2.
True. But usually the 5th and 6th unit is sometimes cut in order to get up the Nexus.
I say the warp gate, I see.
Yeah. No, but before warp gate completes, of course.
I see.
So that supply block ended up being inconsequential, but
Gerald, was very long.
It was
a very long supply block.
Kind of
he
rough.
Didn't want to make anything?
He still hasn't seen it. If we take a look at the vision of the... Yeah, this is... Oh, man, he was so close to finding this. But, of course, very calculated position just out of range of the watchtower. Here come the first 5 units. This is going to be so tough to deal with.
Very much so, because he did drop that Nexus, because he did cut those units. But he does have a couple of sentries, actually, so maybe he can hold off. And he did do a lot of damage early on, Gerald, with that block. So he's, 4 probes ahead. And I think that even canceling the natural, he might be okay if he can hold.
Yeah, absolutely. He is getting his own robotics facility, going for a Warp Prism first instead of the Immortal. DNS, obviously waiting for his own Warp Prism here in order to provide high ground vision. If he tried to go up that ramp, the risk of getting force fielded is just way too high. But here we see where the placement of the gateways makes a big difference in this situation. DNS did the pylon at the front to keep his gateways a little bit further back. Gerald did not do that, and he's going to potentially lose both gateways.
Yeah, it looks pretty tough. I mean, the force field's going to be there, but so is the Warp Prism, so I'm going to micro the Immortal right away. Right back, and yeah, without that piece, without the Warp Prism to help here on the side of Gerald as well, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, and yeah, DNS is going to capitalize right now.
That is a huge set of pickoffs. That Warp Prism, you talked about it, very greedy, sending it across the map when you know that your opponent could make a move with force fields that could trap your units. If that Warp Prism's at home, Gerald doesn't lose those, 3 units that he just lost? Yeah, 2 sentries and a stalker. That is so brutal. And now, actually, we're going to see DNS trying to force the ramp. Gerald with enough to push him back at the moment, but this is looking quite rough for the Polish Protoss player.
Yeah, a very risky strategy on approach from Gerald here, like you were saying, because maybe he could have shown the Warp Prism first at the base to discourage DNS from moving up or something, but I do understand why he wants to go across, right? Because on site, he's going to bleed out a little bit until he can get his own Immortals, but if he applies pressure on the other side and DNS doesn't see it, he would be forced to recall potentially. So maybe that's the way that he wanted to relieve pressure with this Warp Prism, but definitely backfired already, and DNS with a massive advantage, so he can afford to be pretty defensive.
Yeah, his Nexus is already done at home. We do see Gerald trying to deny this Immortal from coming out on the... I guess that's the 3rd Immortal. Oh, it's going to be close. I actually don't know if that's going to complete. If he Chrono Boosted, almost definitely it will. But I think it might just barely get denied. Meanwhile, on the main base, oh man, these Immortals are grabbing a lot of damage. DNS is really starting to pull ahead in supply. Okay, Immortal does get denied. Nice job.
Nice job. Yep, DNS, in a fantastic position now.
He's going to switch it back on with the Prism.
Oh, wow, that is cool.
We'll
finish that Immortal at least. Super cute indeed. And does start his Blink, so, Gerald kind of wants to go into Disruptors here more likely than not. Just try to get a magical shot that gets him back into the game type thing. Like, that is one of the main comeback mechanics in StarCraft 2, right? But the chances are that his opponent's going to be looking for it, and he is working on Blink himself, so it's going to be pretty difficult to make anything too substantial happen.
Yeah, but if he doesn't get basically either 2 good shots or 1 massive shot, I really don't see how he's going to climb his way back into this game, because, DNS has that Nexus done. Gerald just restarted it a little bit ago. The Disruptor will be on the way, and he's getting Warp Prism speed. That is a really strong combo. Like, a speed Prism plus Disruptors can really get some work done. But, as you mentioned already, Blink being... Well, it's going to be done before the first Disruptor can even get into the Prism, basically. That's going to make it so that even with speed, that Prism is an extreme liability.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, well, it depends on when DNS reveals the Blink. You might just reveal it now, and then if you're Gerald, you can be extra careful, but it's still going to be very difficult to get value out of it, because Yeah, most units can get out. So then you're targeting sentries and Immortal if you can hit him, but there's also War Prism, so it will be difficult of a defense. As DNS pokes on forward, looking to snipe a couple of units here and there.
Very nice job, though, from Gerald. He uses his own War Prism as the defensive blink and is able to avoid losing anything for free. Also, two very interesting decisions coming out from Gerald here. One, he goes for a Colossus. And then two, also adding on Resonating Glaives. This is a really bizarre combo with the Disruptor. Oh, it gets sniped on, or blinked on and sniped. And nice force field here from DNS.
Yeah, it was forced onto the War Prism. It was the right aim there, right? Like going to the sentries on mostly the Immortals, but ends up not connecting. The Colossus is indeed very, very interesting here. There's no shield battery anymore, but it looks like this is going to be enough for Gerald to hold on, which is quite surprising, honestly, and pretty cool.
Oh, so I didn't actually see it because it was off screen there. Gerald actually lifted the Disruptor. Yeah, there we go. We got Mapu showing us. He actually lifted the Disruptor, so he canceled his own shot, but he keeps it alive. That is actually a really nice decision from Gerald. I'm assuming that actually did keep the Disruptor alive. The problem is DNS just has so much momentum. He's on 3 Nexus at this moment. And I struggled to see how Gerald, even this king of the late game that he is, how he can get anything done against such a huge economic advantage. Like, it's obviously basically just going to be an all-in setup from Gerald, but DNS can just pump out so many units. Oh. Cats might have disappeared on us there, so for now, we are just gonna go steady as she goes. We will see quite a few Adepts warping on in. Oh, there we go. Cats, you're back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what's wrong with my internet.
No worries. Discord do be a hell of a thing sometimes. We are going to be seeing this attack from Gerald that is super, super all in going across the map. You're still in the game, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect.
Quite,
Good War Prism
cool
micro
attack
here to counter the Blink micro.
Yeah, I mean, Gerald's giving himself a chance where I thought that maybe he would have been like much deader, right? Like with the War Prism and the way that everything was looking, but he's got to hit a couple of shots at least still, and that's going to be very difficult against Blink Stalkers.
I will say, because it's Mass Adept, the 4 Immortals are not super valid here. Like, obviously, Adepts aren't amazing units in terms of a straight-up fight, but... Yeah, unless you're against Zealots. But, oh, that's a big blink forward. Does snipe a Disruptor. Nice job from DNS. That's worth losing 2 Stalkers for 100%.
Yeah, at least does get the 2 Stalkers in exchange, Gerald here. And yeah, I love what you're saying because that's exactly what he's doing. It's an all-in composition. It doesn't scale well. If his opponent ever gets to Disruptors, he blinks forward and gets the War Prism, Dave. That's huge.
It is, but he also loses... well, first of all, he doesn't cancel the Warp in. And he also does lose a fair number of units, but because those Adepts just don't do a lot of damage, it's not like there was, 3 Immortals in that army or 4 Immortals ready to punch through those Stalkers. It's 2 Immortals, which is great, but the Adepts really, it feels like they kind of hit like a wet noodle in that particular situation. Gerald is going to try and macro out of this. He's taking a 3rd Nexus now, but these Adepts need to kill like 15 probes to make that possible.
Nice move. And I feel like if you're DNS, you really got to go into Disruptors of your own, because then one shot is going to clear so many of those Adepts. And like you were saying, it's not like your army is particularly good at doing that, especially if he keeps just adding Immortals. But I mean, yes, charge slots are not going to do much, right? Immortals are not going to output their extra damage. And then if you don't have Disruptors, you might struggle to take an engagement, right? Because the Disruptors are such great zoning tools, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, and Gerald is such a good player with those Disruptors. I mean, most of the players in Europe at this level are. By the way, I said he needed like 15 probes. He got 9. Like, it's a 10-worker lead, yeah, but it's not insane. DNS still obviously has a lot of advantages. That +1 is already done, and he starts up to +2. But I do agree. I think, in a weird way, he's got to be careful about not getting stuck on this tech.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, for the time being, he's getting +2 attack at least, so that's gonna be something. But a lot of power as well behind these 2 Disruptors. Oh, they get 3 for free.
That's 6 Stalkers that just went down. Ooh, Warping in the main base, and that's where the Adepts will actually do very well. We do see a blink forward though in the top of the Disruptors, able to grab both of them. Immortals are not shooting the greatest targets here for DNS, but the Immortals of Gerald will eventually get closed on, and there are those Immortals. Now they're hitting their targets. 2 Immortals for Gerald going down. The Colossus also gets decimated, and yeah, that's just going to be too much, I think.
Yeah, that was a massive cleanup. I mean, on the other side, the Adepts are doing what they can to ravage the mineral line here, but that's the problem is DNS, even after losing all of these probes, has a lot more economy than Gerald. And now his army is looking substantially stronger, at least on side as well. Positionally, the Adepts are not going to stand up well to this.
That was a crippling amount of damage to the economy of DNS. If it wasn't, like, if he could have somehow squeezed out 2 Immortals or something on the other side, no, not even 2 Immortals, 2 Disruptors or something, and had retained a little bit more of his army, there was actually, there was like a chance there. Like, you said it earlier, and I really have to echo the sentiment, like, that game was felt super over after the start, but Gerald gave himself chances, and he kept giving himself chances. Even though that's a win for DNS, it's not necessarily a win that inspires, like, you don't necessarily feel like, oh, I dominated this guy. You're like, oh man, this got a little close.
Yeah, like the opening went well for you, but yeah, you kind of let him back into the game to some degree, right? But that's to the credit of Gerald as well to some degree, because his unit composition was wild. It was pretty all in it, like you were saying. It was kind of betting on certain things to happen, right? Like DNS was going for a charge swap, but then he never did it. He made like 2 Zealots, which was the right call, right? Because all of a sudden you're warping a bunch of Zealots and you're running into Adepts, and they can get pretty shredded pretty fast. So I like the adjustments from DNS on that front, but in general, I mean, Gerald definitely did give himself a chance and had some good reads there.
Yeah, and let's say there was a couple of decent disruptor shots. Like, I think particularly, there was one where he got 2 kills and then one where he got 3 kills right afterwards. But besides that, there wasn't anything that was really huge. And if he could have managed to get 1 or 2 disruptor shots, it's probably a completely different game, especially if he does manage to get a bunch of damage with those 5 or 6 Adepts he sent across the map. Like, that's the kind of game that can spiral out of control surprisingly quickly.
Yeah, completely agreed. So, luckily for DNS, he retains his advantage this time around, and now we're headed to Ghost River Steadfast.
Yes, we are.
Who you got your money on?
I think I'm actually going... Oh, man, it's like a 50-50 split. I think I want to go Gerald, but I don't know. I'm just excited to see. I think this is a really even match right now.
All right, then let's get on to it. As in the top left-hand side of the map, it is for Psystorm, Gerald.
And his opponent spawning down, or up in the top right. This is not a cross, it's just, or diagonal, it's just a cross. It is DNS for the Platinum Heroes. What about you? Who do you have in this game too?
In this game too, Gerald. We gotta go to a game 3 here. It's not a... Game 1 was too unclear, you know? Like, it doesn't give me winner vibes.
Yeah. When you start off with as much of an advantage as DNS did, it really muddies who is better that day, because you don't really get to play a game on even footing. But at the same time, we also have to mention DNS set himself up in that position. Like, and Gerald made a couple of defensive missteps, not keeping the War Prism at home, losing those 3 units, really slowed him down. But DNS, unless he goes for something early again with like another proxy robo, it's not necessarily going to be possible for him to put himself into that position. But as I say that, after the probes cross each other on the map, he changes the direction. This looks like it might actually be another proxy.
Nifty. It's a very close by proxy as well. I guess there is the minerals that could be potentially mined, but more likely than not, it's just protection from scouting there. It's gonna be a long path to scout. You can't scout it from the cliff. So I would think a starport. Who knows?
Honestly, Stargate or Robo would both be good. It will be that Stargate, but I mean, with the Robo, just being able to ferry the units over top, and of course, being denied by that for that scouting is good as well. That's the cool thing about some of these newer maps is we get to see strategies like this kind of come into play. We do see the Zealot starting up for a moment there for DNS just to mask the fact that he wasn't skipping units. But I like this pylon from... That is Gerald's pylon, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's Gerald's pylon. I like this pylon very much because he's going to see that the second gateway unit does not start up right away. Or pardon me, does not pop out right away. And he's actually going to let it finish just to confirm. So I think Gerald really will have a read on this. And this probe is getting dangerously close to finding this Stargate.
Yeah, and there's the read as well. The shield battery goes down. So he's already anticipating the Stargate even before finding it. He finds it, but nothing. Oh, I guess something does change there as he cancels the building in favor of the Twilight Archives. So he wants to go into Blink a little bit quicker. But as far as the defense, nothing changes, right? Like he will have 2 Stalkers. He will have the shield battery. He was already kind of smelling this, which shows he's dialed in to some degree, and catches the Oracle on the way there too. Nasty.
Oh, and he gets the kill too. That is gigantic.
That is gigantic indeed. I mean, yeah, and he knows where the Stargate is as well, so he could go and hunt it down if he wants to. There's a free pylon and a Stargate there. First, and before doing that, he's gonna poke and see if he can just kill his opponent. He might be able to at least deny the pylon and the shield battery potentially on the low ground, you would imagine.
Yeah, this is actually really uncomfortable for DNS, and Gerald, I think, knows for a fact that there was only 2 units
Gerald.
to start. Oh, he's going to be able to snipe that Stalker. He actually could have maybe stuck around for a little bit there. He was like 1 hit from killing the shield battery, and then it was 4-3.
Yeah. I mean, I you know, in my mind, the narrative that I was spinning is like, wow, Gerald, so brilliant because he let the battery finish. You know, like it's like he was baiting. I thought by not hitting the battery, because then you can, you know, just do 1 more volley of like a couple Stalkers and finish it. And then the bait worked because DNS finished it, but then he didn't kill it. So it was weird. That was
legitimately 1, maybe 2 extra Stalker shots away from actually almost being game over. Yeah, the shield battery is 13 HP. 1 more Stalker shot would have killed it. Granted, a lot of Gerald's Stalkers were out of shields, so he might have still lost that skirmish. And I don't blame him for not pushing the issue. He's already in such a good position killing that Oracle, denying any additional setup with the proxy Stargate. He has a small probe lead. Like, everything is all systems go right now for Gerald, so I don't blame him for kind of chilling a little bit here. But he could have potentially actually won this game. Very small percentage, but I mean, even if he doesn't win it off right off the bat, right? Like, I mean, killing a battery is always good. If it's gonna cost you 1 extra shot, like, you should plan for it for sure, right? It's $100 that your opponent invested into it. It's also like the fear factor. But here, not going up a ramp doesn't seem like the best idea here for DNS. And yeah, I'm gonna bleed a little bit more. This is tough, man. Yeah, and it is funny because that is him going up a ramp kind of blindly, but it's his own ramp on his side of the map. You're not really thinking that your opponent's going to be there, but Gerald is and gets a big punish. 2 Stalkers for none. Now, we will see these Adepts skirmishing in the middle of the map, and DNS getting his first victory, pseudo-victory, gets 1 free Adept kill. Gerald, looks like he already blinked back. Maybe with that 1 Stalker, so he is going to lose at least 1 Stalker, 1 Adept. Oh, meanwhile, well, that 1 Adept that survived actually is going to grab a little bit of damage.
And there's not a battery here, so actually it's going to get 2 probes, maybe 3 if he's lucky. Wow.
He might even shade to the natural. Yeah, he does. Nasty. Is there a battery in... Oh, no, he shaded out. Yeah, there was the battery on the side, but he maybe could have even sniped more probes. Actually, he is going to get 1 more. Oh, jeez.
And shades on forward as well. That's just frustrating, so... DNS has to continue to micro.
Oh my god.
Oh, if he gets... No way.
Kobe.
Wow. Kobe. That's insane. As Kobe dies, that's tough. Okay, I'm not sure about this one. I guess Gerald has Blink, so will actually snipe an Immortal and get out. Blink on cooldown now. Gotta be careful with the force fields. And DNS not paying enough attention either at the front here, so gonna bleed a few more units maybe than he needed to. 2 Desperation Adepts crossing the map.
Yeah, I think Desperation nails it, and they are going to get caught. Gerald did get a cheeky little glance at them, so he's able to take them down, and DNS I mean, he's trying to play a macro game from this position. I do like the hallucinated immortal. Maybe that can bluff Gerald away. But if Gerald reads this correctly and recognizes that that's fake, which, yeah, he's got the observer, so he doesn't even necessarily need to make the read. I think he can actually just win the game right here and now, maybe.
There is the battery, but yeah, I agree with you. I mean, great force fields to start. I think that's really nice. The second immortal is out here for DNS. And he is using the skins where the immortal is very difficult to see, but the pylon's gonna get sniped. That will empower the one battery. Now going after the immortals is Gerald, looking for a full reset. And then he might just be able to make it happen. I like that blink, right? Isolating that the immortal's damage, but his immortal is actually still engaged in the fight. That's gonna be still too much. And Gerald will take game number 2 as we predicted from the get-go, before the day started.
Yeah, I really like that blink, actually, the one at the very end to the left. I feel like the instinct in that situation is to blink on the immortal, but with where the probes were, with where everything was kind of like bunched up, it could have gotten a little bit spicy if he'd done that. I still think he probably wins that game, but it shows that even at the end, when he was in such a good position, he was still making smart decisions. And like you said, it isolated the immortal and ended up going 1-for-1, which is perfect for Gerald. Like, that was a very clean and tidy game. And if I'm DNS, now I'm like, crap, I won one game with a huge advantage, barely. And then I kind of got blasted in game 2. Granted, you know, it started with the Oracle getting scouted and killed off, but like, just about everything that happened was favoring Gerald in that game.
Yeah, when you get blasted, you know it, you know? It's like, oh my god, I got blasted. So, yeah, DNS is not going to be feeling too good about it. And Gerald has to be feeling more confident on the flip side. So, for that reason, I predict DNS. Underdog story now. What do you think, Dave? Who's going to do it?
That is a good question. I think it's going to be Gerald, to be honest. I that just looked too strong for me, too solid. But all it takes is DNS doing something a little bit tricky and could still make something happen, you know? Like, yeah. I'm definitely feeling like Gerald is just kind of locked in right now.
Yeah. I like the way you were framing it earlier, because you were like, let's see who's better on the day, right? And that's what it comes down to a lot with these players who are so closely matched, because everyone fluctuates from, you know, their worst to their best. And yeah, in that fluctuation, if there's enough overlap, it really is about who is better on the day. And it does look like Gerald's a little bit sharper so far. But maybe DNS can recognize that, right? And be like, okay, I'm not keeping up at, like, in the 1-to-1 situations, but maybe strategically I can throw in a wrench.
Yeah,
that can be a decision.
It's definitely possible.
You ever feel like your hands are not good enough, and then you're like, you know, it's like, oh, today I just, you know, I'm just gonna do the 13-12s today type thing, you know?
That's most days for me. That's most days. I'm just like, yeah, my hands are just not listening to me. In fact, it's like, it's a special day when my hands are listening to me, and I really know I'm like, I can actually play StarCraft today. That's like a 5% of the time for me. It's bad.
I feel you there.
But yeah, this is gonna be really
ready.
Yes, yeah. Just needed to adjust something there, because DNS is now on a new team. He is no longer a part of the Platinum Heroes. He is now on Berserker. So I just had to update the logos mod.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. And Oceanborn will be the last map of the series. Very pretty map. A little dated, if anything, and fairly straightforward, but pretty, no less.
I'm honestly surprised at how little, relatively speaking, we've seen the old maps, because usually when there's like 4 or 5 new maps and they're all pretty weird, oftentimes you don't have players going for the new maps. You have them trying to stick with the old ones, but it's kind of cool here that we see the adjustments. But we do have spawning up in the top left for Berserker Esports. It is DNS. And
his opponent for Psystorm, it is Gerald. So wait, really quick, Dave. So why did they do him dirty? Like, I thought the series, I watched The Witcher, the first season. I thought it was good, but then again, I haven't read. I'm not like a Witcher. Like, that's the first that I know of The Witcher. I didn't read the books or play the games, I guess.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm actually in the same boat as you. I didn't play the games, I didn't read the books, but my understanding is that they kind of phoned it in with a lot of things that people that were really deep into the lore would have disliked. Like, for example, I know that people were unhappy with the way the armor looked in the first season, I think, for Nilfgaard. I know people were really unhappy with that. I know people were pretty unhappy with how they portrayed some of the interactions. To be honest, I'm not an expert on it, so I'm actually kind of in a similar boat.
I see.
But I know that I remember like reading quite a few articles being like, Henry Cavill is unhappy with, you know, how it's been treated, how the source material was set up. There's a lot of things about it that I think he just, like, for me, like, I was pretty big into Game of Thrones, but there was a lot of small differences that got changed, and even more so than a lot of people who didn't like the ending, there's a lot of deep cuts that are complicated to explain, but really undercut what was a very subtle series, I guess, the books.
I see.
We do see something kind of cool though from DNS. So he obviously proxied in the first 2 games, and now he goes for that fake proxy pylon, and Gerald is going to be scouting all over the map looking for that. I think he will find it, but at the very least, DNS is going to force a little bit of extra lost mining time off this, and behind it, he's going to be going for a Stalker triple sentry expand. Sentries are jacked now in PvP.
Sentries are giga jacked right now. And yeah, I mean, that is a lot of scouting time. Lucky for Gerald, like the math on scouting is kind of weird, right? Because depending on how early you scout, like you're either paying like 1 mineral like a second effectively, right? Or which is a long time to scout with 2 probes. But once you're saturated, then it doesn't matter all that much, right? Until you get your next nexus. So this is not as costly of a scout, I think, as we might originally think, as Gerald now actually thinks that he should pull back with his stalkers instead of killing the pylon. Wary of Oracle.
The interesting thing about this is that seeing the hallucinated Phoenix, I'm not sure if he already knew it was a Phoenix opener, but seeing the hallucinated Phoenix might be enough to tell you that you're kind of safe on the map. But because he went double Stalker, double Adept, if it was like Stalker Sentry with 2 Stalkers on the follow-up, or even Stalker Sentry, he might have been a little bit worried about getting caught there. It looks a little weird that he pulled back in that position, but I kind of understand the decision, especially when you take into context the previous game and how solidly it felt like Gerald kind of outplayed DNS in that game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. The Adepts are not going to make it in as DNS reacts in the last possible second. The Stalkers finally do go back and kill that pylon, so that's nice for them. And this Oracle is being tagged on by 2 hallucinations, now one as the other one expires. Not going to get in there, my boy. You've been tagged since your base. Come on.
Yeah, that was...
Why are you even trying?
That was a little bit bold right there. We are going to see the Adepts kind of getting jumped on in the middle. A couple of Stalkers do manage to put some nice hull damage in. And that should... Oh, okay, I was going to say, he wouldn't want to shade forward there. He'd have to go so far, and he actually would have been body blocked probably by the Stalkers. Gerald behind this did only go for single Oracle, so it's relatively quick blink. But with DNS going straight into that Twilight, he is, of course, going to get that blink much faster. Gerald does have more units here. DNS has got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he's going to lose the Stalker, and this is kind of annoying here for DNS.
Yeah, not the start that he was hoping for. Also, he's been paying for that Oracle and hallucinations at this point. Like, sure, you tagged it didn't do any damage for sure, but that's been most of the sentry energy that he's been allocating. At the same time, he does have 3 sentries with this opener, so not the end of the world. As the Oracle does try to go in now, I think. Like, there was a thing.
Oh, and that's a big pick.
Huge.
DNS with... Well, a really good start. off of this. The third Nexus is a little bit faster for Gerald, but losing that Oracle is really big. He's gotten basically no value out of the investment in the Stargate besides what you're talking about, which is hallucination energy.
Which is not much, yeah.
No,
like,
it's
back,
not much.
Back then, it's like, that's all your sentry energy. But now it's like, you have 3 sentries, so really, not all that much, not all that much to speak of for the investment there on the Stargate.
Yeah, seriously, it's pretty minor, all things considered. Gerald, interestingly, does rebuild the Oracle, so he very clearly wants to be using Revelations and Stasis Wards in order to keep tabs on his opponent's army and gain utility there. But I do like this position for DNS pretty well in this game. I will say, Gerald, though, he looked really, really comfortable in game number 2, but I'm glad that we've gotten basically a pretty even game going into the mid game, because now we actually really get to see who is having the better day overall, like in a much more clear way. Yes, Gerald had a fantastic game number 2, but the mid game, when both players are kind of on even footing, that's where you can see who can kind of transform into the player that really delivers when they need to most.
Yeah, for sure. And DNS has kind of activated in that sense, right? Like the tracking of the Oracle was kind of flawless, and yeah, it's been good so far. So now he's also taking a faster 4th as well. So things are looking decent as far as like the upgrades and whatnot. Matched up pretty well, right? He's gonna be lagging behind DNS by a few seconds in the +1, and maybe Gerald can make something happen with this, but I wouldn't think so, right? Similar numbers, like sentry energy as well in the favor of DNS. This could be bad for Gerald.
Yeah, he could definitely get caught pretty hard here. He does manage to blink out reasonably quickly, but that's still going to be 2 Stalkers very fast on the kill. And DNS already has a small Stalker lead. Now it's 7 Stalkers. That's not that small. Gerald is adding on, well, he's at least added on 1 Immortal to kind of stiffen his composition to make it a little bit stronger, but he's also going into charge lots a little bit faster. Obviously, Zealot Stalker in this matchup is extremely strong on these bigger maps as you get into, your 3, your 4, your 5 base setup, just because Zealots do so much more DPS than Stalkers, and unless you're microing against them actively, it is really difficult to be cost efficient against them defensively.
Yeah, for sure. And the wider the areas, the more surface area they have to work with as well. So once you get to the 4th, the 5th, then they can really all output their damage. Whereas in chokes, you might have like, in this choke, for example, you might have like 5 Zealots shooting. If you have 10, then you're wasting half of your DPS. So the open areas are really, really nice as well. And yeah, I mean, these chokes are very valuable for DNS for this reason.
Yeah. Now on the other side of that, we do have DNS, who's also finished up his charge, even though he's focusing more on the Stalkers in the main composition. He does have the ability to warp in a bunch of Zealots on the other side of the map if he feels like he can. Nice Revelation, by the way, able to pick off that 1 Observer. Good job from Gerald there. We are going to see the Stalkers able to blink it on top of the War Prism, but the SimCity working against Gerald a little bit, and that's actually going to force a recall. Oh, and on the other side of the map, the Oracle... No, that was the War Prism. War Prism went down. Oracle is still alive, but the War Prism falls, and that's a pretty nice pickoff. Meanwhile, a Phoenix to try and clean up that Prism. That's very interesting.
That is very, very cool indeed. Not a decision that we see every day. And on the other side, DNS actually avoided the traps from Gerald to slow him down and made a pathway towards the 4th of Gerald now, and might be able to contest on this low ground. It has to be pretty careful. It is still a very open, wow, a wide area. I can't believe he blinked, but I guess he has force field energy for mitigating for a load of the Zealots. All of the Zealots actually get trapped behind the ramp, and now DNS is taking an insanely good engage.
That was so well done from DNS. He was ultra decisive there, hitting just before his opponent's +2 weapons kicked in, and now the Zealots kind of isolated. They are going to get taken down pretty quickly by these Stalkers. Gerald is desperately trying to clean this up, but as DNS's Zealots show up, this is really looking nice here for DNS. Gerald is trying to also go into Disruptors. Got caught a little bit on the transition here. Oh, that Stasis Ward could be big. It's a huge one.
Oh, it is.
Oh, both of them.
Yeah. I mean, luckily for DNS, they're timed close enough together that he might be able to, to make sure a fight happens as he picks off an Immortal. And I mean, this is like half of his army, and it doesn't matter. He's just way far ahead now, it feels.
Yeah, that was such a decisive move from DNS. Gerald had no shield batteries at that 4th base. He had already used the recall, so he couldn't recall the Zealots over there. DNS just ultra decisive, and that might very well be enough for him to just take this series. We're going to see Gerald trying to defend his 4th. He knows he has to. The Phoenix is able to pick up a single Stalker, but DNS, even with the long reinforcements coming across the map, he's just got so much momentum right now. And Gerald, he is going to have to give up this base now, losing even a couple of probes on the way out. But Gerald is now so far behind. DNS on 5 bases to 3. Gerald is going to need these disruptors to do miracles for him to have a chance in this game.
I mean, he really does. At least he has 2 producing at a time. I mean, one of the first one pops up now. Dark Templar will also get caught on the side of Gerald. So that's, you know, that's small victories here and there. But DNS, I mean, on 5 base, he's doing the proper things here. The only thing that you might want to see from him is to maybe transition to match his opponent's, you know, like tech output, because that's the only place where he's lagging, right? So it's like an easy type of decision that you can make and be like, oh, I'm ahead in everything. I'm not just gonna let you make some different unit than me and overwhelm me. Yes, he gets one of the disruptors.
He gets one, does eat a big disruptor shot on the back end, but that was still almost definitely worth it for DNS with the... No, it was definitely worth it for the economy lead he's got. Because
for sure,
Gerald is trying desperately to survive on 3 bases versus his 5 base economy. And, I mean, it just doesn't look like he can really do it. The disruptors are going to have to... They're going to have to kill, like, 15 supply each just to make this an even-ish fight.
Yeah, I like the way you're putting that as well, right? Because it's the economy relative to his opponent, and right now he has so much more than he can trade in efficiently, and he won't, because he already has so much more that, you know, it's difficult to trade inefficiently. Like, most likely, if you attack move here, you win the game, right? But yeah, I mean, if he was to lose his army to 3 disruptor shots right now, he's still in an insane position as long as he kills anything.
Yeah, and he will slam down the disruptor there. Another one going to go down. This final disruptor is out of range. Gerald even has to turn it away so it doesn't kill his own Zealot. And DNS is almost certainly going to be able to close this series out now. He will blink forward. That's the final 2 disruptors. One of them fires its shot, gets killed. Second one didn't even have the shot available, so all it can do is just run back to the shield battery. But this is going to be a DNS victory, I think. We do have a couple of DTs warping in defensively. And for the moment, actually, hang on, DNS did throw away a lot, but I think, actually, this is really cool. DNS is...
DT Blink.
Yeah, he's going to use DT Blink to snipe those last disruptors, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he could just make DTs here and just blink, and he would still probably win. It's so difficult for Gerald, and really the supply doesn't tell the story because the map... I mean, he's making a 6th base, you know? Like, it's going to be so difficult to lose this.
But at the same time, I'm impressed that Gerald has even literally survived. There was a bunch of DTs whacking away at the army at the 3rd base, and I don't think there was detection for DNS. That's the only reason that the supply gap narrowed at least a little bit. Oh, disruptors. Oh, wow, okay. That's some big shots right there. Nice snipe on the disruptor. Does prevent the last DTs from getting blasted, but another disruptor shot is very good. Oh, Stasis Ward will get denied. And even with the defensive Archon, DNS is just, he's winning this through, you know, sheer force of numbers at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, those disruptor shots were insane. Like three very good disruptor shots there. But it just can't make a dent. There's just a little bit too much for DNS.
Yeah, and oh my god, look at the income tab right now. It is 3.4k minerals to less than 1,000 minerals per minute. Oh. If this were 4 base versus 6, I would actually be believing in Gerald right now. But even the king of late game Gerald is just going to have such a difficult time dealing with this. DT Harass on the top side will find the base without any static defense set up yet. But GG is going to get called. DNS, he will take this one down. And he is going to advance on to Sunday for the final day.
Mm-hmm. That's a rare one, that you find an empty mineral line with a DT and it makes you GG. You know, it's like, oh yeah, there's no detection, there's no one here. I could kill all of these probes, but it's more like, oh, okay, you have this base.
Yeah,
I'm far gone. You know, fair enough.
Yeah, it's That's a really rough one there for Gerald, because I feel like that game 2 was just immaculate from him. But I think you said it best. DNS really woke up in that game 3 and really brought the heat. And with that, he will survive to fight another day. We are going to head to a quick little break, but after that, we'll have another match coming at you. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is the ESL Masters Spring Regionals. We are back once again with the ESL Masters Spring Regionals. That was our first series of the day. DNS able to take down Gerald in the, well, in a nicely played game number 3. Got himself into a good position. I mean, it's very easy to tell that one move where he moved in on the 4th base, and particularly the force fields that locked out like, what, 12 Zealots, an Immortal, a couple Sentries. That was just phenomenally well done from DNS, and sometimes that's really all it takes in these best of 3 series. Just one really good move, one really decisive and good move. And
yeah, that was decisive and good both, right? It wasn't just decisive. It wasn't just YOLO, I'm gonna blink in there. He knew he had the force field energy. He knew the terrain, that there was a ramp there. So the thought, I mean, if he I guess it's a situation that he's run into multiple times, but the thought would be pretty simple, right? I have more stalkers. Like, if you know you have more stalkers, it's always a good move, right? Because if your opponent can't just blink into you and punish you for your blink, and and you have the ramp and you got to the ramp before they did, then you can just section off anything that's not a stalker, and then you just take a good engage.
Yeah. And I mean, there's not much more to say than that. You put it perfectly. It was decisive. It was good, and he utilized his unit composition, even though traditionally it's not like a counter. Like Zealot Stalker is not countered by pure Stalker Sentry. In that situation, he used the map to make it a counter. But we are going to be heading to our very first and only random player on the day. It is Mark Uthermal Schlappy. He's been killing it with random. He's going up against NightPhoenix. What do you think about this one?
I mean, I gotta root for Uthermal, right? Like, he drives the people. He has the heart. He has the first random player since like Balloon to qualify to anything, I think. Yeah. So it's yeah, you gotta root for the random, right? It's the first random of the day, but also the only random in like 10 years.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's really cool, and it's funny to actually look at a Ligulac between these two players, because you've got Uthermal, who played against NightPhoenix with his Terran, and he beat him. But then they do also have a match where he played random versus NightPhoenix, and that was in the qualifier for this tournament, in the closed qualifier. So for them to now meet again in this time an elimination match, I mean, we're sure to get fireworks here, and I am just very excited for this one. Winner of this.
So who won the random versus NightPhoenix?
Uthermal won 2-1, and I think he got every single race, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh wow,
which is really cool. Yeah, and that is the dream actually for a best of 3. But we're gonna get right into it here, because we have this match ready to go. Spawning up in the top right for Offside Gaming, it is Uthermal. Oh, that was like an abridged intro there from Mapu. That was like he cut the spin short.
It's because you did the Uthermal. It's like Mapu's going with the rhythm. I feel you, Mapu. I got your back. And the bottom left-hand side, his opponent, NightPhoenix.
No, I think that was perfect. I think that matched the vibe exactly. That was
Mapu's, yeah.
That was fantastic.
Mapu goes off of vibes, and yeah, he always gets the right spin.
The vibes are immaculate right now.
Yeah. Insane.
It's PvP. It is PvP, and this is a situation where NightPhoenix went with the high ground gateway. This is a situation that could have backfired pretty hard if Uthermal had gotten Zerg. But I wonder if NightPhoenix was thinking like, okay, if you get Zerg, maybe you'll take a gold base. Or he's just kind of rolling the dice a little bit and hoping like, well, it's 2/3 chance you don't get Zerg. And if you get Protoss, things can get really ugly there, trying to defend a low ground. And if it's PvP in a 2-gate versus 2-gate, maybe NightPhoenix just feels really, really confident.
Yeah, that's part of it too, right? Like, I think that part of the assessment, because you're not going into this to practice or to get good, right? Like, you already got good. You're here to make some money.
Yes.
So I think into your strategy, if you're NightPhoenix, you probably also think Uthermal, like his weakest race is Zerg, so I'm not gonna account for that. That's also very valid, right? If you feel like against Zerg you're favored no matter what type thing. So I think you can pick your openers in that fashion against random. It's like, what's his strongest, what's his weakest, or or map, or like there's just so much to take into account or that you can.
Yeah, there really is.
He should think about it. He should think about all these things right before going into the match against Uthermal. For sure, it's an elimination match. He's like, what happens if he gets this? What happens if he gets this? What happens if he gets this? Has to be part of his plan.
No, 100%. I agree 100%. Uthermal, by the way, did open up with just a single gate expand. I actually feel like I saw him he built a second gateway. No, he didn't. He didn't cancel anything. Okay. I think I'm just imagining that he built a second gateway. But either way, this is going to be a one-gate expand, a little bit of a max packs type of play coming in from Uthermal. And talk about game plans. Uthermal dropping a pylon on the other side of the map. Nexus is going to get dropped from NightPhoenix at the third base location. This is going to get really funky. And I think those funky situations can be good for Uthermal. Oh, look at that force field.
Wow.
Oh, man, that is cool. Sentry goes down, but he does kill a stalker for it and forces the recall. I'm actually not even sure who I favor for that. I think still better for Uthermal because his Nexus is faster. But it's style points, exactly. You're talking about vibes, that's vibes for Uthermal.
Exactly. I mean, look at it. Look at the situation. Like, to trap a unit here, he trapped a unit here in the open.
Yeah.
You know, it's like he needed 2 force fields, a shield battery, and a unit to block the units in. That's what he needed, and he did it. That was cool.
That was like a Warcraft 3 type of move
there.
That was cool as hell.
Yeah.
And now the thing is, too, if Uthermal, he is pumping sentries super hard. He might actually have been watching some of the PvPs where players have been doing these sentry immortal pushes and might be looking to deny the third. There's actually a few reasons why the third base's position for NightPhoenix is really uncomfortable. One, defending against a depth stare is going to be just awful. But two, a push in on top of this position with a bunch of force fields, an immortal, and a war prism, that could be really scary to deal with for NightPhoenix.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah, Uthermal's such a tricky player as well. He's so smart, and everyone knows that you know, like he can be super tricky, that he will like do very strange strategies. And as much as, like, you know, you can't pull those off like every game, or maybe they're not all polished to be you know, competitive at the highest level, he will run into situations that most other players don't, and then he has like very cool ideas on both the strategy and the micro, and it's already shown in this game, right? And it has to throw you off as NightPhoenix or any other player, really, because most StarCraft players in today's day and age, they're used to the, you know, the standard openings. Even if you play against Max Packs, in some sense, what he does is his own standard. That's known, right? It's nothing surprising. But when you play Uthermal and like, you know, he tinkers with things a little bit, and he's dropping like the Nexus a little bit faster, and you know, it can be pretty daunting, pretty scary. Here comes that push that you were talking about.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for it with just one immortal, because if he'd gone for one immortal and a warp prism, Blink would not have been done. But as it is, Blink is going to complete this. Oh, it's actually not done yet. Force field on these stalkers could be huge. But we're going to see defensive force fields from NightPhoenix that will buy him the extra like 5 seconds he needed. That was actually, NightPhoenix could have lost the game right that instant.
Oh, he could. He might still. I mean, the blink. Oh, that's not a great blink. That was a terrible blink. But unpunished this time around, but from Uthermal.
That was a brutal blink. This is so scary right now for NightPhoenix. NightPhoenix, funnily enough, is on 4 gates to 2. But losing a bunch of those units does hurt a lot. Nice bait on the Immortals barrier. What's the status of the other barriers? Okay, both other barriers are available. It is only 2 gates to 4, and that is going to make this hard for Uthermal to push in. Is there a shield battery at this base? There is, I think, for NightPhoenix. No, there isn't. He's got the Immortal about to pop out. Ooh, Blink Forward will grab the War Prism.
Though. Yeah, but it's not going to be enough, as now Uthermal is going to walk towards the Immortal. He doesn't even care, and he knows his Immortal is exposed, so he's going to run it to the back. Oh my god, that Immortal, he needs to snipe it. He's going to pull the probes, NightPhoenix is. Now the Stalker finally turns his head and snipes the Immortal, but this is way too much damage to take.
It is so much damage to take. He's finally sniped down all of the Immortals here, and that will mean that NightPhoenix can likely get a very cost-efficient cleanup. Uthermal isn't going to be able to kill most of these Stalkers. At this point, any Stalker kills he gets are kind of gravy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so close
to
being able to get, like...
It's like a bonus game.
Yeah, exactly. He's up 13 workers now. Now, I will say, this is still a scary position for Uthermal, He doesn't have his additional gateways online. He's got no charge, and he did just lose all of his immortals. But the damage he just did to his opponent's economy was huge. And that Guardian Shield that kept the immortal alive for a little bit, that was really close to NightPhoenix just losing the game straight up right there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's still looking very, very bad for him. It's like you were saying, towards the end there, it was just gravy. Like that army was always going to get cleaned up, but the amount of damage it did was insane. It's kind of like popping one of those bonus games at the slot machines, you know what I'm saying? It's like 12 free games, and it's like, you know, you might hit some. In this case, it's killing Stalkers, the mini game, and every single one of those that goes down is just a little bit of an extra of an advantage. And at this point, NightPhoenix really scrambling to find anything. That blink though at the middle of the map, that was so crazy. That was a misclick for sure from NightPhoenix, and he was in range to get force fielded again by the sentries of Uthermal. Uthermal just didn't capitalize fast enough because it's probably very unexpected. You know, like why did you blink just to the side?
That Adept Shade Scout was actually just huge right there for the Uthermal, because NightPhoenix just repositioned his whole army. NightPhoenix actually going to shade forward with the Adept. Uthermal is going to step into his opponent's army. His Immortals are going to town, but NightPhoenix with some good Blink Stalker micro will get out of here. The game has equalized a fair bit. We do have a big upgrade advantage for Uthermal. I don't know about him being out here. We are going to see...
I don't know about
the War Prism, though! That War Prism timing was so sick.
I mean, that blink was really sketchy. You're blinking at the bottom of a ramp, you know, there could be anything up there. It's like, it's tough. It's tough to make that kind of decision, but at the same time, I can see it, right? Like, maybe he feels like, oh, it's an immortal, I'll take the risk. But yeah, it did not pay off.
No, it did not. He ends up losing. So NightPhoenix was really far behind after that push economically, even though he evened up the army supply and actually put himself technically ahead for a little bit. He needed to make a lot of good moves to catch back up. That move right there just wiped out some of the work he's done in this game, because now Uthermal has his own blink. He's got +1 weapons done, and he's got 2 immortals to his opponent's 1. Oh, good defensive micro here, utilizing the position around the watchtower, but NightPhoenix is just in a really uncomfortable position. I don't think Uthermal realizes there's a gateway, though, on that left side position. This under normal circumstances, I'd say this is Uthermal's game to lose, but because it's getting into a later stage in PvP and he's probably less experienced, it's so hard to call.
It is very hard to call indeed. I mean, yeah, that start was amazing for Uthermal, but like you said, like NightPhoenix has done so much to recover here, and things are looking pretty decent for him. I mean, Uthermal does have the faster +2, significantly faster at that, and now he's dropping a Dark Shrine, so he can definitely scale. But I'm with you. NightPhoenix is the Protoss player, right? Like the longer this goes, the more experience he will have under his belt.
It is important to note, I didn't notice this, NightPhoenix stayed on 5 gates for a very long time. He's just now adding additional production. If Uthermal goes with +2 weapons, with charge, and with 10 gateways, NightPhoenix is going to have a devil of a time trying to defend his 4th base, or just defend any base, unless he's got like 3 or 4 shield batteries at that base. At the very least, battery overcharge at minimum.
Yeah. I mean, there's the War Prism at least flying in here, so that's very nice. 2 Adepts are going to walk into Uthermal's natural base, but they're not going to find much, thanks in due part to the cannon that's at the front. Observer does go down, and NightPhoenix does not want disengage. Has a very nice blink forward here from Uthermal, or is it? I mean, the concave is good. No, one of his mortals not firing right away, though, and now NightPhoenix. These are some crazy blinks, and actually Uthermal is gonna get a couple of immortals here, but will lose a lot in the process. This is so close. I'm not even sure how these players are making this decision of like, yeah, I got this, but they're both right, it seems.
Yeah, that was a situation where NightPhoenix's micro, I think, was just a little bit better, even though the decisiveness of the blink from Uthermal was good. Uthermal, though, is going for the natural, where he's warped in a bunch of Zealots and Stalkers. He's actually maybe going to be able to kill this Nexus, and NightPhoenix, I think NightPhoenix might just end up getting outscaled here super hard.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't just click the Nexus and then recall back or something like that, but maybe he feels he can do even more damage here. It is a good position here for Uthermal on the concave. The War Prism doesn't go down, however, and Uthermal takes game number 1 in a PvP, Dave.
That was such a neat match right there between those two players, because you could tell that NightPhoenix's instincts in a lot of situations were better. But really, to echo what you talked about early, and I guess I kind of alluded to it too, is that Uthermal is like more comfortable with the weird situations as a whole, even though NightPhoenix in specifically PvP is like almost certainly going to be more experienced in most aspects of the game. Uthermal has like some of these contextual moves. And we saw, for example, with the force fields around that shield battery, plus the Zealot, that was a really cool move. That was, oh God, that was so awesome. It's such a different thing to play against a random player. And to lose a PvP like that has got to really shake your confidence as NightPhoenix. This is going to be tough to shake off for a relatively young and relatively inexperienced player. NightPhoenix is he's not brand new, but Uthermal has been winning IEMs before NightPhoenix probably even started playing the game, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that. That's very true. Uthermal has been around since the very beginning, it feels like. And yeah, I mean, he's a veteran, and the fact that he is showing up in style as well, you know, like with the random and with the new builds and stuff, like that's just so awesome.
Yeah, and obviously there's a few things that Uthermal could have done, but if you told me that this was, like, if you replaced the name cards and you told me that this was just a main Protoss player, I would say, like, yeah, this guy's got a lot of potential. Like, I don't expect them to win the region, but I certainly think that they could, like, they belong here, you know? And that is one of the more difficult matchups to get a handle on, I feel like, in random versus Protoss is the PvP. But now we are going to have a different matchup coming in here for game number 2, and it is, I'm gonna be honest, it's the one I'm personally looking the most forward to. We got ZVP.
Likewise. Oh baby, and spawning in the top left hand side, going for a double extractor trick. What? It's Uthermal.
Already doing something you're quote unquote not supposed to do, and his opponent spawning down in the bottom right. It is NightPhoenix. And he has gone for the high ground gateway once again. He rolled the dice in game number 1, and it worked out well for him. In game 2, oh boy, it has not worked out for him.
Yeah, can we look at Uthermal's drone here? Like, what are we doing? Is it a 3 hatch before pool? Because that was a 16 hatch. What is this? Is it a hatch block?
I think he's going to build the hatch at the natural.
I love it, yeah.
I think this is...
That's awesome.
And this is with no Overlord. This is crazy. This is actually like straight up bonkers right now. Does he has to get the Overlord before the pool, right? I feel like if you're...
Yes. I mean, yeah.
Oh, he's not going to. He's going pool before OV. If NightPhoenix saw the hatchery at the natural, I think a reactive cannon rush might actually be the best play in this situation. With no Overlord.
It could be okay. Yeah, it could be good. It's tough to say. Like, I've never seen anything like this before.
And that's coming from you, a true innovator for Zerg. Like, if you haven't seen this before, no one has seen this before.
Like, I do go for like 3 hatch before pool hatch block, but never in this way, right? Because what he's doing is guaranteeing that this goes down, but at the expense of his economy. It's so expensive to do. Because he didn't make an Overlord, he cut drones, right? Like, it's 15 workers to 22 to put things contextually, but he does get the block and the expansion, so it's pretty cute. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and he forces 2 Zealots. There's the Evo Chamber block. I was gonna say, with so many units here, I actually don't think I like the Evo Chamber block.
Yeah,
that was a really late probe pull for NightPhoenix, but it ends up being a really good decision against what Uthermal did, because normally you look at that, and I'm thinking to myself, I let that hatch finish, like, 100% of the time. But because NightPhoenix got in there with the second Zealot, with the, I think that was 5 probes hitting it, he was able to tear down that hatchery's HP really quickly. And because he pulled so late, it cut into his economy way less than normal. Now, the Nexus timing is so late for NightPhoenix, and that's going to allow Uthermal to really power ahead in economy. But this has created such a weird situation. And once again, I think that's going to favor the random player a lot more in this situation in terms of who has experience from this type of a setup.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, when Uthermal certainly has played with this strategy before, it's not the first time that he's gonna come up with it while on the stage, right? And in a game that he very much wants to win for elimination. So I'm with you there. He will know kind of like what can happen from this position, but if NightPhoenix can keep his cool, you know, like I don't think he's in anywhat bad of a position, right? Like he is actually like a couple workers ahead. He has good, like pretty decent tech. He's making a Void Ray, which, you know, might be an indicator of confidence in some sense, right? It's like, yeah, actually, I just need to survive or something like that, and I'll be fine.
Yeah, and it makes a ton of sense because Uthermal does love a lot of those aggressive two-base plays. There is a third hatch, but Uthermal, he is a player that, as we've already seen in this matchup, he is not afraid to cook. He is not afraid to come up with some weird stuff and really get messy. By the way, this Void Ray has not found the Overlord of Uthermal. It's kind of hidden in that pocket above the right side. And NightPhoenix, unless I'm mistaken, he's got no indication that he's going to send that over there. It will be a Starglaves play behind this. It's going to be the 4-gate Resonating Glaives. And that is the kind of thing that can be really good against how Uthermal often plays these follow-ups. He very rarely builds roaches in this matchup, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, yeah, I also prefer Lynx. I mean, Lynx are just fun, no?
They're fun.
What do you
They're
think
fun units, yeah. And Uthermal loves to have fun when he's messing around. Also, no Spore at this third. Starts up now, but this is very likely to be at least 2 dead drones.
Yep, it will be as the Oracle pokes in. And yeah, I mean, I don't love the situation for Uthermal, right? If he's not willing to make roaches, he's going to be in a lot of trouble because everything that NightPhoenix is making counters Lynx, and Uthermal does get the +1 melee upgrade. So yeah, further committing him into the Link route, which may not pan out well.
I think we can say it won't pan out well. I think I think we can safely say, unless NightPhoenix takes a really disastrous engagement, like truly brutal, and Uthermal gets the jump of a lifetime on top of those Adepts, I think it is going to be a terrible situation because the +1 melee won't be done. There's no Banelings. There are a fair number of Queens. 8 Queens is a lot. That's actually the best chance, I think, for Uthermal is if NightPhoenix shades in to a Lynx around and there's like 4 or 5 Queens hitting it. Oh, that was a dead Queen. Oh man,
wow.
wait.
What? What?
Okay,
yeah, this was not it from NightPhoenix.
That's what Uthermal needed.
That is very much what Uthermal needed. I mean,
the army too.
Yeah, that's not good for NightPhoenix. He's gonna lose a lot here. In the main, Uthermal does evacuate, only losing 1 drone so far, and this will be a nice cleanup for Uthermal as NightPhoenix, I mean, really throwing his army away.
Yeah, well, that was about the only way that I feel like that could have gone well for Uthermal, and that should not have turned out the way that it did. I think on paper, that is a really uncomfortable situation. NightPhoenix is going double Stargate Void Ray, and now Uthermal starts up the Hydra Den. This is This is not how this matchup is played. If you're tuning in for the first time, this is
not StarCraft 2.
this is
no, it is.
Yeah, this is going back in time. Like, this is when Romanticide was in the map pool. This is when Zest was playing. He would go Resonating Glaives into triple Stargate Void Ray. This is not something that happens these days with the current form of the Void Ray. It doesn't mean it won't work.
It doesn't mean it won't work. On the other side, the Adepts are trying to do what they can still, but I mean, it's been such a strange game because I feel like NightPhoenix made a couple crucial mistakes, but Uthermal feels like he has always been behind. This time around, the Shade won't finish. Now, Uthermal will try to get us around, and those Lynx do have +1 melee, so they will do a pretty good job of killing things quickly. And in this case, yeah, they do. So that's really nice, but Uthermal's still lagging behind in workers.
And he has not realized that it is... Oh, double Baneling Nest on the rebuild. Uthermal has not realized that his opponent's going triple Stargate Void Ray. This is very good for NightPhoenix if Uthermal just doesn't realize it. And that's the kind of thing that if you only started playing Zerg recently, you're not familiar with mass Void Ray play. You probably haven't seen it maybe at all.
That's true. I mean, yeah, that's likely to some degree true. Uthermal has lived through Void Rays, but not as Zerg, right?
Not as Zerg, exactly.
Career, so yeah.
He's used to, you know, proxy Void Ray off of like a 12 pylon 13 gate, hitting super fast. Oh, that's a big. Oh my God! No, what?
I think that's a misclick. Fair to assume.
I think it's fair to assume that's a misclick. Uthermal is getting Hydra speed, but he's got no Carapace upgrades for the Hydras. Interestingly enough, we don't actually see more Void Rays being produced right now for NightPhoenix, but Uthermal... So, okay, there's two ways to approach the Void Ray problem, right? You can either try and crack it before they get out a critical mass, or you can go super late game. And NightPhoenix is kind of forcing a situation where Uthermal is very unlikely to have not just minimal experience, he probably has no experience against this. Like, he could have potentially played less than 5 games where he's had to go against Mass Void Ray in the late game in ZVP.
Nice blitz there from NightPhoenix on the Adepts. So all the buildings blow up, and I mean, they still survive. And the natural as well. There's 2. This is way too much damage. And yeah, I mean, the transition is being made from NightPhoenix as well. So he did open with a Mass Void Ray kind of like baseline, but carriers are a different beast. And now if you're Uthermal and you're not seeing this, you're not scouting this, and you don't know about it, I mean, it's gonna be near impossible to get a competent army to fight carriers, right? Hydras are not it.
No, Hydras are not it. And even down just 1 air upgrade versus the Carapace, Fear Dragon was doing the math yesterday. Each carrier volley is 16 instances of damage versus armor, or no armor. So having +1 air weapons means that your carrier gets +16 damage per full volley of a carrier's interceptors. And, you know, with 3 carriers on the field, or in this case, soon to be 4? Oh, that's kind of nice for Uthermal. The problem is he's not scaling up to be able to compete with his opponent's army. Like, it looks, the supplies don't look that bad, but if Uthermal doesn't A, kill his opponent, or B, tech up to Hive, this mid-game almost doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's weird to say that.
This is a question that you're doing, yeah, go on.
No, that's it. It's weird to say that, but that's kind of the fact of things. Like, Hydras will get absolutely stomped by carriers.
Destroyed, yeah. The supply is a complete lie in this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, NightPhoenix, at least he's not making a storm or anything like that, so maybe there is yet hope if Uthermal can still identify this and go into Vipers, go into parasitic bombs and abducts and such. Like, there's no High Templars, right? So it's maybe winnable from that perspective, as that's going to be a huge stasis trap.
NightPhoenix is really giving Uthermal a lesson in the unpleasantness of facing off against this composition. The stasis wards of obviously, they're the kind of thing that you're not used to in, I think, the other matchups. Uthermal is going to try and hit here with +1 missile, but his range, I was just going to say, his Hydra range is not yet done. I just don't see this working for Uthermal here.
It really shouldn't. And the thing is, like, I don't know if he's going to see this for the first time. It's like, oh, crap, you got, like, only carriers. I mean, he's going for it regardless, but you really wish you had a Viper or an Infestor even for the...
Oh, the snipe on the Overseers.
I mean, the arc is huge, actually. Like, this is actually an insane surround.
He can't...
a lot of Interceptors are going to start falling.
He can't see the carriers, though, or the Void Rays. The Overseers got sniped right at the beginning of the fight, and Uthermal, yes, he kills a bunch of probes, kills a bunch of interceptors. He just got absolutely massacred. And welcome to Sky Toss, my friend. This is what happens. But I mean, these Lings getting into the main base, this is a lot of economic damage. NightPhoenix is going to go across the map. I think if he just goes across the map with the carriers, there's just nothing Uthermal can do.
Yeah, I feel like Uthermal's getting a taste of how the other half lives this entire time. You know, it's like
yeah. I feel bad saying it because it's like it feels so biased. We're like 2 Zerg players. We're like, hey, this is how it feels. Like, hey. But like, I mean, if you don't know how to deal with Sky Toss, if you don't have the unit control to make Vipers, to make Infestors, even in this case, maybe Microbial Shroud work.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It feels really bad. And now with +2 air weapons done, like, these carriers, he has not yet lost a carrier, and he will not lose a carrier in this game. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah.
It just won't happen.
Fair. It's a fair assessment. And I agree with you. Like against this particular composition, like Microbial Shroud would have actually been massive.
Yeah, with no storm.
Abducts would have been. Yeah, exactly. No Templars, no feedback, no storms, no disruptors even against the Microbial Shroud. So yeah, it would have been really good. But yeah, it's not there, so it's not gonna happen. Uthermal's pretty dead here.
Yeah, even the Time Warp going to make it just impossible. It's already impossible to engage this with the +2 air weapons, but it's going to make it more impossible. And while that happens, the main base falls, the Spore Crawlers that we're building fall, a bunch of Overlords fall. Fortunately for Uthermal, he is nowhere near max supply, so he won't get supply blocked. But NightPhoenix is going to fight back. And I gotta say, this was really smart from NightPhoenix. This was incredibly intelligent. Just like how there's weaknesses to playing against random, there's also profound strengths to playing against random. And that is that certain styles, like Uthermal, I really doubt that this is the... I really doubt that he's seen this more than maybe half a dozen times, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, in the way that NightPhoenix was presenting the problems and the order, I think it's... Yeah, for sure. It's difficult to account for if you're not very experienced in the late game, right? Even if you had seen it 200 times, that's probably under. Even if you've seen it 1,000 times, like for most of these players, that's a very low number in terms of like the experience that it actually requires for you to actually go and know how to deal with it and like control all the armies and add the army control groups and whatnot and feel comfortable in that process, right? And where you are. And like you were saying, it's like, if you're Uthermal, you probably don't really know what you're looking for or what's missing as easily from a Zerg perspective going up against a Protoss, right? It's not like, it's not like you're, like, where's your gas going? Like, you must be going 3 Stargate Void Ray. I don't think that's a thought that he had.
No, definitely not. Definitely not the situation that he was thinking of, but... That is... Oh, man. Honestly, if I'm Uthermal, I'm now like, oh, my God, please don't get Zerg again. Don't do that to me once more. Or if I do, I'm two-basing from Uthermal's perspective. I'm not letting that go past a two-base setup. Ain't no way.
Yeah. Ain't no way. I mean, I think that's the way. Just pull out a crazy, funky strat. He has plenty of those. I mean, I'm kind of hoping for Zerg because that's the most exciting is if Uthermal wins with Zerg. That's the dream, don't you think?
I mean, I'm hoping for Terran just so that we get the Zerg Terran Protoss. That's my dream, classic, but
I like it.
It would be cool to see him strike back on Amphion, which actually is a map that I feel like a lot of the two-base builds that Uthermal has against Protoss would be very good, and it looks like you are going to be the one to get your wish. Oh, baby, here we go. Let's get into it on Amphion.
That's tough.
Spawning up in the top left for Offside Gaming. It is Uthermal.
And the bottom left-hand side, it's his opponent, NightPhoenix.
And... Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, can you hear me? Is it me?
I was gonna say Mapu didn't do
my spin.
Didn't do the spin.
Yeah.
I was as soon as he didn't do the spin and we got the lockup, I was like, oh no.
Oh no.
So you race. NightPhoenix. Oh, that's funny.
That's where you lie. That's where you lie. You gotta lie.
It's the race of your nightmares. Oh my god. Okay, well, I will, if Mapu gets dropped, I will just observe, because having to exit the game would reveal actually the race, and that would actually be really huge. We do not want that. So I will just take over the observing, and you guys will have to deal with it. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. There's a lot of banter in the chat right now. NightPhoenix actually asked Uthermal for the raise.
Oh, okay. Well, looks
not
like
directly, but
looks like Mapu did have to leave the game, so you're stuck with me. Spawning down on the bottom left, it is NightPhoenix. You already entered in, but I wanted to do the spin.
Nice. And yeah, NightPhoenix asked Uthermal, what is the race? You know, like jokingly, Uthermal said the race of your nightmares, and NightPhoenix said, "Oh, Nightmare plays Protoss, so you must be Protoss." As now the drone is revealed, players know what's up, and I love this. This is the way.
This is the way, taking a page out of Dark's book. You know what's funny? Even though I said about 15 seconds ago, I'm taking over observing, I waited for the camera to move on its own there. I was like, oh, Mapu will show us the main base, and that, this hasn't been scouted. NightPhoenix, this is really nice for him. He is able to go for the low ground gateway here. Will get the scout on this, and it's going to be a double gate response. This is a really good response against this, because this is a hatch first. You can even potentially go for a forge with how committed this is likely to be.
It would have been fine. 100%, yeah. I would not have been sad if it was a forge. I would have liked the forge before the second gateway if that was the case, but yeah, for sure it would have been good.
Oh, wow.
Even gonna pull probes. I mean, this is almost bad from my perspective, because I mean, you almost want that hatchery to go up. Like, what is that hatchery gonna do? You know, like at this point, it's been scouted. You got 2 gateways, so you can delay the Nexus. I'm not sure that you needed to pull the probes as well. I guess there is a couple of drones ready to make spines, and one of them is gonna get surrounded. Gotta cancel that Uthermal. No way, he commits.
That's the thing insane. Is, I think this is playing the player, not the matchup necessarily, because Uthermal, what is his game plan behind this? He's probably not going to have one that's particularly great, and there it is. GG gets called. NightPhoenix. It's more of a whimper than a bang, but he will take down Uthermal, and he will advance on to the next round. Damn. Yeah, he didn't have a game plan behind it. That makes that clear.
Yeah, that was definitely. I was really hoping and waiting to be amazed, you know, like in a couple seconds. It's like, oh, that's what it was, but no, for sure. I mean, tough. That wasn't the match I was hoping for sure. I'm sorry I jinxed it, or my wish jinxed it, or whatever. That was not it.
A little bit unfortunate, to say the very least. Not the way I'm sure we wanted that to end, but I mean, at least you guys don't have to put up with my observing for more than a minute and a half. You can get back to the next one. That's great news, obviously, for NightPhoenix. Very sad way for Uthermal to go out, but knowing how it's been for him and how he's definitely going to turn this into YouTube content, I'm sure he went out with a smile on his face.
I don't know what you make. Can you make a video out of that last game? That would be tough.
I mean, you can make a video out of game 2 and be like, today I learned how bad Zergs have it, or something, or like today I joined. I dressed up as a Zerg to experience what it's like to struggle against SkyToss or something. I don't know. I'm not a YouTube connoisseur, so I don't have the perfect thing, but I'm sure there's something there for that series.
Yeah, let's hope so then. What's our next matchup going to be, Dave?
Our next matchup is going to be, I believe. No, I don't have it there. It is going to be Showtime versus. Nope, it's going to be YoungYakov versus Drogo. Close.
That's a good one. What? Yeah, I'm excited for that one.
Me too.
That should be kind of evenly matched. You know, like one player rising, the other one kind of like been around for a while. Like we'll see what happens. I'm excited.
Yeah, and of course Drogo is in his long hair model arc right now, looking absolutely. I mean, he's just straight up gorgeous, looking like a snack. Truly looking gorgeous. Like, memes aside, he is one.
Like, what's the word for the hair? Like luscious? Luscious?
Oh, it's luscious. Yeah, he's got a luscious flow right now, for sure.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, for sure.
But we will be back with Drogo's luscious flow versus the young Zerg, YoungYakov after this break. It's going to be 5 minutes on the timer. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Masters Spring Regionals. We have got Drogo versus YoungYakov for the next match. I totally didn't just run back from grabbing my water. I just like to breathe like this. This is normal.
And I my coffee. My God, like I just went to Petit Drogo's Twitter, right? Because I'm like, yeah, okay, like I remember his hair, but I'm gonna look at this profile picture one more time. It's just ridiculously good looking, right? Like it's just, you can follow him at Petit Drogo. And yeah, his profile picture of his arc, when his arc began, I guess, is like feeling good or whatever. Just that hair is just something else.
Yeah, you know, it's just wild, to be honest. Like it's so model-esque. Like it just looks like he should be on like an Abercrombie and Fitch catalog, you know? Like it looks like he should be like the head guy too. Like it looks like he's the guy you show up for. He's not the guy you stuff in the background. He's the guy you put front and center.
I see. I love that. So he's not just like an Abercrombie and Fitch model. He's like the show as well, you know?
Yeah.
I see. I like it. Yeah. I could see it because he has that commanding presence as well. Also, I mean, he's a StarCraft Pro, goes with his smarts too, right? So it's yeah, so it's like he just shows up, says a couple things, and you're like, oh my God, that's Petit Drogo, Theo Frudeguer. How do you not know him, you know?
How could you possibly not know him, you know? He just...
Yeah.
It's the guy. It's the guy. It's him. He's him.
Yeah. Like, you know Keanu Reeves. So surely you should know Petit Drogo as well by the same...
Yeah.
By the same logic.
Yeah. I can't wait to see John Wick 7, where, Keanu Reeves meets his French cousin, Theo Frudeguer. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty good. Looks like actually Drogo is a little bit late. Seems like his photo shoot might have ran a little long, so he's not here just yet. We might actually be ahead of schedule as a result of the previous match, because is this our fourth series of the day? I think it is. No, is it the third or fourth?
Uthermal, I thought it was the third.
Okay, I actually have the answer to this in just a moment.
Nice.
Yes, it is in fact the third. Okay, so we are in fact like 15 minutes behind schedule. So fair enough. He, you know, maybe he should plan his photo shoots a little bit more carefully. We can't have him holding things up too much. But yeah. No, I'm sure he'll be here any moment.
On his way, he said.
Yeah,
he is.
But yeah, what do you think about this matchup coming up? YoungYakov is definitely a player that can do some very, you know, kind of cheesy moves, but he also plays a fearsome macro game. And for me, watching YoungYakov so far, because I've cast a fair number of his games, his ZVT has been what has really turned my head. Like in some of the WTL qualifiers, he took down Bunny 2-0, which was really freaking impressive, even with cross server for both players. Like, I don't think... If anything, this is going to sound like Zerg bias, but I don't think ever since the splash damage for Terran got a fair bit stronger, and you don't necessarily have to split Marines every single engagement to be able to compete at the highest level, or compete at a very high level at the very least. I don't think it's necessarily as one-sided where like a ping advantage would make as much of a difference as it used to. Like I think it used to be that if you had high ping as Terran, Zerg just keeps making banelings until eventually the Terran breaks. Now I feel like it's not that. So at minimum, I think it's like even when both players have ping. Like neither race gets a huge disadvantage. But
a little bit of a cop. It does sound like you did warn against the Zerg bias sounding.
You think it's still harder for Terran with ping?
Probably, yeah. Like Zerg is just inherently more attack movie, right? Like it's about positioning and like other areas. Like it's like. That sounds like it cheapens the Zerg skill set, but it doesn't, right? Like, because Zerg is a very difficult race and it has an insane skill cap, but it's not usually as much in the army micro, right? Because you have so many melee units usually, so you just kind of send them and you know, like you're not gonna micro individual Zerglings, and and stutter step as much as, you know, like the Terran does, or you don't have range, so you can't really like focus fire as easily, right? Like there's just less to do in those kind of engagements for Zerg, and I think, yeah, that's where the ping taxes you the most.
Yeah, I would say actually maybe with certain older versions before the Widow Mines were nerfed, you could actually make an argument that because you do need to split against those Widow Mines. Actually, I would say currently it's probably very even. Probably very even
that's very fair.
Yeah. But when Widow Mines were like the mainstay, I would say even then, I don't know. It's hard to say.
No, I could see that. No, if you add Widow Mines into the equation, those are units that that you just place, right? You just place it, and then your opponent has to do the micro. So for actions, like, yeah, Widow Mines are very, very efficient. For the Liberators, for example, very efficient for actions, right? Yeah, so yeah, ultimately it depends on what units you make. You're perfectly right.
I think I've pissed everyone off with this because I'm sure the Terrans are going to be like, oh man, you need to do so much more micro. The Zergs are going to be like, you need to do so much more micro. So as long as I've pissed everyone off evenly, that's the most important thing. And the Protoss players are just like,
no, don't even, Dave, don't even. Let's let the Protoss players be.
No, I was going to say, they're just like, can we win a premier tournament?
I mean, here's a man who has won a premier tournament, in fact.
Yes,
in the bottom right-hand side of the map.
Oh.
Beasting it up with a luscious hair. It is Petite Drogo.
And his opponent spawning up in the top left for the Platinum Heroes. It is YoungYakov. In the blue. But what I was going to say is, yeah, his ZVT to me has been what's turned my head the most. Like, he's taken down Spirit in macro games with immaculate creep spread. He took down Bunny with, yes, one of the games was definitely like a cheesy Ling Queen Nidus, but then he kind of just beat him up in the next game with like straight up macro play, and it was a sight to see. Like, he is really, really good, and his mechanics are very impressive. But ZVP is a very different beast. So I didn't get a chance to complete that point, but that's me completing a point I set up, 4.5 minutes ago. ZVP is very different from ZVT in terms of where the skill set kind of comes through. And I feel like stylistically, Drogo has already shown, and historically it's been the case as well, but he's already shown that his ZVP is a really hard, or his PVZ, I should say, is a really hard matchup to beat. He plays Charge a Lot of Mortal Archon extremely well. He gave Lambo a really difficult time. This is going to be a tough matchup for, I think, both players.
No, I completely agree. I mean, Drogo is such a methodical player that I think if he gets in the zone, if he does his thing, if he does what he's rehearsed, he is always excellent at it, right? I think it's up to YoungYakov here to throw Drogo a little bit of his game. Like, it's like, like you were saying earlier in one of the earlier matchups, so you gotta play the player, not the game, a lot of the time. And here I think that the biggest strength of Drogo, like, let's not even point to the weakness, but the biggest strength of Drogo is how good he is at planning and at having thought through all the minutiae of what will happen with his units throughout the game, right? So if you can throw him a little bit of curse, I feel like that's your opening to try to make something happen.
Yeah, no, I think that is something that YoungYakov certainly has the skill set to do, whether it be with something like a very quick layer and a Queenling Nidus, or maybe a Queen Walk. I don't think we're necessarily going to see that, but I am with you. I would like to see something to try and disrupt Drogo's kind of
luscious flow.
His luscious flow, exactly. Because if he gets into that flow, it is going to be damn near impossible to stop him. Like, it is, yeah. I don't want to oversell this, and I don't want to make it seem like YoungYakov doesn't have a chance, because he certainly does. And if anything, he's the much more experienced player in recent practice. Oh, a little bit of a missed opportunity right there from Drogo. He actually body blocked the drone, turning into a spore crawler. But I think he was maybe paying attention to the Lings in his main base that got the scout on that Stargate, and it means he doesn't get the drone. So, kind of a funny interaction where YoungYakov, because he sacrifices 2 Lings, ends up saving a drone for it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that works out for him well, right? And on the side of Drogo, yeah, you just want to mitigate for damage. It's difficult to pay attention to everything, so understandable as well. And yeah, there's nothing crazy about this game so far, right? We have the Oracle here. Maybe when the second one is out, Drogo will feel safe enough to go and try to make something happen on the map, especially when he will have this pylon to put his Adept in between. But yeah, like I was saying before, he tends to be very methodical and very kind of safe in his approach. Drogo does, right? Like he likes to get to his comfort zones, and he has, like, when I talk to him, like he could explain like every part of the process and why he does everything. He's very much like a Lambo type player in approach.
Yeah, very methodical. We'll get in here with the double Oracle into the natural. Nice Spore Crawler morphs from YoungYakov, but he still loses 3 drones in total. And it's not like those 3 Spore Crawler morphs are cheap either. Like, you add them up, that's an extra drone worth of cost, basically. 48 minerals for the 3 of them, I'm pretty sure. I just put myself on the spot with the math, but...
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Yeah, it's...
Let's go with somewhere in the ballpark of a drone.
Yeah, yeah. And that's costly. For Drogo, it is going to be the Forge, Twilight Council, and Robo, and when all those 3 buildings come down at basically the same time, it almost always means charge. This is exactly what we were expecting. Ooh, Drogo, though, with a find in the main base. Able to snipe a queen, keeps the Oracle alive, and might just get the second one.
Another one, and now has free reign to go on the drones until he runs out of energy, essentially, which it's pretty soon here. Not gonna get that last one, unfortunately, as the slide wasn't perfect, but 4 drones and 2 queens. You're gonna be happy with that.
That is actually fantastic damage. Drogo is one of the players, by the way, speaking of like methodical moves and whatnot. He is like, well, you know what? When I get in there with 2 oracles, if I find 2 queens on their own, my oracles have lots of energy, they're full HP, full shields, I can kill the 2 queens. Yeah. And that is kind of what he was setting up for with that little move into the natural with the 2 oracles. And that's why I think, unlike many other players, Drogo doesn't oftentimes go in with his first oracle. Not never, but I feel like he likes to do his own thing. And to echo what you were saying, he has his own approach to it. And it's a really cool thing, because when you know it so inside and out, even subtle differences can make it much more difficult to prepare for you specifically. It's not the same as playing against a player who only plays mech versus a player that plays bio from the Zerg perspective, or even from the Protoss perspective. But it does make the preparation just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the timing is a little bit different. Like, the energy level of the Oracle, if they arrive together, is going to be a little bit different, right? So you'll have more gas than if you send your first Oracle out. You're going to have the full HP, whereas if you send your first Oracle out, you may not. So yeah, those are very very good points, I think, in terms of like how Drogo does his own thing, and then can look for those opportunities, right? Because it's also about the position of the queens as well, right? And whether you can take the fight like far enough from the spores and all of these things.
Yeah, and it works out really well with the, I think, current meta of ZVP these days. Oh, that's a slow warp in pylon. This is going to be a German taxi from YoungYakov, by the way. He's gone for road speed, he's gone for +1 missile, and he is going for broke right here. Drogo is going to finish up a second robotics facility. He's trying to take a 4th base, but this looks very scary right now. And there's a lot of static defenses at the 3rd, but if YoungYakov can just ignore that and go for the natural, this might be a little scary. He's kind of getting surrounded, though, a little bit.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he's taking advantage, Drogo, that of the queens not being here yet, but as they arrive, he's going to have to disengage a little bit. Now, the YoungYakov kind of trapped into a corner here of sorts, chasing an immortal that he's going to get, but at what cost, as the queens have been completely decimated on the side, and this is looking like a comfortable hold for Drogo.
Yeah, that could not have gone more perfect for Drogo. You mentioned the oracles took advantage of the fact that the queens were not out yet, and then the Archons kind of isolated the queens, and the oracles were just able to free fire on the Roach Ravager, kind of off screen a little bit, as YoungYakov committed hard into the natural.
Yeah.
This is now the second time I've seen an attack try to push through that middle ground location on site Delta against the 3-base Protoss and just not quite get smashed, but kind of gets that. This one got smashed, but
this one got giga smashed.
even the one yesterday where Lambo tried to break through against, it was, who was it actually? Christy Honor. Tried to break through against Christy Honor with a massive supply lead and a huge Roach Hydra army. It was the same position where you're kind of getting hit from two high grounds at once, and it's just really hard to break that location. Drogo, the thing is, behind all this, not only did he smash that attack and comes out of it with a big economic lead in terms of workers, he didn't lose anything. Like, his fourth base is fully saturated. He's on 8 gases right now. Storm is going to complete momentarily. If Drogo hits with Storm, I really struggle to see how YoungYakov is going to be able to make a defense happen.
Yeah, I mean, for YoungYakov, that was a lot of eggs to put on that basket. It's going to be very difficult to come back, and now Drogo has an insane army. So, I don't know, for some reason that attack felt tiny as well, no?
It didn't feel like it had a whole lot of oomph. Like, it felt like YoungYakov really rushed it, and maybe that meant that a lot of his units didn't join up. We are seeing YoungYakov trying to add on Hydras, but Drogo, he's already going to get in here on this base with some Zealots. Snipe attempt on a High Templar almost gets it, but even if he had sniped that High Templar, I wonder if this can even be held. Like, if Drogo doesn't even cast a single Storm, he might still be able to break through. But with Storms, I feel like this is just hopeless without like a significant number of lurkers or the biggest corrosive biles you've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst and the best games to commentate because it's like the outcome seems so clear. But, you know, if it's anything else, then our minds will be blown. So that's the upside. As storms do connect, and yeah, there is no chance indeed. This is rough.
The Oracles got double biled and they both went down, but did not matter worth a damn. This it makes me think of a really funny tweet I saw about basketball, where it was like, who was it? I think it was. It's just a really funny tweet. It's like, Chris Paul hits a massive 3 to cut the lead down to 42. And it's like, if you know basketball at all, it's like just not even remotely close. It's like trying to hype up, you know, like this completely over game. But all things considered, like, fantastic game from Drogo. He could not have shut that attack down any harder. Like, I legitimately think that there's always things you can do better in a fight, but I don't think there's anyone in the world that would be like, no, I want to redo that fight. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, no, that was definitely clean. And I mean, YoungYakov, he tried something, right? Tried to go into the natural and such, but everything kind of worked out against him as well. Like, you know, you're walking into the natural, you're like, oh, okay, like maybe I have an opening here. You run into an immortal. That's the unit that's gonna soak up like the most amount of time for you to go through, right? And then your units are on the low ground. You didn't see the Archons, so it's just tough. It's just a tough situation and a really strange all-in, right? Like, it felt like it should have had a lot more oomph to it, but it just didn't. And that was an underwhelming game one.
I mean, to be honest, I think Charge Lot Immortal Archon matches up really well against that kind of thing. Unless Drogo had been caught with the Warp Prism and both Archons off, like in the middle of the map somewhere. Like, the Warp Prism just adds so much micro potential. The Charge Lots warp into the fight, and wherever, like, if the Zerg breaks through anywhere and you warp in 8+1 Charge Lots on top of it, like, it gets really difficult to find any value there. It just feels like that particular defensive setup, not even defensive, but just game plan in general, is really, really good for the Protoss to try and defend something like that. Yeah, I hope we see something different from YoungYakov in game number 2, but nothing different from this man. Spawning down on the bottom right. Top marks for him. It is Petit Drogo.
On the top left-hand side, it is his opponent, YoungYakov. Double Y, they call him on the streets.
Yep. It's, I think that's the prefix to airports for some airports.
YY?
YY. I know it is for the Toronto International Airport. It's like YYZ or YYZ. But
yeah, it's also the classic crying face.
Oh, interesting.
One
I
of
don't
them,
even.
yeah.
I wasn't even thinking of that.
Yeah, TT is the
TT is what I think of. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But YY kind of works.
Yeah, YY kind of works. It's well, I was gonna call him like as his street name, the Unfinished Airport. Like, what a terrible nickname that would be. Just absolutely, no one would ever want to be known as that. Like, yeah, come in for the Unfinished Airport. The classic crying face.
But he's at the same time, that's kind of what he is. It feels like an unfinished airport, right? Like, I feel like at some point he's gonna be great, but he's still gotta, gotta flesh out the hangars.
Yeah. The runway's not done yet.
The runway's not done yet.
Yeah, don't land planes
It's work
here,
in
please.
progress, but it's looking really nice so far,
Yeah. Like, in like 5 to 6 years, like this is gonna be a beautiful airport. Don't you worry.
Just the best, yeah. The biggest airport.
Oh man. Okay, so Oceanborn. We once again do see the hatch block coming in from Drogo. This is not crazy. I mean, it's a very comfy play if you like to go for it. And Drogo is one of those players that he won't really mix it up, whether he goes for the hatch block or not. I feel like he's gonna have that play in his head, like, I'm going for the hatch block. That's what I do. It's up to you to deal with that.
Yeah. There's yep. I mean, he's gonna deal with it in the way that most Circs will. I would have loved for an adjustment there to maybe you drop the 15 hatch perhaps, like the Eric style. Like, I think that's kind of like a good counter if you know your opponent is as methodical as Drogo, and that is the thing that he likes to do, right? So he is probably gonna move out with the probe at that timing. So if you can get the hatchery in front of that, then they wasted the scout time and they didn't get what they came for. And you get your hatchery anyway, it's always a nice move.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to kind of set yourself up to win the mind game, even if it's just a very minor thing. And in terms of like the total who wins the game, it's unlikely to determine it necessarily. Although, again, certain players who are really aggressive and really effective with their adepts, somebody like a Max Pax, who is almost always going to be able to find early game damage, there I think it actually is really important to disadvantage him as much as possible with those first two adepts. But for someone like Drogo, who's not necessarily going to always send those adepts in, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to not get your hatchery up in the location you'd like. But I would have... That's the kind of approach that I would have liked to see from YoungYakov, playing more the player. And that's the kind of thing that is hard to do when you still are kind of on the come up as a player. It's hard to have that, let me really dissect my opponent's weaknesses and try and find an opening there. Yeah,
for sure. As the Oracles are gonna jump in. This time the Queens are pretty close to the Spore, so they will take shelter pretty faster. And YoungYakov does well to identify a similar situation to last game, but not falling for the same trap, right? Like, where he starts trading with the Queens potentially as Drogo just dives in and gets 2 drones. Could have been 3. The damage was there for 3, but not the right targeting.
Yeah, I think YoungYakov is going to be okay with that, to be honest. Obviously, losing 2 drones is not a great feeling, but he blocked the exact move that Drogo was trying to set up for, which was, I find 2 queens, defending a base, no Spore Crawler, and I just kill the queens. Because if there is no Spore in the natural there, you are going to find yourself in, well, you're going to find yourself potentially just losing 2 queens and maybe losing like 4 or 5 drones behind it. Drogo, he finds a creep tumor and gets the denial on the 4th base. That's really nice. And even though it's small, those little moves are... they're frustrating. They kind of take a toll on your mental just a little bit over time.
For sure. And now, I mean, the 3rd is here, but so are the Oracles. That's going to be an easy cancel.
Yeah, and that's more than a little bit annoying. Getting the additional drone behind this. It's
very worth.
Even if you're playing a style that's a little bit static in the form of that Charge Lot Archon setup, when you're as good with the Oracles as Drogo is, it's still really tough to play against as a Zerg. Like, there is no doubt that you have to outplay Drogo to beat him. You can't really trick him. But as I say that, we are going to see an attempt to do so. That's the thing. I feel like Drogo is so good at reading when it's Spire and figuring it out. Even if he doesn't see the Spire itself, he is so good in most cases at starting up a Phoenix when he gets the read, at having cannons and shield batteries in the mineral line. I feel like, I don't know. I don't think specifically against Drogo I'm the biggest fan of this Spire.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, it is unaccounted for, though. We haven't seen that Phoenix start. We haven't seen a Drogo make much in the way of anti-air. So maybe there is yet hope for YoungYakov for a surprise. But I generally agree with you. I mean, with players with this much experience as Drogo, he'll be very aware as the Roaches are a move command, and that opens up for the Archons to do a little bit more damage onto the mineral line. And on the other side, the Oracles are also going to chime in.
The one thing I will say, as I like set the table for this being a bad Muta transition, is that by showing the Roaches and by showing everything that he has and no gases at the 4th, this Muta setup is going to be pretty unexpected. Drogo has not started that Phoenix yet. Does he have any cannons or shield batteries in his mineral lines? He's building cannons and shield batteries somewhere. Yeah, there's a... Okay, nothing in the natural. Anything in the main? Nothing in the main. All right, these mutas could end up being very good, and they do actually jump the War Prism.
Okay,
that is a really nice start. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, now just.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say now he has to just choose the right base. The main is a good target. The 3rd is a good target as well. But yeah, that was a good start.
The one thing I will say is that Drogo overreacted pretty hard in a previous series to mutas, and he is maybe doing it here again with a 2nd Stargate coming down, and that could mean that this lurker transition from YoungYakov may have some big power. Normally I feel like if you're going to want to try and like leverage that advantage, you're going to want to try and go for maybe like Roach Ravager Ling Bane, because it gets set up a lot quicker. But we are going to see the Roaches finding Drogo a little bit out of position here. Phoenix is being microed quite well and will survive thanks to the help of that battery overcharge, but 8 probes go down. YoungYakov drones super hard behind this. He just finished his Infestation Pit. We're going to see a Hive behind this as well, and Drogo just now starts his +2 weapons. I actually do like the way this has turned out for YoungYakov very well.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I mean, the Muta are going to eventually fall for sure, but Drogo did add that extra target and whatnot, like you were saying, so that's kind of scary for him. At least if he doesn't make any more Phoenix, I think this will be fine. YoungYakov hasn't added a single extra Muta, and he has pretty much been very straightforward about how he wants to sacrifice these, right? Like, he just kept them on that side of the map. He wasn't really trying to do anything else there, so Drogo does well enough to not make additional Phoenix, and that's kind of like not the overcommitment you were hoping for. And yeah, it looks good now for him, right? It looks good for a defense.
Yeah, and those Phoenixes are going to be able to add value by lifting up a little bit of Roach Hydra, making sure that the units do go down. And even with the Storms not really connecting, that kind of went about as well as those mutas could have hoped to go. And Drogo's setup is just so damn good right now. Look at the army value. He's got Storm, even with the late +2 weapons, which is not going to line up for this timing particularly well. If he were to attack, I don't think YoungYakov could defend his 5th on that top side. But Drogo looks like he is just thinking macro play. His base layout is very interesting, though. We almost never see the Protoss take this topside base as their 5th. This might be getting prepared for a potential late game. Oh, these High Templar are very much lost, but not going to be a big punish.
Push from this high ground, too. I mean, it's a good setup as well to push onto the area that YoungYakov is expanding towards, right? Like, you could actually go for maybe Tempest or something like that down the line if you really want to keep control of the map. And in this sense, if you split it vertically and take the right, it looks pretty great for Drogo. I mean, the thing about YoungYakov, like, I was thinking about the Muta, and I feel like it might have been better if he didn't go for the War Prism, if there was a way to hide the Muta and just go to the other side. But there's no way that he could have known that it was better, right? Like, so it's so difficult as a start player to be like, oh yeah, let me not kill this War Prism and 2 Archons in favor of potentially ending the game or doing game-ending damage by killing a bunch of probes, because you don't know. Maybe your opponent did get a whiff. Maybe they do have cannons, right? It wasn't the case, but yeah. But,
and that's the thing about having the reputation that Drogo has, is that sometimes you might assume what I assumed, and that Drogo was going to be able to deal with this very well. Zealot run by is going to finish off this hatchery. We got a Nidus in the main base, but oh, Drogo's on top of it. There are lurkers in there. Meanwhile, big storms on the Hydras. Drogo.
There are no lurkers in here. Yeah, the lurkers are on the other side, which means they're not here for the most part. A couple of them morphing, one burrowed right now. Storms are absolutely nasty.
Those are
my Dave.
Gigantic storms right there on the Hydras. Even without them, it was going to be tough to hold, but now as the lurkers finally get back in here, those are some big lurker spines. Drogo's got to be a little bit careful here, but as long as he doesn't lose everything to these lurkers, which actually, hang on, there's no detection, is there? Oh my god, there's no detection. Oh
and
man, that turns so quickly.
Greatly.
Loses everything and the rally to mortals. Okay, this went from being so good to for Drogo to so bad so quickly.
Yeah, and we're gonna add the number of resources for the sake of drama there. That was 3,000 or so that he got up to on the flow, Drogo, while this was all going on. Luckily for him, he does have a carrier, but not for long, perhaps. Only 2 Hydras out of the Nidus so far.
There's still no detection here, and he lost all his oracles. No oracles. Oh my god, he's going to lose the carrier, too.
No way.
This game went from so good to for Drogo to he's just dead in like...
He is just dead.
30 to 40 seconds. Holy crap. Drogo, all he needed to do was just not...
He's floating 4K.
He is.
It's tough.
The thing is, he was going into basically the hard counter for lurkers, which is, of course, carriers.
Yeah.
If Drogo had just chilled after he denied the 5th base, even without that, even if he just doesn't lose detection, and he's able to detect those lurkers and he gets a more even trade, even if he loses everything and just doesn't let the Nidus up, and he gets into carriers, oh my god, this game fell apart so quickly for Drogo. And YoungYakov, he exploits a couple of small mistakes from Drogo, and that turned so quickly.
Yeah, it's like you were saying. I mean, he just needed to be patient. He just needed to identify his win condition, right? It's like, yeah, I have all this investment into Stargates, etc. I don't need to kill you right now. Can I kill you right now? Probably, but I don't need to. And then it's like, you know what? I'm gonna kill you right now because I have everything that I need. And then he doesn't have detection, and now we're here. It's insane.
And to be fair, I should actually reframe that. I said small mistakes. That was a huge mistake from Drogo. Like it was literally a game-losing mistake. But it was like, up until that point, he'd played such a clean, immaculate game. He's gonna clean up this attack, but all the Stargates have gone down. Okay, there we go. Finally, we do see the GG.
I think it's a huge mistake in the sense that it is a game-losing mistake, but it's not a huge mistake in the sense that it's kind of easy to make that sort of mistake, right? Like, we've all been there, where you're like, yeah, this game's over. Let me just end it, and then everything goes wrong, and you're like, oh crap, I should have really spent my resources. I should have really looked after my transition. Like, I would have been so much stronger in 30 seconds, in 1 minute, in 2 minutes, right? So, yeah.
Even after his army got cleaned up, it feels like if that Nidus worm doesn't get up in the main, like, Drogo's still kind of fine. It's 5 base to 4. He's going into 3 Stargate carrier.
Yeah.
Ah, man.
He has a bank. Yeah, he has time.
He's got a huge bank. If
Nidus doesn't happen, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
A huge, just insane bank. Yeah.
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 Good job from YoungYakov there to give himself the chance and to like recognize what his win condition was, because his win condition was basically that was his only win condition. Like, if we even get up to 3 carriers, 4 carriers, because I don't think there might have been +1 carapace for YoungYakov. I'm not actually 100% sure, but either way, once you get up to a solid number of carriers versus a Zerg whose economy is not amazing, and they've been forced into so much Hydra Lurker, things are going to be tough. And also Storm was done. Like, oh man, that is a game where you're kicking yourself for losing it, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. It's a throw. I mean, at least you gotta win this one, or else. Yeah. I mean, we know Drogo to have a temper as well, right? Like, he is a player that can tilt, that can be emotionally afflicted by games like this. So let's hope he can keep his cool. come back, close it out, do a wave of his hair, and chill.
One more for the camera, exactly. That was... God, that turned so hard and so quickly. All right, here we go. Spawning down on the bottom left. Able to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. It is the Platinum Heroes' YoungYakov.
Man, managing to snap defeat from the jaws of victory. In the top right-hand side, it's Petit Drogo.
I set you up for that one, and I was hoping you would pick it up, and I'm very glad that you did.
Nice.
I feel a little bit bad doing it to poor Drogo after that loss, but it's just it was too good of a setup. We're going to see YoungYakov going for a pool first and talking about responding to players and how they particularly like to go about things. This is a neat little setup. We are going to see Drogo maybe thinking that there's a gold base, but obviously there's not going to be, and it will turn into probably a hatchery at the natural. Drogo's already checked the third. He's checked the gold base location. I think you want to send a probe down to the natural like right away against this, but it's going to be too late, and that hatchery will get up.
Yeah, you love to see it. It's going to be a hatch first on the other side. I mean, and YoungYakov is going for the follow-up on the relatively quick link speed as well. So he will want map control out of this. I don't think that you ever anticipate that hatchery will finish, right? Like if you're YoungYakov. So probably go for the gold on the back of this. This is, and the reason I intuit this could be the case is because I like to take my gold off of a relatively early link speed, right? Like uncontested on a map like this one, but we'll see what he thinks, what he wants to do. I mean, he wants his exploit, his natural, right? Like by the looks of it.
Yeah, it does look that way. Drogo wants to confirm that the natural is being taken, make sure that there's not anything crazy coming his way, but obviously the probe is going to get pushed away. Drogo is of the mind that you don't pull probes against this, by the way, with the 2-gate. At least that is what I have heard from the pros. I believe Scarlett mentioned that Drogo is like one of the guys who responds to this correctly. And YoungYakov will let that finish. Oh, cute little move right there. With the shield battery, that fulfills two purposes. One, doesn't let the lings in. Two, traps the drone inside. It doesn't get to escape.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. And yeah, that's definitely the right response from Drogo, right? Like he has it down to the T. It's when you go for hatch blocks like that, like a lot of the time you're hoping that your opponent doesn't react properly. And to be fair, like if if you hatch block a lot, then even when you face like the best possible position that you can go up against, no one has theory on it that they share with anyone else because it's so rare, right? It's so unlike, or maybe like some of the top players will share with each other, but by large there isn't an agreed upon standard against this sort of thing. So a lot of players make a lot of mistakes, and yeah, I mean, Drogo has it down to a T. There's no way it's worth it for YoungYakov to ever finish that hatchery. It's such a fat investment. So the fact that Drogo didn't pull any probes just puts him in a really good spot.
And it is really easy to make one small mistake, an actually small mistake, unlike what I said in the previous game. To make one small mistake, recall will get forced out here. I like the usage of the queens from the high ground there to shell away at these adepts. Without that, it would have actually been a lot more difficult, I think, to clean that up and force it back. But good play from YoungYakov.
Very nice. Yeah, because if you look at the pocket that he was shooting at, that's the best pocket that the units could stay in.
Yeah.
So Lynx would really struggle to clear that on their own. They send them to the open space and pepper them on the way there.
Drogo getting a little bit supply blocked here at 47. I do think YoungYakov comes out of this still in a very strong position. Drogo is going to have to find some damage, either A, with these adepts, or B, with the oracles, I think, to make up for things. And with YoungYakov pumping out 10 more lings, I feel like it is going to be hard for Drogo to find this value.
I don't know. I think this third is pretty exposed still. I don't think Drogo should finish the shade, but this should force out a lot of units from YoungYakov. Oh, I guess the recall is gone is the only bad thing about all this. And I mean, it's still at depths. The Oracle does get focus fired away. Not the worst trades for Drogo. It could have certainly been much worse.
Yeah, the rule of thumb that I always look at in ZVP is when does the Zerg pass the Protoss in terms of worker count? And usually the rule of thumb I go for is if it's late or if it's any time after 40, the Protoss is almost always in a good position, especially assuming they've gotten a standard third base timing. If it's, late 30s to right at 40, it's usually pretty even. If it's mid 30s, it's good for the Zerg. And if it's early 30s, the game is almost over. Like if it's like, if the Zerg is on 35 drones when the Protoss is on like, I don't know, 30 probes, unless there's some like weird extenuating circumstances, like the Zerg hasn't been injecting or 4 adepts are about to kill, 6 drones or something. It's like such a brutal position. But YoungYakov does have a good setup here. We are going to see, though, a couple of drones do get picked off by the lack of a spore at this third. Oh, this is what I was talking about in the previous, as a setup to this.
A lot of overlords here.
There is a lot of overlords, actually. But Ling Nidus.
He's going the right way, too.
Ling Queen Nidus, and I think he did build a Baneling Nest. So this is an update on what Dark used to do. Dark used to love going for just Ling Queen Nidus off one gas. But recently, he has added a Baneling Nest. We do have the Oracle in the main base. Able to grab some drones. Did it scout? Okay, where's the Baneling Nest, actually? We got to see the Baneling Nest. We got to see if this has been scouted yet. I don't think it has. And there is vision in the main base. We just saw Drogo drop down a pylon right as that Nidus Worm went down. Does he see it? Yes, of course he does.
Yeah, he's moving the army towards it. I mean, Adepts are not going to have a lot of damage output. However, for the time being, the Stalkers are doing what they can, but the Queens are out, and that means transfuses are available. And the Nidus will be effective in getting the units out at the very least. No shield battery in the main as well makes things very difficult for Drogo in the third base. He is defending well with Oracles and the shield batteries. And in the main, I mean, YoungYakov is running a little bit low on units, morphing a couple of Banelings as well, which are going to kind of stop his momentum as far as the Lynx and Queen attack is concerned to some degree. But maybe they can get themselves into the mineral line, Dave. Just 4 probes, not too bad.
That, it could have been a lot worse. It's good positioning from Drogo with all of his SimCity, and that's the only reason why I think he even has a chance here. Baneling's actually not getting much value. That is actually going to be a lot of dead queens. Oh, YoungYakov is not trying to save them. That is actually really rough right there for YoungYakov. Drogo will ultimately clean this up. YoungYakov, though, lost like 3 extra, maybe even 4 extra queens more than he should have. Cute little move popping out at this third, but even with this, Drogo loses his third Nexus. He is going to have Blink behind this, but...
Not a Nidus in the main.
With only 4 gateways, I don't think with the potential for a counterattack to get meaningful damage, it's not going to be easy for Drogo. Drogo, this is a really tough position he finds himself in.
Yeah, the dream scenario here is you move out to take the 4th, like as in to kill your opponent's 4th and take your 3rd, and then I think the game is playable. Anything short of that, I think Drogo will be in a little bit of trouble right now.
Yeah, there is always the danger that YoungYakov under drones in this situation, even if Drogo can't actually be aggressive. But in this case, obviously, Drogo, I feel like, has to be aggressive. So it's a little bit of a balancing act for the Zerg to make sure you build the right number of units. Don't over-defend, don't under-defend. But this feels like it is, at the moment... Oh, my God, that Warpin was clutch as hell. This feels, at the moment, like it is... YoungYakov, especially with him forcing the army back home. Yeah, this feels like it is YoungYakov's game to lose.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, that army going back is a lot of time that Drogo doesn't have out on the map again. Again, if Drogo gets the Knight here, he is doing the right thing and retaking the 3rd, etc. But if he could get the 4th of YoungYakov, reset it, right, like delay it, then I think that would have been a good stabilizing point. But as it stands, I mean, getting a little bit of creep tumors here and there, I don't think he will be able to extend too far, too much further on creep.
Yeah, it's going to be really
back it up.
Really tough, especially now with road speed done for YoungYakov. Of course, these Stalkers do have +1 attack, and that's going to mean trades are... It's going to be nice for trades, but I think just trading against the army is not enough for Drogo in this situation, and especially when you look at that income differential, it is going to start to even out a little bit as Drogo's third base, actually finishes and the probes all line up there. But if YoungYakov keeps this 4th base alive, just to echo what you were saying, it feels like he's in just such a strong position. Oh, I do not like that recall. I guess he was worried about the Lings coming back. He could have even lost more Stalkers than he did. I don't know. That felt... It's just such a rough position for Drogo right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he is doing what he can to try to stabilize. It is the final game of the series, and it's an important game. So obviously he's gonna want to stay. Okay, he tries to take a position there where the units of his opponent are gonna be choked up, but it's not good enough. So the blink actually backfires, to where he's gonna end up losing a lot of those stalkers. And on the chase is now going to be YoungYakov, trying to breach into the 3rd. There is a shield battery overcharge, so he will get pushed back for now. But yeah, I mean, a long way for Drogo to stabilize, or I don't see anything that gives me hope either, right? Like, there's no storm, or I guess +3 attack is something, but there's no storm, there's no disruptors, there's nothing explosive that says, okay, like, you know, if he lands one of these and big time, you know, it's gonna happen.
Meanwhile, on the other side of that coin, YoungYakov is heading towards something that is explosive in the form of those lurkers, in the form of that hive for the lurker upgrades. This is such a difficult position. I feel like I've been saying that for the last like 4 minutes, but Drogo is gonna have to pull a rabbit out of his hat to have a chance in this one. Now this is a relatively small Zerg army, but with no storm, it feels like it actually is kind of allowed to be on the map when it feels like it shouldn't be allowed. Oh!
Yeah, oh, that's tough. I mean, Storm's not even done. It's only halfway done or even less. And the Templars are going to get sniped. One Archon, well, 2 of them morph into an Archon, but not in range of the shield battery. YoungYakov with a great position here in the middle. Even if this army gets cleaned up, he's already traded more than cost efficiently enough to justify this attack. And he will be very happy with it.
Yeah, and this is funny because the Lings kind of opened the door for this to be a possibility. It looked like they weren't doing anything really meaningful, but they actually drew the army of Drogo partially to the left, and that's what left those High Templar exposed. That's what left the Immortal exposed, the Stalkers split up, and YoungYakov is going to be able to find just crippling damage, and he will shut the door on any potential comeback. Very well executed by YoungYakov. Drogo is going to stick around in this game for the moment, but yeah, it's only a matter of time, and GG does get called. YoungYakov survives and sticks around, and we're going to see him on Sunday for that do or die day.
Yeah, do or die Sunday. Those are always good, right? Like you coined it. You coined the do or die Sunday. I think maybe like a couple years ago now.
I think so.
So maybe last year. Yeah, I love those. I live for the do or die Sundays now.
It's fun. It's really just the like heartbreak or, you know, triumph, and it's pretty cool. But for today, it is YoungYakov who experiences that triumph, and it is Drogo who has to deal with that heartbreak. Even though he's retired, I know that, like you said, he's going to take this one. It's a tough loss, tough pill to swallow, especially when you look at the position he was in Game 2. I mean, he had that game all but wrapped up, and YoungYakov just absolutely stole this series right out of his pocket. So well played to the youngster there. We bid adieu to the Frenchman Petit Drogo, and we will be back in about 5 minutes with the next series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. I am Steadfast, and I, of course, still joined by Cats. Cats, gotta say, I like the mustache.
Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. I've really been torn about my mustache.
Really? I think it looks pretty nice.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, so the thing with the mustache is, like, I'm 38 years old, right? And I never thought I could grow a mustache.
Ooh.
So I never tried. Because every time I would look at it, like in its inception phase, it looked very, very not good, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, oh my God, like I just, I always shaved it off right away. Excuse me, but then one day I was like, but what happens if I just let it grow a little bit longer, Like I go, and because I'm not streaming anymore, like really, I never feel like I have to shave every day. If that makes sense. So I'm like, okay, like I can, like the mustache can definitely go through this like ugly phase, and maybe it's okay, and then it can reach a place where it can justify itself. And I feel like I'm getting to that place, but I'm not quite there yet, So we'll see. I mean, I don't know if this mustache gets any better, but it is what it is. I don't regret anything.
That's good. I mean, it's definitely gotten to a point where I think it's pretty nice. It's hard to get a mustache that's like thinner to like look really nice, because you've really got to like, and I actually have done a bad job of this, but you got to frame it, you got to shape it a lot. I used to think those people that like they use like oil in their beard and they like really sculpted it. I used to think that they were crazy, but like you cannot argue with the end result. Some of those beards, they look just like, I'm talking like the Tormund Giantsbane beard is now the second Game of Thrones reference I've made today. That guy's beard is just out of this world. But for us, you and me, who can't necessarily grow in those thick like up a tree Zelda beards, you gotta work with what you got.
Yeah, I gotta work with what we got. So, we'll see what comes off the mustache. I don't regret anything, but yeah, we'll see. What do you think the score between Aqueron and Showtime, by the way, is all time?
All time? I feel like Aqueron's taken 3 maps all time. If they've played 10 plus times, I think he's taken 3 maps. I should have looked this up.
They played. The score is 12-0. He's never taken a map.
Oh no,
that's tough. So, like, yeah, like like earlier in the day, I was saying like if Aqueron takes a map, it'll be pretty hype. And we were saying, like this is an underdog story, and how do you sell this one? I mean, StarCraft 2 is at a stage where you have Showtimes and you have Aquerons, and there's a gap, and yeah, I mean, leaping through that gap. I'm sure he's taken a ladder game before, or more. But,
if he hasn't taken a ladder game, that would be very unfortunate. That would be
very unfortunate. Yeah. Aqueron's a great player. It's just Showtime is one of the best,
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of the gold standard we look to in Europe in terms of Protoss players. Until MaxPax came along, he was it. He was the guy for Protoss. Like, it was like, who's the best Protoss? No one hesitated. It was Showtime, always. And even still, he trades series back and forth. But we're going to have Spawning down in the bottom left, looking to take his first competitive map against his opponent. Nice. It is the Platinum Heroes, Aqueron.
In the top right-hand side, the man with a perfect posture, it is Showtime.
I actually was going to bring this up as well, is that Showtime. So I've just been like complimenting the players like crazy. But it's, I think you've seen these gentlemen. Showtime has an immaculate 5 o'clock shadow. He has like that, like he's got that perfect posture, but he also has that like really nice beard look to him where you're like, damn, you didn't just wake up with that, did you? And he's like, well, I did, but thank you.
For sure. I mean, yeah, Showtime is ridiculously good looking. And for people to who are looking for better posture, for the longest time, my mom would just tell me like stand up straight, I'd be like, okay, and then you get told stand up straight. Like my mom used to poke me in the back so that I would stand up straight, and it would work. And then you think it's just a habit that you gotta build, but what you gotta build is the muscles actually, right? Like you actually gotta work out your back
Yeah.
And then if you work out your back and your muscles are, your muscles can hold up your weight in that way, then you get the good posture. So, don't try to just stand up straight. That's usually not gonna work for any of us. Do what Showtime probably does, and hit the gym and have a back day.
He does work out quite a bit too. He is a very fit individual. Unfortunately, I have no information about Aqueron's workout regimen, so I can't comment on that one. But I know that Showtime is he takes good care of himself. There's a reason he looks as good as he does. He's worked for it.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh.
Not the start you want.
No, it is not. I was going to say, if Aqueron wants to make something happen in this series, he's going to have to do something to catch Showtime off guard. That was not the start he's looking for. And we are going to see a pause from Aqueron. Hopefully.
I like it.
You like it?
Yeah, you gotta reset. Yeah, he says sorry hotkey. So now it's like, like the story that we should be drawing from this is, it was the hotkey that messed him up. That's why that happened.
Yeah.
So scratch that. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Right. Like at least from the mental perspective, mental aspect, the gap aspect, it's not there.
Oh,
there we go.
This
is where Showtime pauses.
Yep. Every time they lose a unit, they just keep pausing back and forth. Sorry, hotkey.
Sorry, hotkey.
I'm going to say that the next time in my ladder game when I lose 3 drones to a Reaper. I'm going to be like, sorry, hotkey.
Just pause it. Just pause it and type lag. So that they lag at least. Lag or hotkey so that your opponent knows that you're not, you didn't.
You know who was the king of that? Who? Stefano was so funny. When he would lose a game sometimes, obviously it was all memes. He'd be like, unfortunately, I have an important meeting I have to attend. We'll have to put this game on hold for now. And then he would leave. And it was like, oh man, that is really funny.
If you ever take a game from Stefano, he will say, congrats. Congratulations. It's so great. It's so great. Like
It's a good way to respond to, because it's like, yes, you, not GG, congratulations. You should feel like you've achieved something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You just beat the king.
Good. Exactly. It's like a nice thing to say, and also like I'm the king thing to say at the same time.
It comes from like such a strong confidence position. Oh, we are going to see a Phoenix getting sniped here, as it is very Phoenix nice. Robo versus a Cloaked Banshee follow-up. Showtime. Okay, he's just going to bait out the Widow Mine with that probe. Oh, losing out that medevac makes this... Well, it makes it so that you just cannot stick around anymore with this push. I think it was going to get pushed back at any rate pretty soon anyways. But this makes things a lot more painful. Nice pickoff on a Stalker. Oh, and a scan actually finds the Observer too.
Who is this? I mean, this is going pretty well for Aqueron, no? Like, he's holding his own at the very least. Could use the bushes here if he ever chooses to.
Might be able to... Oh, that's going to work out for him too.
Oh, my.
Very nice moves from Aqueron right there. Oh, man, that was sexy as hell. That was like big game playing right there. That was beautiful.
No, yeah, that was really a really good sequence from start to finish, from sniping the Phoenix, etc. Like, that's when I started to believe it. Ever since he fixed his hotkey, that really things have taken an uptick.
You know, we just got to invest money in hotkeys right now. That's the way to go, because that was really nice from Aqueron. Now, where is the Observer is my question, because Phoenixes are in position to deal with a drop. They have been for a while. It looks like it's going to be 1 Banshee in the natural, 1 Banshee in the main. Is there a shield battery in either base is the big question. There's a shield battery covering most of the mineral line, but it's still a little bit exposed. What about the main mineral line? Got to take a look at that in a second. Oh, nice shot from Showtime.
Have to retreat. Oh, and he has to actually go and recall to the natural, but in the main, the next Banshee is here. Are we witnessing history here? Is this Aqueron's first victory over Showtime potentially? As that push looks extremely scary, Dave.
It does. The shield battery will not complete, but the Colossus barely pops out. If that hadn't popped out right there,
It's done.
Yeah, this is game over. But as it is, this is already still so scary. We've got a bunch of bunkers coming up in the natural.
Yeah, I mean, the Phoenixes do offer nice cover for the Colossus and now pick up the tanks as well. But for how long can they do that? As Aqueron does go for the focus fire onto the Phoenix. I mean, Showtime will manage to kind of like push this back. The bunkers
Colossus
are really not going to contribute anything.
The SCVs!
Oh, Citizens!
Oh, 7 HP.
That's
Phoenix.
insane.
Oh, target the Phoenix. Click the Phoenix. Click the Phoenix.
Oh.
Click it. There we go. This is
There
still
was
really
some
rough for
move there. There was
Showtime.
some move. Yeah, it's roughish for sure. Okay.
Oh my God,
The
the
Immortal also goes down. Could you go? Oh. You know, there was a move there where I think if he loaded the Marines from the bunker that had 4 to the bunker that had 1, and then unloaded to go for the Colossus from that bunker, I think that was the move.
That would have been a TLO loading Banelings into a Nidus to close the gap moment. That would have been a really cool move. As it is,
Yeah, because if you get the Colossus, you win, right? So it's like it's so rare that that kind of move is worth like thinking about and executing on. But here, I think it probably would have been.
it would have been amazing. Aqueron, he's had his Wheaties this morning, you know, and sometimes you look at a matchup and you're like, this is gonna be pretty one-sided, but Aqueron has really come to play today. Nice job from Showtime. Will ultimately get that Viking. Wow, and he actually does get away.
I mean, the way he was mirroring the movement from the Phoenix there too was very, very impressive just now, right? Almost gets it, and to his own credit, because Showtime never thought that he was going to risk the Phoenix in that process, but Aqueron, you know, mirroring the movement pretty well and trying to make. I mean, it's tough now, right? Like it's like you're all in, kind of. It did damage, but it maybe not enough, and it's tough. I feel like if that row, one more second on
one more
row,
second, and
over.
The game is over 100%. Because that Colossus, I'm looking at it. I have it selected right now. It has 21 kills. 21 kills on that Colossus. 3 times as many kills as it has actual HP. That is the situation in this game right now.
And it survived with 1 HP as well. I mean, what a nightmare! What a nightmare situation for Aqueron, who otherwise has been doing pretty good in this game. I mean, he's not even out of the game by any stretch. Right? Like
I still feel like he's in a pretty decent position. Not amazing, but I feel like this is certainly playable.
It's a good position even, but then if you cover the names, you're like, the Terran's in a good spot. But if you show the names, all of a sudden you're like, there's Showtime. Showtime will probably win.
Aqueron's doing a push with no medevacs, by the way. 6 Vikings, 4 Vikings right here, and this actually could end up working out very well for him. I would love to see him take down one set of rocks and leave the others up, so that the siege tanks have a really good position. Showtime, this is going to be so difficult for him to engage into. He needs to force stims out so badly.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, he might just be good with leaving the space be, but as I say that, I mean, the Zealots are going to charge in. That's a lot of stuff. There's no medevacs, however, so the sustain of this army is not really there. The tanks are still shelling away here. And Aqueron, I mean, he might get what he came for us. The Phoenix are now all gone. The Vikings have free reign to go after these Colossus and potentially take them down. At least 2 of them will go down. The third one will likely survive. But this was still a really nice start to things.
It was an amazing start because even with no medevacs on the field, as I say that, 2 of them actually were made. The army of Showtime and the position he's in is so difficult for D-Mauer, and it looks like Aqueron, he might, like you say, be making history here.
That would be huge. There was no battery, was there?
I don't
remember a battery
think
in the fight.
so in that fight. Ooh, Zealots though are going to get in on top of the army, and we will see Showtime clean up all the tanks.
That is tough. I mean, Aqueron unfortunately didn't have any tanks in range of the Nexus, so then he decides I'm going to move 2 forward, and that was the opening that Showtime needed with the next warping, right? Like, it compounds. You're moving your units. They're a little bit more exposed, like less stuck behind the rest of your units and the rocks. And Showtime gets also, time for an extra warping and whatnot, and he manages to dislodge Aqueron, who must be running out of steam now. It's tough. Next step is Ghosts.
Yeah, and he is getting in towards those ghosts. He's added quite a few of them on, but I just feel like the mental aspect at this point is already going to be taking a toll, because you were so close to winning the game in the natural with that push. 1 or 2 seconds on the robotics facility, and you win the game straight up. And then you have that push on the third base, and you're so close to getting the Nexus, but you don't. You come close to getting the third Colossus. You don't quite get that. You came close to getting the first Colossus with the SCVs of all things.
Yeah.
And then Showtime just gets the fight he's been looking for this whole time. And you just can't help but feel pretty rough about that. Even finding most of the army out of position, one Colossus and a shield battery pushes this entire drop back. Oh, man. It feels like this is just Demauer doing what he does.
It feels like this is the universe saying, no, Aqueron does not beat Showtime, you know?
Yeah,
actually,
that's
not a thing that's allowed. Yeah.
That's what it feels like more so than anything. Yeah, like we can't be having this.
Everything you described was spot on, right? Like there were so many little opportunities where the game could have completely shifted. And it's not just saying that, right? Like it's like actual big opportunities where the game could have actually turned on its head or even just ended outright. And all of them didn't materialize for Aqueron this time around. It feels a little bit unlucky. And yeah, I mean, this is tough. He's about to get crushed in this base.
Yeah, the Zealot spotted the timing when it gets set up. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, we got a pause being called for.
Did the lag show up who it was?
It did not show who it was. The screen just locked up for me, and I'm assuming
Mapo
for probably...
It might be him. I'm always scared that it's me. Whenever there's lag, I'm like, oh my god.
Oh, me too.
But I'm just... his ping was speaking.
It keeps me up at night.
Yeah,
but yeah, I didn't get that like disconnect screen, but we're going to go back into it. Aqueron already had to give up the position, and he's going to lose the base too. Oi. This is a tough one to recover from mentally, I feel like. It's not over technically yet, but Disruptor Shot, it's going to come on in. There's only 5 Vikings to deal with the Colossi. Nice kiting back here from Showtime. Is there enough man with gun?
Very good EMPs, yeah.
Oh my god.
Very good EMPs. Pull all your SUVs right now, I think has to be the move.
I actually...
Surely, right? Like...
No, yeah, for sure. I think that was actually an amazing fight. That went really well for Aqueron. No. But even just
he has no momentum, yeah.
Exactly. Even just seeing more disruptors. Oh! That was... Call it. That was from downtown.
Time of death 1405 or whatever that was. There's surely no way, right? Like, I mean, with SCVs, maybe there would be a chance because there's no real, persistent AoE where there's no Colossus or anything like that or anything that you know, that would offer Showtime a easy AoE fight. Instead, it's the Disruptors, which are a little unreliable, but there's plenty of Zealots. Yeah. And that's going to be enough. Such.
Showtime shuts the door. But for Aqueron, you can't help but feel for him a little bit there, considering their competitive history. Because if you look at that game and you don't know what their competitive history is, you'd probably assume it's pretty close. I would still say maybe like 60-40 Showtime or 65-35. But I certainly would not think that that was the kind of situation where one player has never taken a competitive game against the other.
For sure. I think if you cover the names and we don't know who's playing who, maybe we'd have to be like, actually the Terran lost, but they got so unlucky. You know, like it was... Yeah. It's not unlucky in the sense that StarCraft 2 is so precise and you're actually making the moves that are happening, right? Like Showtime did start his Colossus when he started his Colossus and his Robo when he started his Robo. Mm-hmm. But the margins are so small that it really does feel like, it was on a dime. Or like maybe you stim, a couple seconds earlier or click on the Robo a little bit faster. Yeah.
And even that fight at the end where, after the 4th base went down, Aqueron, like you said, he got some great EMPs. He was able to reposition his units to avoid the disruptors from becoming too big of a problem. And let's say that fight happens before the 4th base goes down. All of a sudden, it kind of feels like the game is almost tilted back into Aqueron's favor. Like, he wipes out all the Colossus. He kills a lot of his opponent's army. Yes, there's a disruptor transition, but all of a sudden we're talking about a 4-base Terran on Crimson Court. He's already had +1 ship weapons. Sure, the Liberator transition with +2 and range is a ways away, but it's at least started. It's well on its way. Even at the tail end, like, there's a lot of things about that game that give me a lot of hope for Aqueron, and I hope he's thinking more so about the things he did well than about the fact that the opportunity slipped through his fingers.
Yeah, for sure. It's when you said, it's a tough game to recover from mentally, it really depends on the mindset, I think. Like if your mindset is that of like, oh my God, I could have had it, that was my chance, that was my opportunity, and I don't usually get to that spot, and I was just lucky, whatever, then you're dead in the water. But if you're thinking, you know what? Actually, I can outplay my opponent, and I just proved it. I just gotta tweak a couple things. That's the other side of the coin, where Aqueron could maybe empower himself into a victory, as we see the Spaniard Aqueron for Platinum Heroes in the top right-hand side.
Putting together a very impressive push and a really strong early and even mid game, I would say. But shutting the door, showing us the power of the wall. It is Big's Showtime.
Big Showtime, love it. He is big.
He is big. And honestly, after that first Reaper went down, I was like, oh man, like what happened? But it very clearly was a hotkey issue because it literally just sat there.
Yeah, for sure.
And like, yeah,
for sure it was a hotkey issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he said it. He wouldn't just lie on the internet.
Of course not. What if this probe dies? Do you think we get a pause or no?
You know, it'd be hilarious if Aqueron paused and then put hotkey question mark.
That would be great, yeah.
Oh man, that's actually a really great way to get under someone's skin. Like Terran loses their first Reaper, and then you pause the game and you say hotkey question mark.
We need people like that. Like we used to have people like that. They don't exist anymore. I guess the community is too tightly knit at this point. Everyone's friends and everyone's met each other too many times to do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's hard to do that to someone that you actually like, because it's just such a mean thing to do. But it is objectively, it would make for a good show. We'll say that at the very least.
It would make for a good show, and no, I agree. I mean, like mentality wise, if it puts any kind of thought into your opponent's head that isn't whatever they were concentrated on, it's worth, right? Like it doesn't have to be anger, it doesn't have to be anything other than, it could be funny, it could be amusing even to them, and still that would be a win if you distract from their planning games.
Yeah, especially on like high importance, high impact matches like this one, where the players are going to be ultra focused and they are going to be really locked in. Now we are going to be seeing something rather interesting here. Stargate coming out from Showtime, but he actually chrono boosted a Zealot, and it got like halfway done before he switched to a Stalker. That's pretty weird. I feel like that was a little misclick. I don't think it's gonna end up being too big of a deal, but it's just a little interesting because we very rarely see Showtime making those kind of missteps.
Yeah, I wonder what that was about.
Oh,
maybe, I have no idea.
Oh, right. You can escape out through that little Reaper jumping point. I always forget about that one. It always slips my mind that you can jump to the low ground there, but Aqueron will be able to avoid losing that Reaper despite taking the 2 shots before the Adept Shade finished. Showtime, he used to be a big Oracle enjoyer in this matchup for tagging the army, Revelation, etc. But looks like at least in this matchup, and for a while, he's going to be going Phoenix once again. So, I mean, they are really powerful units when controlled perfectly, as we've seen many a time. But even losing that first Phoenix can make the game really uncomfortable, as we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. They are very much the backbone and the transition that you need to go into Colossus, right? So, definitely need to keep those alive, use them for scouting, etc. And see if Aqueron can work with this. It's a similar opening to last time, right? As far as the little setup of units, the group of units that he has at this stage, but he hasn't been able to cross the map or do much with them as compared to last game.
No, he hasn't, but he's really doubling down on the anti-Phoenix setup here, going for 2 Vikings, 3 Cyclones at least. And this feels like he wants to go for maybe a little push with this. If you don't, I mean, okay, so it's kind of hoping to cancel a third base, I feel like. But Showtime is not the kind of player to go for a super fast third usually. We will need to see an Immortal start up, and as I say that, there's one already queued up for Showtime. But trying to break a two-base Protoss who's got, you know, shield battery at the natural, who's got a good number of Phoenixes, it feels like it's going to be pretty tough. But Aqueron is going to go for it with a little SCV pull. This could still have a lot of teeth.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, this is one of the strategies as well that he has always been comfortable with, or the kind of approach anyway, very aggressive, micro-focused type stuff. That's a nice job. Just as I hype up his micro, he does a good job of picking up the mine to save it, and actually it does get a shot off onto one of the adepts as a result. So very nice, but he still needs to do a lot more.
Yeah, because he has, you know, lost a couple of SCVs to the Phoenixes on the other side of the map. He's pulled a couple workers with this one, and Showtime looks pretty comfortable so far with no siege tanks with this attack. You can't really, like, set up a big anchor point.
Yeah.
Showtime, oh, nice hot pickup on that one Marine. Yeah, Showtime's going to shove this back. He's going to take his third Nexus calmly, and he, instead of, you know, going for a big economic play, he just techs up, and I like it very much.
Yeah, it's exactly that. The siege tanks are usually there to force the engagements. That's what siege units do a lot of the time, right? It's like they're poking at you and from very far away, so you're either taking damage or losing buildings or losing something in the process, and then you are forced to engage, basically. Not the case here, so Showtime just biding his time until he has the units that he wants, and when he does, he's comfortable crossing the map, and things all of a sudden look pretty tough for an Aqueron who just sieged his first two tanks. But there's two Immortals here too, so, and two Phoenix. I mean, Showtime could very well end the game here, I think.
That would be really bold to try and go for this. I much prefer what he is, what he's going to do here, which is just going back home. But the fact that Aqueron off of a push where he's delayed stim, where he's delayed combat shield so much, and in fact, I don't even think he's going to make them. Okay, well, he's got one tech lab, but no second tech lab, just continuing to pump Marines, continuing to pump Vikings. This feels like he might just go with no stim, no combat shields, and just hope for the best for a two-base all-in. This is... I don't know. I feel like if charge completes, this just has no chance whatsoever.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, 3 tanks at least in the back. There's still just the 1 medevac, I think, too, right? So it's... Yeah, 2 mostly for hot pickups and healing your army very much over time, but it's not going to help with sustaining the fight very much, as it's only going to be healing 1 unit. And very nice volley to start on the Vikings, though, and the Colossus is actually maybe exposed here, as the Stalkers have to turn their heads around. I feel like maybe you could have committed for the Colossus and lost maybe 2 or 3 Vikings in the process, Max.
I like what Showtime's doing behind this. He did build his second Colossus, and he is going to let Extended Thermal Lance finish, but he has gone for a Disruptor behind this, recognizing, oh, you're committing really hard into Vikings. But that's where those tanks are going to come in. It is going to be really difficult for to close the distance. We do see Stim finishing up. Charge will complete for Showtime. He's not going to have that +1 weapons, but he is going to be on already 7 gateways as this 7th one transforms, with 2 more on the way. Showtime, I feel like if he can just get a big setup on this army, it's going to be really scary. But like you said, Stim is going to actually complete pretty soon.
Yeah, that will be big if that's the case. I mean, it's still got a little bit to go here, as now the tanks get into a position to either kill buildings or again force an engagement whenever Showtime feels ready. And the Disruptor shot actually hits a couple of those tanks. Very nice choke here being utilized by the Marines and Marauders that were just crossing the map as the Zealots turn their attention to them as soon as they are exposed in the open. That's tough. But Nexus will fall.
All right.
Do we pull back? Do we ever pull back?
Oh, that's a tough call to make. I feel like traditional wisdom says yes, but he's in such a good position with these siege tanks.
He hasn't started a CC, right? Like, if he starts a CC right now, I'm chilling, but...
Yeah.
As it stands, I mean, he's committed. Okay, he's starting a CC.
This
looks okay. This looks good.
For Aqueron, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
This looks so difficult for Showtime. Once again, this does not look like a matchup where one player has never beaten the other in a single map. This looks like
Not at all.
a really difficult setup. Here we are going to go for the big flank.
Siege, though.
Massive surround with the Zealots. Liberators are going to show up, though, and there's not really an answer to the great kiting from Aqueron. The Vikings land in the back.
Oh my, it's done. It's done. He's doing it, no?
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly is doing it at least. The Immortals are exposed. There's still a little bit of bio here. The Liberators are going to turn their attention to them as more reinforcements show up for Showtime, and now the Liberators are exposed. Oh my god, I thought he had it. It was so very close, but as it stands, Showtime barely holding. Still, kind of like a successful attack all in all for Aqueron, who did drop his CC on the back of it, so he can just take his third.
Imagine if he'd pulled back, though, after he killed the third. So I'm with you. I actually was looking at that fight, and I'm like, oh, it's 4 Immortals that have probably already popped their barrier against a bunch of Marines. But it's Immortals with +1 versus Marines with no +1, no combat shields. It's just finishing up now.
Shields.
And only like 1 medevac. So 4 Immortals versus, I don't know, like 10 stimmed Marines. That ended up going way different than we almost always see it go. And Showtime does end up holding again. I got to say, I am super impressed with what we're seeing from Aqueron. But even with all that in mind, Showtime is doing such a good job of dealing with this. I'm going to say this supercharged today, Terran.
Yeah, for sure. And also keep in mind, like, that was the perfect engagement for Showtime. I'm not sure how much information he had when he took the engagement, but 3 tanks were unsieged for Aqueron as well. If those were sieged at the start of the fight, if the bunkers were loaded at the start of the fight, which also costed him a couple of rounds of attack, because at some point he kind of like just clicked on the, you could see he clicked all his units onto one bunker and all his units onto the other bunker, you know, like he missed a couple of attacks that could have been, you know, stutter steps away, because he was selecting all of his army instead of 4 units here and there, because it's so hard to do that in the midst of a fight like that. But if the bunkers were loaded, if the tanks were sieged, or at least not 3 of them unsieged, the fight is even better for him.
Even in the middle of those, like, what, 4 Marines and 2 Marauders or something that got picked off by the Zealots, if Showtime doesn't readjust those Zealots, instead of, you know, he comes out of that with, I think, 3 Zealots left over and killed that little force of bio. Let's change absolutely nothing about that fight, subtract 3 Zealots from it, add 4 Marines and 2 Marauders. That might actually just be a different fight. Aqueron might have already forced game 3.
Altogether, altogether. I mean, RTS math is so snowbally, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Whenever there's, like, it's difficult to see in, like, non-mirror matchups, but in mirror matchups, if that was an even fight and you add, you know, 3 Marines to the other side, that side is going to survive with, like, 10 or 15 Marines. It doesn't just subtract straight up from the total number, because you remove DPS faster, and that means, So it's snowball ESL. You're completely right. Those things can make a huge difference.
And the only reason I point that out specifically is because Showtime manually moved those Zealots away. Like he actually he made the extra additional effort, and that was that little difference where all he did was just draw the Zealots away and then re-engage, and it's just a little bit of multitasking, like 3 clicks, which is, you know, trivial, but in a game that's super chaotic. That is the difference. That's what makes him one of the best Protoss players in Europe and a top-tier player in the entire world.
Yeah, absolutely. He can spare the attention and make that sort of decision as well, right? Because it's a strategic decision. Whereas on the side of Aqueron, you probably looked at the middle of the map. You were like, my Marines and Marauders, they win that fight. I can look away. Yeah. And he never looks back, right? Because he already assumed that fight is won. And that's where, if you're Showtime, you can identify that your opponent did that, and then look to capitalize. Because if your opponent's paying equal attention, then, you know, it's never worth it to re-engage with the Zealots either. So you're basically banking on your opponent not paying attention. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes making those little moves where you know it's such a chaotic thing, it just is the right call. The couple of Liberators on this left side were not able to find a good siege position just yet. Of course, he does get that one siege position that's out of range of the Stalkers, but Showtime building another Phoenix just to deal with those Liberators, and that would be pretty nice here. Ooh, Disruptor in the middle. Oh man, Aqueron was about at least.
Yeah, that was 1 second away, I would say, from him running into a massive Disruptor shot.
Yeah. Tank is exposed. Sadly, the Zealots are going to clean that up. I am rooting for Aqueron. I'm not going to hide my underdog bias at this point. So I will just say sadly whenever something something bad to Aqueron happens. But this is a good position actually for EMPs.
Yeah, the army's really choked up around that watchtower. It is a good position for the Colossus because there's not really anywhere the Vikings can like sneak in from the side easily. We do have that one Liberator that was cleaned up earlier. Well, you kept the other Liberator hidden, so that is going to get at least a couple of probes. Phoenix will, of course, be able to clean this up, but 5 probes and a lot of lost mining time. Well, it's actually going to be 4 probes as the Stalkers blink in. Oh, okay, good job avoiding.
Good EMP as well to start onto 3 of the Disruptors. It means they'll be easy to take out relatively if they're standing at the front. All right, let's see what Aqueron can do. I mean, both players are near maxed here. Another EMP lands in the middle of everything.
That was a huge...
I feel like this is not the angle, though.
Yeah, it's tough to find it right here. Aqueron is going to be able to snipe down the Disruptor after dodging it, but...
Okay.
This is not bad, but it feels like Aqueron's on 49 SCVs right now. Like, this feels so committed with this push. He's adding on Liberators, which is kind of cool.
I love that, actually, yeah.
Yeah, like if he can slow push this position, he found a lot of success in the game with this position earlier. The problem is like he's stimming his whole army every time, it feels like, and even with 5 medevacs, that is a long time to heal everything up.
Yeah, the problem is that Showtime has the siege units and the Disruptors as far as this altercation is concerned. Now this could be good for Aqueron, however, he's very well spread. The Disruptor shots are going to go off, and if nothing connects, he could have a chance. The Zealot flank is brilliant, though, from Showtime, and now Aqueron has been separated a little bit too much and will have to tap out. Very nice job from Showtime on the close.
Yeah, that was excellent, actually, from Showtime. Really, really closed that out brilliantly, and not only did the Zealot flank kind of, I mean, it caught the army trying to kite into it, it also pushed the army back into Showtime's Disruptors. Honestly, fantastic stuff from Aqueron, and I really didn't expect him to be able to put up such a great fight. And the thing is, people are going to look at this and be like, oh, it's just another 2-0 for Showtime. No, this was a really dangerous series for him. Like, this was not an easy fight, but with that victory, Showtime will officially make the playoffs. So good job from him. He had to work really hard for it today, but he never panicked, and he was able to shut the door at every turn.
Yeah, great job from him. Great job and props to Aqueron, obviously, for showing up today and putting up that good of a fight. I think big opportunities in both games for sure. But yeah, maybe next time. And he still has very much a chance to advance too. So that's good for him.
Yeah, and I haven't seen many of his games. I was kind of expecting that he would have a really difficult time advancing. But if he gets a Protoss and plays like that, I'm a hell of a lot more scared for any Protoss player than I am for him. I'll put it that way. But we are going to head to a quick little break. We're going to put 5 minutes on the timer, and we will be back with yet another series. I believe it's Wayne versus Spatz. Don't go anywhere. This is the ESL Masters Spring Regionals. And welcome back, everyone. Hope you stretched your legs, you know, got yourself some water, did anything you needed to do, because we got another match coming up. This one goes back to an elimination match. Both Spatz and Wayne are at 1-2, and they are looking to make it to that Sunday, that do or die Sunday. And we're going to see which one of them takes it down. I feel like this could be pretty even. What are your thoughts going into this?
I mean, yeah, for sure. Spatz a little bit on the up and up, right? But Wayne a little bit more established, has had very much higher peaks. I think that he is a player that whose pedigree I think has gotten to show at higher levels. So maybe that's the experience that he needs here. I would slightly favor Wayne, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's funny. I hadn't looked at the head-to-head between these two. And I was thinking the same thing. I was like, yeah, like I feel like it'll be pretty close, but I would slightly favor Wayne. But apparently, Wayne has a fantastic history against Spatz. He is 22-2 in series and 48-13 in maps. And considering the relative strength of the two players, I would not have expected it to be such a one-sided matchup. I would have thought that Wayne was the favorite, but maybe not by that much. But I mean, today we've already seen one favorite really struggle against an opponent. Sorry, what were we going to say?
Yeah, I was just gonna, I agree with you, but like the history doesn't always paint the picture, in the sense that Spatz is an up and coming player, right? Like he's gonna take time to get there. Like on a league, like I have some win records against some of these guys, you know, like against, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually, actually gonna beat them. So it's like a lot of these players are on the up and up, and it takes a while, and you know, it's like you start a new every time. Like I think Spatz definitely has chances against Wayne. I won't be surprised if he takes one game, because I think in their current form they're not that unevenly matched, right? But definitely over time, Spatz, is only just breaching into the scene, whereas Wayne has already made a mark, larger anyway.
Spatz is definitely the much more experienced player on the bigger stage. I do think Wayne. Sorry, Wayne. Yeah, that's what I meant. Wayne is definitely the more experienced player on the bigger stage. Spatz has been around for a while, but he hasn't made as many deep impact runs, I think. Like, Wayne has actually made it to the playoffs quite a few times. And I think the last season, or the season before that, of ESL Masters Europe, he actually took Clem to Game 5 in the playoffs and he had winning positions, or maybe not winning positions. He had very winnable positions in at least one of those games that he lost. Like, he has reached very close to the pinnacle of Europe. He's still outside of like that elite tier, but he is certainly capable on his best days of looking like he belongs there. No,
for sure. Yeah, like he can definitely grow, and especially when his style matchups well against his opponent, because he can be very aggressive and such. The man we are talking about is, of course, in the bottom left-hand side, Wayne. Young Money.
And his opponent spotting up at the top right, it is Spatz. Ooh, Wayne going to be doing something a little bit spicy here on Crimson Court. He gets hatch blocked, so he says, I'm taking the high-yield gas base. And this is something that I didn't think we would talk about until our next series with Bly. But we are going to be seeing there's a lot of things you can potentially do off this. You know, mostly revolving around Ravager Queen pushes, but just getting a ton of gas early on can be really nice.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Actually, I've tested this before, and maybe I'm crazy, and I tested it wrong or something like that. But I'm pretty sure you can get to link speed that is 100 gas mined faster if he had just sent the drone that he just made a gas in his main from to the natural base. Of course, there's a little bit more transfer time of the drones, but you could argue it's the same, you know, because you would put those drones in the gas. So call me crazy or test it yourselves, but I tested the timing wise. You could get link speed faster by saturating your purple first. I think the purple's insane.
That is so cool if true. I'll take your word for it, because I have not tested something like that. The only thing I will say is that obviously was going to expose your drones on that base significantly against any quick adept timings, but the fact that you would then have the drones already transferred over to that base, so you're basically covering the transfer time by mining extra gas. It pays for itself. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's a cool concept.
The reason I bring this up and the reason I thought it was interesting is exactly because it pays for itself, right? Like disregarding the adept potential and whatnot, you're always like if you're doing the same kind of thing, only a little bit more delayed on the gas because you need time for the hatchery to actually finish. You time the gas so that it finishes with the hatchery and the drones to arrive there even one at a time. Then it's enough to speed up your speed, and then that's gotta be a net positive.
Adept. Okay, no, that's the probe. So the adept does take a fair amount of damage, but doesn't get any kills. Good defense so far from Wayne. We're going to see the adept shade, of course, being canceled. There will be a Twilight Council behind this. So the other thing about this base is, so it works both ways. In one sense, because it's so far out and because it's so far away from the third base, especially if you were going to take that vertical third that's protected by those minerals and rocks, it's going to make something like Resonating Glaives a lot more difficult to defend. But at the same time, it also makes the potential defense much stronger as well if you go for like a Roach Warren and that high yield gas. You can get a lot more roaches out and even Ravagers and then be able to corrosive bile down the War Prism. It's a really strong potential defense. We're not going to see that necessarily coming up here, but what we are going to see is we're going to see at least 5 gates, maybe even 6 gate glaives. So Spatz is thinking big money on this attack.
Yeah, let's see if we can convert it into big money as the Roach Warren now going down for Little Wayne. And we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Spatz, I like that he dropped the Robo right after too. Like, I feel like he can maybe get a transition going. The Roach Warren is not particularly well timed, is it? Can you get Roaches out in time for the first wave?
It's with how late it is, I don't think so. It is going to be a Dark Shrine behind it, so Spatz is going for it super hard. I think that first wave of Adepts is going to hit before the Roaches hit the field. But the main thing is that this is just going to be so chaotic and difficult to deal with. Wayne's creep spread, though, is going to do him a lot of favors for defending this. He's got a really nice path between... Oh, great scout. He saw that, right? He had to have seen that. Yeah, he saw that. Yeah, and he definitely clicked it, too.
Depths take the long way, though.
Oh, did he click it? Because he's actually not building spores. He has a little bit of time before he needs to, but you never want to leave it till like the last second.
Yeah, especially now when you know you might be distracted by the attack incoming, as now the Shades are trying to go into the third. They were going into the natural, it got cancelled. Now the Adepts are going into the third, and only 4 can get picked up at a time, so he's got to be pretty careful here. Only saves 5 all day. Very successful defense for Wayne.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. We do have double spore up, and I wanted to echo that point. That was exactly what I was building to. Is when you're potentially distracted, you do not want to be in a situation where you miss the spore timing by 5 seconds because you tried to be perfectly optimal and you kind of painted yourself into a bad situation. Spatz will see that there's spores everywhere. Ooh, but he is going to be able to get into the main. There's no spore in the main. Oh no, there is. He made a third. Oh, good job. Good job. Whoa. I saw that there was only 2 and I didn't look at the production tab. Okay. I like that Spatz checked for this, but Wayne doesn't get caught. Actually loses a DT. That's really good for Wayne now. Wayne is in an amazing position.
Yeah, it looks pretty bad for Spatz right now, as he is going to try to take his third. A lot of links on the other side. I mean, maybe if he can get enough DTs to snipe the spore in the main, he might be setting up for something like that. No, instead he's just going to split the 2 and try to kill as many drones as possible. So shift click will be necessary here. Looks like maybe 3 or 4 max.
Nice job right there with the drone pull, getting the instant surround. 5 drones is nice, but 2 DTs is not cheap, especially when you're already behind, which Spatz certainly is. And of course, Wayne is mining off of that high yield gas base, so you can technically add 3 drones to his count in terms of what his effective economy is. And of course, now that he's held off the aggression, he's going to be able to drone behind this, gets a cancel on the third base of Spatz. This is looking increasingly desperate right now for the Protoss player.
Yeah, I don't really see a great transition either. I guess it's just gonna come down to Immortal Adept at this point. Hope for no Muta and whatnot, which will be true for the time being. But even the Ravagers, I mean, they output so much damage, a lot of links as well. This is way too much for Spatz to contest with, and he doesn't even have a third that he's attempting to take anymore.
Even losing the Immortal right there, wasn't able to get the hot pickup in the Prism. And now as the Overseer shows up, yeah, I was going to say, we're going to see GG in moments. And Wayne gets the job done. We'll go up 1-0. Well done from him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was definitely clean. Tough if you're Spatz. Nothing really went your way. And I mean, that Adept attack is also hitting a little bit later than most Adept attacks do, right? Even though there is the Dark Shrine follow-up and whatnot, that's still like, you know, like 30 seconds later than like a 420 or a 430 Adept timing, right? Which are a little bit more common.
Yeah, that's when you traditionally hit with the 4-gate glaives. But of course, like you say, he added on the 5th gate, went for the DT Shrine, and it felt like there was a chance for that to get something done, but I don't know. Wayne just played so lockdown on the defense, and there's a reason we don't see resonating glaive attacks very often anymore. It feels like Zergs have gotten really good at defending them, and I feel like specifically Wayne is extremely good relative to where he is kind of on the power rankings or on the totem pole. He's really good at dealing with something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, Wayne is kind of like an expert in the early mid-game stuff, and with aggression in general, I think he's very good with it and against it. And yeah, I mean, that was clean. That's sad because there wasn't really any glimmer of hope. Like we saw Aqueron against Showtime, like, you know, that was a lot closer. Spatz versus Wayne is looking like a bigger gap, at least off of game 1.
Yes, hopefully we will have something different in game 2. Because I like when the games are close. I like when they're exciting and entertaining.
Yeah.
Wayne, though, yeah, like you said, he looked really strong. And to be fair, he isn't a player that you necessarily expect to run into with a 1-2 scoreline after 3 rounds of the, of the Swiss stage. But we're here, and you know, Spatz, he needs to beat the guy in front of him if he wants to show up and have a chance to make it to the playoffs. For now, though, we are getting into game number 2, spawning up at the top left with an Extractor Trick 15 hatch. It is going to be Starlight Twinkle's Wayne.
And the bottom right-hand side, his opponent, who they say they're going to be Little Wayne, is this guy, Spatz.
And he did go for that that probe timing to try and get the block. So
nice.
We talked about it in the previous series. I mean, this is a nice situation for the Zerg when you can get that hatch down in response to this block. It feels good.
Yeah, because you get your hatcher, you lose a little bit of eco, but your opponent loses a bunch of eco in the process as well. So it's a net positive for sure, I think. And yeah, I like that Wayne went for it. You know, we were talking about Spatz like as an up and comer of sorts, and yeah, we were mentioning how like he's been around for a while, right? But it's funny, I think, how in StarCraft, being around for a few years still puts you in the category of an up and comer, you know, because so many of these players have well that, but also if you look at the natural flow actually of things, like for example this season we have a couple of players that enter this regionals, right? That haven't been able to participate in the regionals before, and the expectation is always that those players will go 0 and 3, right? And before it would have been 0 and 6 in the kind of groups that they were placed into. Yeah. And it always turns out to be the case because they just breached into that. They've still been playing StarCraft for 5 years to get there, right? Because their opponents have been playing for just as long or longer. But once you get there, you still gotta put in the grind, and you still usually, you know, are climbing to where you're gonna get kind of destroyed for a little while. And I feel like Spatz is kind of like still in that phase where he was like the player that was qualifying just a couple years ago, starting to qualify, and now is when we should expect him to, you know, not get 3-0'd, but maybe like take a win or two, which is very much possible for him. And you know, one of these days he'll breach, make it into playoffs, and then we start talking a little bit more about him.
Yeah, I still think he's got a ways to go in order to make it into those playoffs because I do think, especially with the way he kind of approaches the game, I don't think of him as like a late game player like, you know, a Showtime or a Cyril or like someone who like really focused on developing those parts
Spirit,
of their gameplay.
probably.
Spirit, that's a great one. Yeah. I really think of him as a player that tries to win it with a lot of 2-base, 3-base plays. Obviously, we did see that eventually he tried to take a third base, but he...
I see.
Yeah, it didn't really get
So
the
you
job
think
done.
he's peaking?
I think he needs to
some
retool if he wants to try and
see. I like
continue
it.
to advance. But we do see a
I
nice
like
shade
it.
forward.
I like it. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I pick it up. It makes sense, right? Because if that has been his playstyle for the longest time and it's not
Ooh.
succeeding, then it's unlikely to do much more for him at this stage. But 3 drones have already gone down to these adepts, so he's certainly showing some prowess in the early game here.
Yeah, this is a pretty great
very
start.
Nice. I mean,
Man,
that was perfect movement to save both adepts. Perfect movement.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Splits them up, knowing that, of course, that one lower HP was the prime target. And this is a really nice start, actually, for Spatz. He's going to find 2 more drones with the Oracle. That's fantastic. 5 drones going down. Did get a lot of damage in on that Oracle, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows, but this is a damn good start against Wayne. Look at the supplies. It's already a 10 supply lead. I know that it's the early game, but like that's a real supply
he's
lead.
Locked in. He's locked in. Yeah, he's hearing us. He's like, actually, I can do more with this style. I will show you guys. I mean, that was perfect. I don't use the word perfect very often. That was perfect movement on the adepts. Like to save both of them towards the tail end of that save, where they both survive on red. You know, like that was really nice.
Oh,
Yo, hello, Oracle.
That's
Perfect
painful.
move was to press the Oracle beam a little faster there.
And then he still turns it on, but only gets like 1 of those lanes or 2 of those lanes. That's painful because then you spend the energy and you didn't keep the stalker alive. You didn't get the value there.
The punish.
Yeah, exactly, the punish. That is painful. That's kind of funny. Look at the Spore Crawler right dead center of that logo. That is kind of neat to see.
But this is a punish though on the position of one of those queens, and the other one actually not turning to run fast enough either. So 2 of them will fall. Oracle also turning around for 1 final drone. Very well done there by Spatz.
Look at that Mapu going back after the action finishes. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mapu,
the
for showing
German
that one
pride. German pride from Mapu.
This is an amazing early game for Spatz, even with that Stalker going down. Killing those couple of queens is really nice. And obviously he's kept the 3 oracles alive. This is... I mean, I'm talking about he needs to retool a little bit. Like, maybe it's just a matter of just not playing some of those builds anymore. Like, you know, be a little more confident in your macro game. As we are going to be seeing a very quick second Robo and Robotic space. So this is highly likely to be a Colossus play. Double Adept will get into the natural. Going to be able to grab another couple of drones.
Make it 3, we take those.
Yeah, considering the start, this is good damage.
Very good. I mean, yeah, 92 supply to 85. Workers still ahead and in favor of Spatz. He is taking up 2. I mean, yeah, Wayne's only just now in the process of finishing his own lair, so nothing to write home about. Spatz really in a phenomenal position, I think, so far.
Yeah, and obviously Wayne has caught up in the drone count, but it comes at the cost of so many other things. It comes at the cost of, you know, faster layer, of strong tech. He is going to be starting up a Spire and the Roach Warren, but this is a really strong position. If Spatz goes for like a big +2 Colossus timing with like 3 or 4 Colossus, maybe warps in a few sentries, could be really difficult for Wayne to deal with, especially as the damage continues to ramp up. Another 4 drones go down. This has been a fantastic game from Spatz.
Yeah, very, very clean. Everything's going his way, so he's just kind of snowballing off of it, right? Like sometimes you get your flow, and then your opponent's kind of discombobulated, so they're kind of like trying to, you know, get back on their own footing. And for you, it's just, you know, you're just in that state of flow where everything is going, you're dictating the pace time and time again. And yeah, for Wayne, he needs to do something to offset that, maybe get a little bit of a Ling run by, a counterattack going, something to discombobulate Spatz. who is otherwise just kind of running away from with this game, like little by little.
Yeah. Oh, he's got to be a little bit careful with these stalkers. I was going to say I'd like to see a recall because the oracles were not there to cover. It looks like Wayne didn't realize maybe that the oracles weren't there, so he was actually going to give it up. But I still think the recall is the responsible choice. Now, the one thing that Wayne has going for him is that this Spire went unscouted. But I actually think his best chance against what I think is going to be a huge commitment to 3-base Colossus Stalker, I think his best chance might have just been to go pure Mutiling and just hope to force a base trade. I think hedging his bets and getting even a few roaches is going to make that really difficult for him to do. But I do still think that what he's setting up for is his best chance.
Yeah, he is looking to consolidate. I think he's Muta on the right side of the map here. Has Spatz. I mean, he is already out on the map, so these Muta are going to start doing damage. Wayne setting up for... Yeah, if you're Spatz, you do not want to turn around, right? But you also got to find a way to deal with the Muta. That's going to be tough. So maybe consolidating defenses. It looks like he wants to try for the natural. I might have even gone for the main, and he can't stop Spatz. You can't chase those drones. You have no time to go for safe plays. You got to keep walking forward and towards your opponent's base. This is effectively a base trade. It is probably Wayne's best opportunity, but it's gonna be tough for either player. Spatz going back.
No, that is not the play. And because he used the recall, he's walking home. No, this is not it. No. This is not it at all.
Stop it.
Jeez.
You guys watching at home, you don't want to do this. I mean, the third is with the third live? No, right? No, yeah, it did.
It did, but I mean, he's losing so many probes. He's gonna clean up the whole ground army. That is something, but I feel like Wayne can do exactly what he's setting up for right now, which is when the move out comes again, he can just counterattack once more. And Wayne, he did everything very well there. He canceled the units at the third. Oh, that's a little bit of an oopsie.
Some babies.
Even now, Spatz's army is so much stronger, but this is such an ugly position for Wayne, for Spatz to try and play through.
Well, I was talking about Wayne needs to do something to discombobulate Spatz a little bit, but I mean, he's certainly discombobulated. Those Colossus don't know what is north anymore. They don't know where to go. They keep going back and forth. These Stalkers certainly have no command that's good for them. They're gonna hide in the probe, so they're only gonna die there harder. Zealots and Colossus, I wish this had happened earlier, maybe, as the Stalkers tried to go back to defend against the Muta, but they can't. And what a sad game. I mean, he really fell apart there, my boy Spatz.
He sure did, and I want to give a lot of credit to Wayne for that one, because he recognized his best chance in that game was to do exactly what he did. But Spatz, man, that was really rough. That was really, really rough to lose a game like that with an army that is so much more powerful. It never really even got a chance to fight. Yes, he picked off a couple of reinforcing units, but Wayne just understood exactly what the situation was there. And Spatz loses out on a huge opportunity in a really great early game, just ends up going to waste.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're in a situation like that, never, like he was already at the fourth. You can't trade a fourth for like potentially losing like every probe back at home, right? And you're so far away, and like you said, you don't have recall. So walking the map means all of that time that you used to walk back the map is extra damage that you're taking now for free. Whereas if you stay on the other side of the map, at least you're doing equal, or in this case, greater damage output, because your army is actually like bigger and stronger, right? So you're actually doing more damage to your opponent. So yeah, I feel like Spatz maybe was, I don't know, freaking out about being eliminated or something, or I'm not sure, but he definitely had time to continue to push, at least with like more than half of his army, and make something happen there. Gets caught, gets caught in an uncomfortable position ultimately, like out on the map. Like, it's not what you want to do as Protoss. In an ideal situation, you scout the Muta, like you were saying, they were unspotted. You make some Phoenix, max out, move out, and kill your opponent. But as it stands, I mean, yeah, you can't just walk back from the entire map. You can't just walk back the entire map to start a defense in the middle of a base trade,
Yeah. I wonder if he even... Obviously, the recall being used, I applauded it, but it put him into a really uncomfortable position and really made things a lot easier for Wayne. But I wonder if at the very least, Spatz could have split his army, maybe keep like 3 Colossus and a good number of Blink Stalkers forward, and then run back with some of the other units. I don't know, man. That one's just more than anything a little bit heartbreaking. But good job from Wayne. He will make it to Sunday. He will be at 2-2, and he will be facing off against somebody on that fateful day. But for now, we're going to head to a quick little break. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the final match of the region. It is going to be Nicoract versus the legendary Bly. Welcome back, everyone, for our final match of the EU Regionals for the day and the final match of round 4. Every other match after this one, the loser will go home, the winner will advance. But this is the last one where we send somebody home and don't send their opponent to the playoffs.
Yep. So this should be an interesting one between Nicoract and Bly. As I mean, Bly has been around since the very beginning. He is, I think he needs an award at this point for like how he stayed not just playing the game but relevant and competitive, right? Like that's just insane. While bringing on his own crazy flair through the years, so he should get an award. But yeah, Nicoract, of course, more of an up and comer, like newer to the scene. He's been doing pretty good, but yeah, I don't know. Who do you have here? You gotta have Bly, no?
I mean, I've got Bly for sure. Just the
legend,
the fact that he's like got so much experience, like just a ridiculous amount. That's got to count for a lot. Especially
have
when
the most games on Aligulac. Who has the most games? It must be Bly. Must be close, if not.
Yeah, who could possibly have more? Like I can't imagine anyone even comes particularly close. Maybe Koss if he'd continued to compete like up till now. But I can't imagine it's anyone other than the Zerg player in this one. But we got spawning down to the bottom left for the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicoract. He is a player that is definitely on the come up here.
Yeah, most definitely. And his opponent in the top right-hand side playing, or the top left-hand side playing as the blue Zerg, it is Bly. Bly. I'm trying to look up the number of games he has.
It legitimately has to be in the, like, for sure, competitive matches in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Like, I legitimately...
Thousands would be insane. It would be insane.
It would be so many games, but, like... I mean, 10,000 is so many games.
For competitive matches, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, that's...
yeah.
But
I think his best of X series definitely has to be well into the thousands, for sure.
Yeah, Aligulac is like, but yeah, for sure, I would think well into thousands.
Couple of things about this map that I normally wouldn't even probably bother bringing up, but because it's Bly, you have to talk about them. Swarm hosts. They're going to be real strong on this map. There's, of course, those back minerals. There are so many things that about this map would make it an instant veto for me against Bly. And I'm really surprised we actually see Nicoract okay to play a map like this. But at the same time, you can't veto every map. You can't veto post-youth, Amphion, Dynasty, and, you know, I mean, I guess you could veto those ones. But then you're giving up, like, the kind of... You're letting them play the standard maps that are kind of better for Zerg.
I see, yeah. I could see that. So you think he did the vetoes against Zerg, not against Bly. Big mistake.
That's the thing, maybe. Maybe he did do them against Zerg and not Bly, and if that is the case, yeah, I actually do think that's kind of a mistake. I think that's not how you should play against Bly. He is too much of a wild card. But at the same time, Bly has always been a player who loves Mutiling Bane, and Mutiling Bane kind of received a buff in this particular patch with Widow Mines getting nerfed pretty hard. Oh, Nicoract really wants that one Ling. We'll get at least one. Okay. I was going to say, with all the micro he's doing with this Reaper, it feels like he deserves to get at least one, but he is going to find that. Bly continue to mine gas, but this could mean anything at this point. Like, likely to be a 2-base layer, but we don't know what this will turn into.
It's got to be a 2-base layer. It's Bly we're talking about. He's just waiting for the Reaper to get out of range, out of vision, so that he can start morphing his layer. Maybe he should start in the natural at this rate,
point,
though,
yeah.
Yeah.
This is just playing some very nice ring around the rosy with this one Reaper. And oh, is he gonna? Okay. I was like, if he jukes back into the main base, that would be amazing.
Yeah. Lair? No lair yet. I mean, 10 workers on the way now instead. 2 links are gonna sneak into the mineral line of Nicoract, so that's something. There's the lair started a little bit later than we anticipated. But yeah, only Bly knows what Bly knows. The SCV does fall actually as Link Speed kicks in to help.
That was really nice right there for Bly. Not only does he find the SCV, forces, 3 SCVs to stop mining for a while, and now 3 or 4 more Lings get into the natural as the Hellions move out. Oh man, Bly is already doing such Bly things. This is a brutal start for Nicoract.
Absolutely brutal. Just 6 Circlings total, 4 in this round, killing so much, doing so much to help his position out on the map, as well as the Hellions have to pull back. The SCVs attempt to be repaired at, but no success. And 6 workers plus the fact that he gets the map pulled in his favor, and he has some more Links ready to try and go out and make something happen, though this time around they will run into the Hellions.
Yeah, this time this was a little bit ill-fated from Bly on that one. That was a little bit of an oopsie, but the damage he does, killing 6 SCVs early, I mean, no Terran will ever want to take this position against basically anyone. Maybe if Clem was playing, I'd be like, no, Clem's gonna be fine here, you know, like it's Clem. But no one wants to lose 6 SCVs early against a Bly that is doing some kind of 2-base layer play, and it will in fact be those mutas. He did also get the full scout on everything, so he knows that Nicoract went for a 3rd command center, so there's no 2-base push coming, and he even saw that it's probably going to be Cloak Banshee. Nicoract is in such a rough position right now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a Black Classic, and like you said, it received some buffs, kind of inadvertently by virtue of the Widowmine nerfs. So the Hellions are going to try to go in to the natural here, but Bly has a 3-Queen Wolof to prevent that completely. No need for buildings there. The Lynx are going to sneak out as well, so they could look for either a surround or a counter offense here. And Spire is almost finished, so things looking good for Bly.
Yeah, things are looking really nice. The Queens with a beautiful little wall off there. Nicoract didn't go for the grenade, but it would have been really awkward to try and do so. SCV's getting, once again, kind of cooked in the natural, but only 2 of them going down. Good micro, it looks like, on the SCVs to make sure that they... No, it was less damage than it could have been. Still, now those 8 mutas are started up. We've got a Nicoract who is starting out missile turrets, so he at least knows about this. But this is just such an uncomfortable position to play into.
Yeah, I'm surprised these Hellions are being allowed so much agency on this side of the map as well. I feel like there's enough Circlings that they could have looked for a surround in combination with the Queens. Instead, it's 2 Muta that go to deal with the Hellions. But that means, I mean, yeah, they're not doing damage on the other side or anything like that. Just repelling attacks for now.
Yeah, we will see those Lings getting this around on... Oh, actually, the Hellions did kind of slip out. Nah, it's still going to be enough damage to clean this up fully. Will be a good bit of positioning, but you need like 3 or 4 Hellions in that pocket, or at least have the Hellions on full HP to take full advantage. So Bly still gets to clean up on the Hellions. He's been able to drone significantly, and we talked about Bly things and we talked about Bly-isms. Getting Burrow for those Burrowed Banes is absolutely a Bly type of move. Banshees will be able to clean up a couple more drones, but this last one is going to run out of energy momentarily. Even without an Overseer here, that should still go down. And actually, he flies close enough to the Spore. Yeah, as that energy expires. That is the dying breath of the Banshee pilot. This is a Nicoract that has had just about everything go poorly for him. Mm-hmm. And he's going to have to survive a long period of time, but he does have the tools to potentially do so. He's going to have an upgrade lead with the 1-1. The problem is there's just so many good things that Bly has going for him that can lead to Nicoract's day being terrible. And I'm specifically thinking about those Burrowed Banes.
Yeah, for sure. The Burrowed Banes, and just, I mean, the sheer number of units that he can get out. I'm surprised that Bly isn't investing into more of a Muta Snowball at this stage, but maybe he doesn't want to, put all of his eggs in that basket. There they are. They're nasty right now. We'll see. I mean, what can Nicoract do, man? Like, it's a really tough position. You got to be so claustrophobic here.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of turtling up a little bit. Try and extend your lead with the upgrades. And he did start up the 2-2 very quickly. But you're going to have to weather a storm for quite a while. And I actually do agree with you about Bly and the Mutas. I like the idea that he's doubling down into them a little bit more here. We are going to see a Bane run by Nicoract. Okay, does respond quite quickly. That's a good start. And yeah, those Banelings get cleaned up with not too many losses. But on the other side, the Mutas will find a decent number of Marines in the main base on the rally. The turrets are really well, like there's a lot of turret coverage here, so that's not going to be the easiest thing. But
Uh-oh. Maybe you go to that area with your Muta to try to bait the units into the Banelings. No need for that. They're just going to step over them.
That actually could have been a lot worse, but it's still going to be very bad.
Very nice. Yeah, it's a very nice reveal. Could have definitely been better if you're Bly. But the Muta here are going to have free reign maybe to cancel the CC even before leaving. But no, the Marines are there. And that's going to be enough to deter that aggression. Bly continues to expand on forward. And yeah, I mean, the creep spread hasn't been amazing, but it'll slowly get there. And that's good enough. He's had enough time to take his own time in some sense.
Yeah.
Infestation pit going down.
And as we were talking about this, he just droned up to a very serious worker count, 89 drones now. And this is where you can start just absolutely pummeling your opponent with constant waves of Ling Bane. Yes, we're going to have Nicoract with that 2-2, and that's going to make things a little tricky. The Moon Baneling right there, just the one on its own. Obviously, that won't do anything, but obviously just a little misclick there from Bly. Yeah, Nicoract needs to manage to get up to a 4th base, and he needs to turtle the living hell out of it to have any chance in this game. But Bly, I don't know that that's going to be allowed to happen. This drop somehow slipped out onto the map, and that will be a denial on the 6th base.
Yeah, that's very nice for Nicoract, and I like the way that you phrased that because I don't know if there was a cancel there, but
no, there was not. That's a little bit of an oopsie.
Yeah, that is a little bit of an oopsie. But yeah, really nice job from him to get out on the map because it's so difficult, right? Like, and here's where like better creep spread would have helped Bly, like for example, or like better overlord spreads and stuff like that. He's relying very heavily on the burrow banelings and just this army being active, but Nicoract did find that little spot to exploit.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of a big deal here. SCVs,
Oh, nice.
A couple of them do get taken down, and he takes down the sensor tower, which is going to open up the door for more incursions later. Nicoract getting another drop to the left side, and that's once again going to be a kill, not a cancel. This kind of stacks up, you know? Like, yes, Bly is in an amazing position, but a couple of missteps. Now we've got the Marines mowing down that next wave of Banelings. Nicoract has been able to max out. He started his 3-3. This is going to be a nice cleanup for Bly on the left side, but we've actually got the original drop from before slipping in. Oh my goodness, Nicoract going to find huge damage.
And Bly, I mean, yeah, looking not great on the multitasking there, right? Like his army, if you look at the minimap, it's been running from left to right, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Like he really needs to be able to separate enough units or leave enough pockets of Ling Bane that they can be more responsive in other areas of this map.
Nice job from Nicoract right there. That drop was obviously completely dead, but he was still able to pick off 2 Mutas with the target fire and get at least a little bit of last value from that. We will see the Bio-Mine army circumventing the Muta, or the Burrowed Banes here. Banelings. Oh no, he's going over. Oh, Bly, you talked about the multitasking. Well, that was a big missed opportunity right there. That was a lot of units that just went right over those Burrowed Banes. And of course, Bly was focused on this counterattack. This is still a good position for Bly, make no mistake. But it's a hell of a lot worse than it was about a minute and a half ago.
Yeah, I mean, it might it might even end up suddenly here, but because it's the kind of thing where if he takes a good engage, he can end the game. And if he takes a bad engage, it's not over, but he lets his opponent back in type thing. But yeah, I mean, certainly Bly hasn't been able to keep up with Nicoract's aggression on the other side of the map, as well as putting on his own. As Nicoract is about to take another base, actually, this is big.
That is another kill right there. Oh man, Bly is starting to hurt a little bit when it comes to economy, but Nicoract is not in a great position either. He did lose a ton of SCVs at the 3rd base, and of course this drop is doomed. There's no way for it to get out. Bly is starting up just now his 3-3, and he's got an Ultralisk transition ready to go. And the big thing about Nicoract taking big damage to his economy is that he can't afford things like ghosts. Even going for Marauders is a little bit expensive in a situation like this. But he's going to need something to deal with those Ultralisks.
Yes, indeed. The Mutas are trying to do what they can here to, you know, like just breach and maybe could have killed that command center. Maybe not really sure, but it looks like Bly is at least buying himself a little bit of reprieve here with the Muta, a little bit of time right where his opponent is not pushing out into the map and quite frankly out multitasking him. He's gonna find that upgrade there as well, which is really nice for him, and gonna buy himself time to go into his own 3-3 and 4 ultras, which at the moment are pretty unopposed, right? So
yes,
if he gets to the ultra upgrades, I think he's bought himself enough time to close out this game.
And he already did get that chitinous plating that has completed. The ultra does get spotted here, but there's that command center from earlier going down. This is something that Terrans don't have to deal with very often, is those mutas just flying around causing havoc. And it's really difficult to deal with. And Bly is doing a great job of utilizing these +2 mutas. Those burrowed veins still in the middle of the map. Nicoract, oh, that was a nice little trap, but Bly turns around just before it killed what would have been a ton of mutas.
Yeah, still a few go down. And Nicoract somehow, I mean, he's hanging in there in terms of supply, but now relegated to I guess 4 bases still, but 2 of them should be very, very easy to take down for Bly, who has done a wonderful job with this Muta. I mean, it is funny to say that, oh my god, that's not it, my boy.
Oh, that was the instantaneous caster jinx right there. That was like, that was as
you're doing great with your Muta.
Yeah. But this is so much Ling Bane right here. Well, Ultra Bane. It's actually barely any Lings with this. And that is just going to smash through the army of Nicoract. Funnily enough, this was like a really bad anti-timing just before 3-3 finished.
Yeah.
But when you have that much more army, it just does not matter. And Bly is going to be able to take this game down. It was looking really good for him for a while. But... considering how good of a start Bly got, the fact that Nicoract was able to max out and, you know, give himself opportunities, particularly off the back of some really nice multitasking, it has me a little bit worried about Bly's chances for game 2.
Yeah, for sure, I agree. If I had to bet on someone, it would probably be Nicoract. He looked like the better player for most of the game. He was just in a bad position from the get-go. So if he could adjust and clean up his early game a little bit, I think things will look great, as I get some hiccups, apparently.
And, yeah, good job from Nicoract to give himself chances there. But at the same time, it was Bly who got himself into that advantageous position, who was able to...
That's true.
You know, who's able to find those SCVs in the early game. And it was Nicoract who allowed that to happen as well. We do have Bly just asking for a couple of minutes. And, of course, you know, we'll allow that for now. He did win the game. I like the implication of making it like if he'd lost, like we say no. Like it's like no. Yeah. Only winners
or
get
that
pause.
We have any or that we have any say in.
Exactly, yeah. Like I have a choice. Like me personally, I'm like, no, you don't get the pause.
No, Bly.
Not this
In fact,
time.
I'm gonna type no just to see what happens, should I?
I mean, go for it. It's already been like 30 seconds at this point. He's probably away from his PC.
That's true.
But that would be kind of funny to see how he responds. We do have, like I said, like a good showing from Nicoract from a really rough position. But I don't know. What do you think the game plan should be? I think Bly should maybe get even a little bit spicier with his setup. Because it did feel, like you said, like he kind of got outperformed in the mid game there. And if he were to play Mutiling Bane against Nicoract from even positions, I would not like to see that from a strategic perspective.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Mutiling Bane is so difficult to make work mechanically as well, right? Like you have to do so much and pay attention to so much. Your army is so fragile and so fast that situations and screens need to change quickly as well to adapt, right? It's like, can you take this fight? Can you not take this fight? You gotta think quickly. You gotta, you know, either fight or flight, basically all over the place. And yeah, I don't know. Like for Bly, it's like it didn't seem like he had like pockets of Ling Bane, like, you know, separated or enough coverage with the Overlords. He was neglecting other areas of his play in order to do these things well. And he was doing these things well, right? With the Muta, he was doing good. With the Burrow Banes, he was doing good. But yeah, I mean, the creep spread was not great. The Overlord spread was not great. Like army, like separating, like, you know, pockets, like I said, of Link Bane was not non-existent. So yeah, Nicoract was able to pull him apart a little bit once he found just a couple of openings. And that looked good for him. But yeah, once Bly got to Ultras, obviously, there was no response.
Yeah, and he was trying to get into those ghosts. He got out, like, what, 3 or 4 of them? But that's not enough to deal with, you know, 4 Ultras and, what was it, like 60 Banes at the end there? Like, it was a lot of Banes. It was legitimately not even Ling Bane. It was Bane Ultra. Like, it was not Ling Bane Ultra. It was Bane Ultra, which is... I mean, when you're on Mass Marine with, like, either no siege tanks or planetaries or, like,
Ghost
big walls.
Liberators.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be difficult at the best of times, but that was far from the best of times for Nicoract. But still, like I said, he created opportunities from a position where it felt like the game could have been over after the first, like, 4.5 minutes or so. So let's see if he can have a more even start and maybe make something happen here, because we've got spawning up at the top left for the Platinum Heroes. It's Nicoract.
On the bottom right-hand side, we have the legend, Bly.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if Bly does mix it up, because, like, even though he definitely played like Bly, like the Ling run-bys, that was still that was a relatively vanilla Bly game,
That's
you know?
fair. Yeah. I mean, if the next game starts with I wonder if Bly will mix it up, I think it speaks volumes to what kind of game we just watched, right? Because we are used to some big mix-ups from this man.
Yes. Like if normal play is like vanilla, but, you know, Bly is like, it's normal play for Bly, that was like French vanilla, you know? Like, it's still very much like a guy in their mid 40s or 50s who's like, you know, like, oh, the kids are visiting this weekend. Oh, let's get them some fancy ice cream. I love me some French vanilla.
Yeah, I could see that.
Still like relatively normal, but there's a little bit of something different at least there.
A little bit of something, yeah.
Yeah. But for Bly, like, yeah, this is as normal as Bly's play gets, I feel like.
Yeah, because Bly would usually, like, his coffee or whatever have you has like some matcha in it and like a guy and some weird stuff as well that no one's ever heard of.
Yeah, he's like made his own potato chips that he puts in the oven himself. Like, he's like, yeah, I came up with my own flavor. You know, it's Actually, that is a good way of putting it, because he really does have his own flavor of StarCraft 2.
No doubt, especially at this level, right? Like, at this level, like, there's very few people that manage to make things work with their own flair versus just conforming to the hive mentality, which is oftentimes, at least strategically, the easier thing to do, right?
Even the way he moves his lings right there is so different from the norm. He's like, I'm coming after you. I'm like, I want to try and surround you. He's not like, okay, let me just pull them back. He's like, no, I'm coming at you. But Nicoract gets an early drone. That's
true, yeah.
That's pretty big with a nice grenade.
It's pretty different as well. Yeah. It's pretty different as well. At this level, you don't expect the Reaper will get a drone like that, but it's partially because Bly is setting up for that aggressive surround onto the Reaper, I guess, right? Like, where he wants to threaten the Reaper out faster. He wants the panic he was looking for, right? It's like, oh my god, okay, I have nowhere to micro if you're coming at me from, you know, like almost a full surround, right? So then the Reaper might freak out and go back away.
Yes.
Instead of looking for those small fights. But it takes time for setup on the side of Bly. It takes effort. And it distracts him enough that he just loses a drone while trying to do it. So
yes, exactly. It's sometimes that's the thing, is it's madness and brilliance, which can sometimes be two sides of the same coin.
Sure.
Now, we did see Nicoract going for the 3cc, what is going to be a 2-on-1 behind this. If I'm Nicoract, there ain't no way I'm crossing with the first Hellions the way that I did in the previous game. Like, I am not giving Bly the opportunity to do what he set up for here, with those Lings outside the third base, but he's going to split
love
them
that
off.
one Ling. Wow, that one Ling was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like it's 3 Lings. If you go into the minerals with all 3, maybe you get 1 SCV or none. But the one going into the natural actually soaks up like the first volley or 2 from the Helions, and it slows things down, right? It pulls attention towards it. So the other 2 actually output more damage than 3 together might have.
And now we've got another couple of Lings coming across, but it's going to be a big punish from Nicoract. He says, all right, you want to do this? You probably don't have any Lings at home. There are Lings popping out, but 6 drones already going down. Lings on the other side of the map. They do find a little bit. I think they got a mule there, maybe?
1, I think they got 1 SCV. I'm not sure if they got a mule or not.
Oh, they did. They got 1 SCV. A mule had its like little corpse there, but it might have just expired on its own.
Yeah.
Weird to call it a
Quite
corpse
possibly.
when it's like a I don't know, 2 arms attached to a sentient shovel.
It is a sentient shovel, then it's a corpse, maybe. Fair to call it. If it is sentient, I'm not sure. It has a driver. I think maybe it's not supposed to be sentient inside. Not really sure.
If it has a driver, then that's kind of messed up because they send that driver from space knowing that he's going to die in like 65 seconds.
Wow, you're right. There's no evacuating process. So,
Yeah.
I guess. Oh, no. Is there someone in there? No.
Oh, God.
What have you done? You just ruined the meal for me. No, surely it's controlled remotely.
Yeah, it's automated.
Either that or it's sentient. Yeah, like you were saying.
Yeah. But then that's even worse because then the
That's
mule
even worse.
the mule knows. The mule
The mule
knows.
knows.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't know. It just knows its directive, and it has fun, and all of a sudden it just expires without warning.
Oh,
Isn't
that's
that
a
what
good
life
question.
is?
Does it know about its own like?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We are going to be seeing, by the way,
Mortality.
a really strong push. Bly did just finish up his Spire. Is there Bane speed ready? No, there is not. So if Nicoract gets a little fancy, he could get something done. There is a counterattack on the third base. Take a look at the third. Oh, just
baby.
in time. Oh, baby.
Maple, always in time.
Oh,
This Baneling being annoying
he's
as well.
microing.
Classic Fly.
He microed
work.
that so hard to damage one of the SCVs that would have died anyways. I love that.
Yeah, that's just Bly. Like, you start doing something and then you're committed to it. You're hoping another SCV is you're hoping he freaks out and butchens him up, or another SCV spawns, or something, I'm not sure what he was hoping for.
I
Can't be
don't know.
efficient. That
I'm
could
really
not be action efficient. Yeah. But
Yeah. If he'd hit like all 3 SCVs or even 2 of them instead of the one he
Yeah.
would have normally hit.
He was looking for an opportunity to do that, right?
Yeah.
It was just not gonna happen, and then he was just like, okay, I guess I already committed 2 seconds to this, so let's go for 5 seconds to it,
Yeah. And then he was like, oh, well, they're still moving around. I can make it 7 and then 8.
Yeah.
And then finally the Lings show up and invalidate anything he would have done anyways.
The sad thing is I look at this in retrospect, and like I laugh, and in retrospect it's so bad, but this is very much the type of thing that I do in my games. Like I look for opportunities, and then I look back and I'm like, yeah, I mean, like in some game that was gonna happen, and it was gonna be a highlight, and it's something cool that never happens would happen because I'm paying attention to something that
Yes.
people don't normally pay attention to, right?
Yeah.
But in the majority of games, yeah, like
It looks a
it's
little
minus
silly.
EV,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
And that's why we hold players like Cyril and Maru in such high regard, because they can do all of that and then still be doing
Yeah.
everything that they're supposed to be doing normally.
Yeah.
Like they put in those extra actions, and that's what makes them the superstars that they are. Is the
And they
ability
also
to
choose like where to use this like perfectly, right? Like
Yes.
Cyril would not have microed that Baneling in no universe, because there's only 3 SCVs there. But maybe if there's 6 SCVs in that middle line, you could expect Cyril to, Cyril's equation to be a little
different. Yeah.
cleaner and say, yeah, exactly.
Oh, we are going to see the muted Ling Bane. Oh, okay. That will get the connections there. And that is going to be a full cleanup on this. And that's really nice for Bly because that's before the army shows up on the other side. Nicoract trying to get the target fire, but he goes way too deep. Does get the hot pickup. That was actually quite nice at the tail end. But this is a really good sequence here from Bly. He just killed a lot of stuff for Nicoract.
Yeah, Nicoract actually unloading a little bit soon, but also Bly fighting before the Mura arrived. That could have been a game-ending situation there, as it often happens when the medevacs are kind of loaded and flying to your side of the map as a Terran against a mutilating Bane composition that can catch up to them. And if you're not unloaded yet, your damage output is just like one Marine at a time coming out of medevac, and you just end up dying. But still, Bly in a fantastic position here, has map control, and the Muta are pretty much uncontested.
Yeah, it's a very similar situation to the previous game. I think he was quite a bit further ahead heading into this, but there's different advantages that Bly has that he didn't have in the previous game, which is specifically the creep spread is a lot better. And I also feel like it's going to be a little bit more difficult to sneak drops around the map because, one, there's a watchtower on each corner, which Bly should be, of course, taking, but unfortunately he doesn't have the top one. He just took the bottom. And there's not a whole lot of ways to just kind of sneak around, just given the general shape of the map.
Absolutely. Now looking to swarm here is Bly. The Banelings are looking to connect. The Marines get tucked into a corner, and this is horrible for Bly. Oh my god.
What the hell was that? That was not it.
Not it.
Oh my god. Great splits from Nicoract, but Bly just threw away so much. And that was the pinnacle of anti-engagements. Oh my god, but these Burrowed Banes. Oh, they're going to be just out of position. That could have been huge. For a little bit, it was 2-2 versus 1-1. Not during that big fight. Bly.
This is big on creep as well. So Bly is going to get the jump and going to get a cleanup here. He does need to consolidate his army here. The Lynx and the Muta do not want to fight separately. Could have finished off that tank at least, but he is concerned about the counter offense here. Nicoract again, beautiful multitasking here. And Bly really struggling on the cleanup as he's going to F2 his army back to deal with this, but that army of Nicoract is already going to be in the main. If Bly can get a clean defense here, then maybe he's still fine. He can still stabilize. It's 4 base to 4 base.
Oh, what? He just selected them right after I saw the blue circle. Oh man, that was close to being a big deal right there. Now Bly did still get knocked down to 4 bases against a 4 base Terran, and he lost a lot of workers. This is actually going to be a lot of dead drones potentially too. Ooh, Siege tanks get the Banelings. And the Mutas are going to take some big damage as well. This is looking really rough for Bly from what I would consider to be a position.
Unless, I mean, this was a great turn of events over the last couple of seconds. I completely agree with you up until that point, but the Baneling flank and the Link counter attack for Bly all of a sudden give him a reasonable position in this game.
Yeah, I have a phrase for this that I haven't busted out in quite some time. That is hold the phone. This one's not over yet. This game has turned on its head so many times. Well, really twice, I would actually say.
Yeah.
Maybe
hold
3
the
times.
phone steadfast. This Muta are trying to do something still. Overseer will fall, of course. Where do you think hold the phone comes from?
Oh, it's just like...
Because it makes sense to me instantly, but I'm not sure why.
Well, because it's like... I don't know, actually. When you think about it from a literal perspective, it doesn't... I think it just evokes the concept of like, well, wait a minute.
It does.
Wait just a gosh darn second.
It does, but I'm not sure why. Like, under what context someone, like, makes you hold the phone is the right call. Like, what do you mean, like, hold the phone? Like, hold it up? Like, hold it... I am holding the phone, presumably.
Oh, that's true. But hands-free is a thing these days. Oh my god, the Burrowed Banes. They look so funny on that little ramp, but they will not be effective. Drop on the top right does get cleaned up, but Mutas can only be in one place
is weak.
At once, and it is likely to go down, and he's going to lose a ton of drones on the gold as well. Oh man, Nicoract getting the job done, and as 2-2 finishes up for Bly, Nicoract will finish up the 3-3.
Nice.
Finally! It's not the Burrowed Banes from before. He actually put a new set. Oh my god, he's gonna get the gold base too. He did put a new set to account for the path that was being traveled time and time again. The funny thing is, it would have traveled over the second set anyways because of the trajectory. Yeah. That is just that. I mean, I almost want to curse it to see a big Baneling mine, but at this point, it feels like we are doomed for those to just never hit. Like, it just feels like they're just not supposed to.
Yeah, they were always so faded. I mean, this game is so good, though. It's been very, very back and forth. Like, it's probably the best game of the day for me so far. And it is scrappy, and it's oh, that's tough. It's not like the most beautiful and clean looking StarCraft, but in some sense, it's, you know, the scrappiness is what makes it beautiful and down and dirty. And both players are really going for it here, as Nicoract goes for yet another counterattack.
And he is going to be able to kill a Spore, a Queen, and most importantly, the base. And a nice hot pickup means that with the mutas not there, this can continue to be a nuisance. Nicoract exactly knows where those mutas are. He knows that they're in the top right. And Marauders are now being added in as well. Maybe a few too many, because this is still a lot of mutas. And actually, there's not enough Marines here. Bly recognizing it. He's got +2 on those mutas. Even 3-3 Marines do not just win easily against this many mutas. And Nicoract, he has Thors already on the field. Where are they?
Where are they indeed? Here's the first one, as brought by the medevac. Gonna take shelter near the towers. And in the main, Nicoract doing a little bit of damage as well. And all of a sudden, Bly has dropped significantly in supply to a Nicoract that continues to be maxed out. This was looking very good for Bly, but Nicoract always kept a healthy economy with 78 workers still.
Yeah, and Bly didn't really rebuild his economy. And my big ooh moment right there was as the mutas just stayed a little bit too long against the Thor, and maybe 4, 5, 6 Marines were able to gun down, I don't know, that was like 10 mutas or something, just as that Thor popped out. It wasn't even the Thor doing the huge damage. It's just that +3 Marines against 0 armor mutas absolutely destroy them.
I see. As the chat, I mean, this is the beauty of StarCraft in 2024, is that the chat will have the insights on hold the phone. I mean, I should have seen this coming, because I've lived through corded phones, and yeah, they're saying basically that you hold it to pass it over to a different person, you know? Because it's like you call the house phone type thing.
Oh, like put them on hold?
Because people didn't have individual phones. Type thing.
Okay.
You know, it's like
yeah.
It's like you call the Luz family phone, and then it's like, can I talk to Dave? And then they're like, yeah, hold the phone. Yeah.
Oh man.
Or something like that.
Yeah. I'm feeling
19 SUVs go down.
That is a lot of economic damage and a lot of overstimmed bio. Oh, Bly, did he just lose track of the mutas though in the natural? Okay, no, he's actually going to lose a lot of them on the way out. Oh, that's a lot of missile turret damage. Bly is getting towards 3-3. He's doing the thing that can be so frustrating against Mutiling Bane, which is like inevitably whittling down and like kind of whittling down the frustration or patience, I guess, of the Terran, increasing the frustration, whittling down the patience, because now look at how much that army is stimmed. We just now saw 2 more medevacs hit the field, but there's only 2 on the field at the moment. The other 2 are fresh. Ugh, this army, Nicoract is starting to lose control of a game that he's kind of had control of for the last little bit, but still, as long as he doesn't get like kind of swarmed while the army is super low on HP, he should be okay. I would love to see him head in towards a few more medevacs though. Oh my god, Bly wants it so bad.
The most obvious bait ever.
Oh,
yeah, he wants it so bad. Oh my god, I mean, there's some infestors on the field. That's kind of cool. Oh. I mean, this area is decent to fight. There's a huge bailing trap there. Oh, bailing! Come on! It's okay, not great.
Yeah.
Could have been better.
It was not enough. Not enough at all. Bly is just losing too much.
No.
You don't think so? You think he's still...
No, for sure. No.
Okay.
No, No, I was just saying no for the muta that were falling as you were saying. No,
yeah.
but I completely agree with you. He's bleeding out way too much.
Very entertaining game, though, and scrappy as all hell. We are going to see...
Hold the phone.
Yeah, there's actually not a whole lot here, and there's no splash damage. But before
is this a hold the phone moment? It is kind of a hold the phone moment, as the infestors do collaborate as well with some fungals. Holding the army in place and hold the phone as we have evened out the supply. Bly, again, once again on top. What?
How did that just
Once
happen?
again. Is his escape unbound? Maybe that's the hotkey that we need to fix, because like he's not canceling any of these hatcheries, no?
Yeah, that's becoming a big problem. 6 hatcheries have died in this game. Oh, yo.
Like building hatcheries, I think. Like, I don't know if 6 building hatcheries have died, but I would believe that at this point. Like, that's actually insane.
I think 6
much
building hatcheries have died at least in this series, because I think it's been like 3 or 4 in this game, and it was at least 2 in the previous game.
Yeah, I could see that.
Bly is going to lose this base on the top right. So you can find yourself falling into a trap as Terran against this Mutiling Bane where like the game has gotten scrappy and you should chill out a little bit and just keep taking bases, keep improving your army. But you start ending up letting the opponent trade against you. Oh, but as I say that, killing a base like this, well, that makes it a lot worse for Bly. I was thinking he might be able to defend. Nice fungal growth. Will allow this to get cleaned up, but is there enough to actually kill the base here?
Yeah, with Ultras for sure. I mean, the Banelings can go after the SCVC if need be, or the Ultras could also reposition. And yeah, that's actually a fat win there on the other side.
Oh.
I mean, this is what it comes down to. The tanks are not sieged. If those Banelings can connect, it might be lights out for Nicoract. Oh, and they do kind of connect. Only Marauders left, and that means the Muta are gonna have free reign. And that's a lot of the supply of Nicoract, who needs to learn to just go back at this point. And I actually love what he did. He sends the Marauders forward and the tanks and medevacs back so that, you know, Bly can't capitalize on all of it, chooses to get the Marauders that would have otherwise killed the base, and that allows for Nicoract to at least escape with the medevacs. Maybe a tank? No, tank's gone, it looks like.
Man, this game has been so chaotic. At this point, this is just like, this is less of a game of StarCraft and more of just a straight up like brawl. It's just a couple of guys in a bar just beating the hell out of each other. And I still favor Nicoract, but I thought Nicoract would have closed this game out several minutes ago, considering the position he was in. But Bly is just doing such a good job of being difficult to kill.
This is a classic Bly, yeah, for sure. I mean, this game obviously looks very good for Nicoract, and for a while it's been the economy in his favor, etc. But it has not been without opportunities for Bly to try to come back and you know, play certain situations a little bit better as well. He's bled a lot of units here and there. A lot of Muta have died and on the other side. And
hey, Bly got the cancel.
Oh, nice, big.
Big dub.
Big dub. I mean, at this point, he's super broke. Like, imagine if he got a refund right now for all the cancels that he's missed.
Oh,
like
man.
right now in the series. Oof. Bank skyrockets.
You could build so many more hatcheries.
Yeah.
Nicoract doesn't... The thing is, he doesn't have any, like, splash damage with his army. So Banelings are still going to be very effective. The Ghost count is starting to rise, though. And, oh, there we go. I was just going to say, I would love to see Ghost Cloak, just to make them a little bit more difficult to kill and make it so that you can maybe sneak up on those infestors.
Yeah.
Because at this point, I think Bly needs big money fungals in order to be able to take an engagement efficiently, unless it's like all on creep.
All on creep, full surround, right? Like what he needs is connections with those Banelings onto a clump of units. And yeah, the infestors are going to be the easiest way to facilitate that. Connections with the Banelings and the Ultras to hit uninterrupted, as opposed to getting kited, as opposed to getting split on, and then you're not getting out of the value out of those units.
Very nice job right there from Nicoract. Split off the perfect number of units to go after that gold base and was able to get the kill basically exactly and trade it out. Yeah, it was a fair number of Marauders, but there's only 2 Ultras on the field right now. Nicoract microing the single Marine in this medevac. Obviously, you know, there we go. It's going to get cleaned up, but it does bait the Mutas to the right side and shows Nicoract where they are.
Yeah, for sure. And he uses that opportunity as well to move on to the left instead, clear some creep safely, potentially, maybe out of scans for the time being. But the rest of the army of Bly is here, so Nicoract has to be pretty careful. Watchtower available as well if either player wants to take that.
Bly...
On the other side, a little bit of a counterattack, trying to cut reinforcements.
Yeah, it's a nice little move. I would have loved this kind of thing maybe a little bit earlier, but it's still going to make things... It's still going to make things uncomfortable for Nicoract from, once again, such an amazing position. That is a very optimistic Marine run by on this base. Bly, once again, gets a cancel. A good job.
Big. Yeah, that's 2 cancels in a row.
2 cancels in a row.
That's insane. The infestors are low. They're a little bit exposed, but neither player really paying enough attention.
Yeah, and that is because there was obviously something going on at that original third base location.
We see that when neither player is paying enough attention, it favors the Zerg.
Yes.
Dave?
Banelings... I mean, Banelings on creep, yes, they're going to do quite well against an unmicroed Bioforce, but yeah, that is very true. We do have... Actually, Bly is kind of set up nicely to deal with this with the army split.
Good fungal, but overkill actually on the Banelings. This army of Nicoract is very weak. That's good. Get a focus fire onto one of the ultras before going in. And oh my god, that's so many snipes. A big fungal there, but no vision to follow. Oh my god, that was so risky of Nicoract. And you know, Bly wasn't able to capitalize because no vision and no units to follow through. If he had a good chunk of Banelings there, the game could have flipped on its head yet again.
Now, I actually love this commitment to a lot more Lings on the counterattack. There is building armor, so tearing down this wall is not going to be easy. But more and more, it feels like even with those amazing snipes and a lot of the army going down, it feels like Bly is... Even though the supplies have been so even for so long, and well, not even so even, so similar, like Nicoract has had more supply, but he hasn't been able to kill his opponent. It feels like Bly is, I don't know how to put it, but he is kind of starting to take a mental toll on his opponent a little bit more. Nicoract is still doing a good job in most of these engagements, and I'm not thinking that Bly is winning this game by any stretch, especially down 40 army supply. But we're like one really big fungal Baneling combo away from the entire army getting wiped.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a fragile army. It's up to Nicoract to make sure that he's not concentrated all in the same place, that he gets those fungals out, that, you know, and he's doing exactly that here. So a great engagement here. Bly is going to be able to evacuate with a little bit, but maybe not enough. And okay, that could have been big, actually.
Really nice depot raise right there. But Bly, even, like, think about how long Bly has been fighting from a massive disadvantage on this map. And think about how many opportunities he's given himself. Like, this is...
Yeah.
I'm not saying Nicoract is, like, you know, struggling by any means, because he did take a great engagement there on the right side, and he's still in a solid position. But Bly is just so good at constantly stressing you out.
No doubt about that.
And to that end, that's actually no pickups.
I mean, that's a little bit of a nice pickup, yeah. Nice pickoffs on the side of Bly here. These ultras are very low, but good fungals to start. No EMPs either onto a clump of very clumped up infestors, and that might offer Bly actually a window here as Nicoract's supply continues to stay strong regardless, and now Bly will barely get washed away in that fight. But it's here come the links. I mean, you wish these links had happened with the rest of the army, right? Maybe could have gotten a cleanup on some of these medevacs, kept the ultras alive. I mean, just imagine like a few transfuses or something like that, and all of a sudden things look a lot better for Bly. But as it stands, yeah, the map tells the story.
Yes, at this point, Nicoract is just mining too much, and Bly has lost too many bases. But even up until then, like, yeah, I got to agree. If the infestors, you know, it's 5 infestors surviving instead of just 2, maybe there's 3 or 4 ultras still on the field, and then Nicoract tries to break this base. We're describing a small niche situation in a game that's had so many niche situations, but
yeah,
even up until the end, this wasn't so out of reach for Bly.
Yeah, for sure. There was always an out, right? And that's the thing about Bly is he knows how to give himself chances in a game, right? So he knows it's like, okay, I'm in trouble, but Burrowbanes can still bring it. Like, he knows what the big kind of like game shifting potential moves are, like Burrowbanes, like huge fungals, surrounds, like, and little tactics like I'm gonna run like a ton of links into your main, like those things that you were saying that can make players of all levels like very uncomfortable, right? Like Bly is very good at.
Yeah, and that is a genuine skill. Like, it's obvious, but it is a really strong skill to know like how to create A, win conditions, and how to create B, frustrating situations for your opponent. But as much as we gave credit to Bly there, you got to give a ton of credit to Nicoract for that one, because he did not crumble in the face of a really uncomfortable set of constant moves. You know, like that could have there was so many situations where Bly got, like, he'd still got some good value with a lot of his plays, but they could have turned the game completely around. And that was just a fun, old-fashioned Mutiling Bane versus Bio Mine Thor play.
Yeah, a little bit of a classic for sure. I mean, there weren't all that many mines, were they?
No, actually, yeah, he made mines at the beginning, and then, no, it wasn't Bio Mine. It was just like, Yeah, Bio-Thor, I guess.
I think that's part of why it also felt like Bly could always come back as well. There weren't like mines that were anchoring things and that do splash damage. So there was splash damage on one side and just like, hey, don't mess up on the other side type thing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting approach also, honestly. It's been neat to see Terran players tackling the problem of Widow Mines are not, you know, now just the catch-all answer, I guess, to Lingbane style armies. What do we do now? And we're seeing some players playing tanks more. We're seeing some players, you know, well, actually, we haven't seen a whole lot of it, to be honest. We haven't seen, like, for example, what Clem might do against a Serral, but we're going to have to wait before we could see something like that. Regardless, though,
7,294 official matches, by the way.
7,294. Is that best of threes or best of, or just single
that's
maps?
That's a good question. It just says matches played. I'm not sure what that means.
Matches played? Okay, I would assume that means full matches then, like best of X. But regardless, we're going to be getting into game number 3 of what has already been a bit of a banger. Spawning down in the bottom right, he played a very Bly game, if ever there was one. It is Bly.
And if we were to identify something as a Nicoract game, he just played one of those in the top left-hand side. It is Nicoract. Or is it more like a... Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I guess you would... You like the trademark of that, of aggressive style and countering and flying with medevacs and stuff like that. I feel like it's very Terran, but it leans more like Beyond, Clem, you know, like what did Nicoract... You can't have a signature like Bly very easily, right?
No, it is really hard to... It is really hard to be more distinct as a player than Bly. I think maybe the only player that might come close is like Goody. Maybe. Is there any other player that you can think of that's like more, I guess, stylistic or more like signature-esque than Bly? I don't think so. Because let's say it's Goody, you might just look at that and be like, well, this is just a mech player. You know, you wouldn't necessarily look at one of his games and be like, that's a Bly game right there.
For sure. I mean, I know of some signature styles here and there, but Bly is certainly the only one to make him work consistently at a high level for like 14 years now.
14 years, yeah.
Yeah. Gotta say, yeah, that's quite impressive.
Mm-hmm. Now, I
Very
wonder...
competitive environment, shifting landscapes.
Yeah.
He stays there.
I wonder what we're going to see going into this game number 3. This is pretty cool from Nicoract. Nicoract adding on a second barracks. So he's going towards a 2-1-1. And if Bly opens Mutas again, 2-1-1 versus Mutas, that is a really bad situation on paper for the Muta player. Like, if you just go straight Mutas off of 2 bases and take a third and everything, and your opponent hits you with a 16 Marine timing, that is not a comfy position.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, there is an upside here in this particular interaction, where if you don't attack with your Muta, and you know, you let the attack happen from the 2-1-1 player, then there is a chance that you can get a cleanup and you can like even end the game on a counter offense. So a lot of the time it's about who attacks first in situations like that, I think, and if the Muta are out in time, just ever so barely.
I feel like most of the time they're not out against, at least not against the first phase of this, because we've got the layer starting up at the same time as the starport. Like, Nicoract is going to hit pretty hard and pretty fast, and this looks very much like it is going to be Muta once again. And if it does end up turning out the way I'm thinking, Bly could be in a huge amount of trouble right now, because I don't think he's realized that his opponent is going for this 2-1-1 once again. Or not once again, but for the first time.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it could go, I think, definitely in Nicoract's way. Like, on paper, I think that it is a good opener. I just think that there are opportunities to...
Yeah, no, for sure. It's not game over by any stretch. It's just more like... I can tell you as a guy who used to do a lot of 2-base Muta, the number of times I've died to 2-1-1 is the number of times I tried to play 2-base Muta against 2-1-1, pretty much. It just
really?
was...
Okay.
Yeah, no, I had a terrible time with it, but that doesn't mean that Bly would. And there is the Roach Warren. He starts that up as he sees the big Marine count. Losing 2 Overlords, though, that hurts a lot.
That is big. Yeah, that's huge, actually. And he's going to make an overs here. And 4 Overlords now. Much warranted. So I don't think he'll be going into Muta at all, at least not right off the bat.
Nope.
As the Roach Warren is now well on its way.
He might have still gone for the Muta if he didn't see all those Marines. But I mean, he saw like 3 or 4 Marines in the main. He obviously saw the like 5 Marines, the natural. Like this really can only be a 2-base 2-1-1. And Bly does start up 12 Roaches, but they're not going to be out just yet. And if Nicoract guns down or goes straight for that 3rd base, he should just be able to get a kill on it. There's like no defenses here. Stim does complete go. Stim?
No, doesn't need to.
He might not even need to, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
That is, wow, okay. All right. That is really good for Nicoract.
Really, really good. And now he's going to continue marching forward. He's going to scan the main and see what's up. Now he will use his first stim to disengage against the Roaches. He sees where the army is, so considers going into the main. But 4 Queens are there for Bly waiting. And Nicoract pulls back, but this was very successful already.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not the situation we were talking about, but it is a very good situation for Nicoract. Now, he has done something very interesting that pretty much only he does, which is double engineering bay without building a 3rd CC just yet. You can go into a 3rd CC behind this, but it's a really weird setup. And unlike versus Mutiling Bane, 1-1 versus Roaches, it's nice, but it's not like the kind of thing where you're like, okay, well now I just, you really feel a huge difference. Roaches can still get consistent DPS against Marines that have 1-1.
Yeah, and the Roaches are just going to be lurking around, seeing what's up. The medevac will fly right over them, but I'm not sure if it was caught. Nicoract thinks so he's going to unload. And Infestors, I mean, on the way. Tunneling Claws as well. Or not Infestors, but an Infestation Pit done. Now Infestors on the way. And Tunneling Claws done. So Bly definitely wants to play an old school style.
Yes.
Where maybe Ravager Infestor is the way, harassing with Tunneling Claws. And that's he's still looking to make the game as hectic as he can, basically.
Yeah, this is very much a classic Bly type of move. I was watching Uthermal's stream the other day, and he said that the most Bly thing is for him to be dead as a player can be, and but as soon as you move out onto the map, he hits you with like 3 fungals or something, like off of like the proxy hatch. But this is really scary to deal with right now. There are 3 Infestors. Nicoract isn't necessarily expecting
there's
them.
one of the
There
fungals.
it is.
Need 2 more to complete the prophecy of Steadfast, and there they are. Just as soon as Nicoract thought he had the game, he gets hit by 3 fungals in the face. And now the Tunneling Claws is almost done, so you could actually maybe get into a position to snipe the tanks if you're Bly. Instead, he's gonna walk a few Roaches into the fire here. And Bly needs to engage. I don't know if he can afford to lose this 3rd. Here he comes.
Oh, will take advantage of the fact that the tanks are clumped up, gets a really nice set of Corrosive Biles, does lose all the Ravagers, but as you said, he is going to lose this base just barely. I think this is still actually fine for Bly, though, because Nicoract doesn't have a 3rd CC, and he's in fact added 2 more barracks, and all the drones, as we can see there, got saved by Bly. I think this is actually a good situation for Bly, if anything.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I mean, yeah, saving the workers is pretty massive, and taking that extra base in between is nice too. Will reveal his burrow there.
Technically, the Roaches were already spotted with the drilling claws on the, or not drilling claws, the tunneling claws on their back. Oh, but this could be scary. He might not have noticed it. He might not have noticed that tunneling claws.
And if you even pop up,
yeah, you do it. You go for it. You snipe that tank.
Oh, you do here. That's beautiful. Yeah. The tail end, that was really, really nice. Now you gotta be careful though. I'm not sure if you can. Yeah, that's huge. Now I guess, yeah, preemptive scan from Nicoract, anticipating that the best move is probably for Bly to burrow, and 2 split up Roaches are nasty in the natural. I mean, 3 would have been better, but 2, you know, you take those.
Yeah, and I mean, he already picked off 2 of those siege tanks, which is so valuable when you're playing Roach like this. And this really is a vintage style from Bly. We are going to have a missile turret done in a natural, and Bly will not be able to get in there with this. Nicoract is not out of this game by any stretch. He has now finished a 3rd command center. He's got 2-2 on the way, but he's been knocked back on his heels, very much so.
Gotta move the rest of your roaches, Bly. If you're gonna block the command center, you're gonna force a scan.
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think of that. And that is exactly what you predicted. Yep. It looks like Bly also didn't think of that. And now this missile turret is going to complete. That is going to reveal this last roach.
Yeah.
A little bit of friendly fire from the siege tank, but it's totally fine. And now we've actually got Bly. No, he's close enough here.
I mean, can the Queens get in range here? One of those will surely fall. Can he get the second one?
Nice.
And it looks like there is maybe enough energy for another fungal. Just ever so barely. He should get this one, and he does.
That was very nicely done from Bly. I actually thought both were going to potentially get away. And then I thought for sure the second one would get away, but Bly gets it done there. Behind this, a Spire and a Hive coming in with a synced up timing, which makes me think he's thinking Broodlords. And honestly, in this game, they would be pretty damn strong. Even if you can get up like 5 Broodlords, Nicoract doesn't even have the gases at his 3rd base, let alone a 4th base.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, he has reset the tank count a couple of times. He killed a couple of tanks, so Bly definitely has the threat of roaches, which will force Nicoract into more tanks, and that's probably where his gas is going to be going, his attention is going to be going. And Broodlords is just kind of skipping one step into the direct counter of what Nicoract should be doing, right? Like, just Bly is just like clairvoyant looking into the future here.
Yes, this is very much a truly strategic move if he ends up going for those Broodlords. But as I say that, like, he has not yet started the Greater Spire, and he just fires up 5 Corruptors. Might actually just be a style that we haven't really seen en masse since the days of Heart of the Swarm.
Cancel again.
From Biel, where he would go for the, Roach Ravager, or I guess it would have been Roach Lingbane Corruptor. In this case, it'll be Roach Ravager Lingbane Corruptor. But yeah, as you say, no cancel, and it is unfortunate to see, but Bly will get in on top of the 3rd base, and a lot of friendly fire actually on those SCVs. 7 workers going down. That's going to continue to keep the economy of Nicoract small, and there's the Greater Spire morph. Okay, so maybe he just forgot to morph it in then.
Yeah. If I can be completely honest as well, I think that the Corruptors have always been good at killing medevacs, more so than... Like, you can just make, like, 5 Corruptors and clean up medevacs from the Terran player, and maybe then use them for a transition or whatever, but even just in the straight-up fights, you just have to attack move them. Like, Muta, like, sure, they're better at chasing and stuff like that, and they can, they're versatile in that they can cut harassment, reinforcements, harass themselves. But in the straight-up engagements, they're just worse.
So much worse.
Cleaning up medevacs, yeah.
So much. And not just worse at cleaning up medevacs in terms of the damage they do. They're also worse at surviving. They're like, they're made of glass. Whereas the Corruptors have that base 2 armor. And, if anything...
And range as well, so they stand further back, right? Whereas the Muta stand right on top of the opponent's army. Yeah.
No, I've actually... I like the idea of Corruptors to clean up medevacs. I think that it's a really expensive thing, but it's a cool play, and I am sad that we haven't seen players able to make it work more. But as I say that, that's going to be both medevacs getting cleaned up courtesy of the Fungal Corruptor combo. Bly is doing great in this game number 3.
Yeah, it's a tough sell, but like the unit and the concept are both good.
Yes.
Like, I think that it will come back to fashion at some point. Like, because I think some of these things are fashionable in some sense. Yeah, because in the past, like, Stefano made it work. Laser tried it with some success as well. Like it was a thing that happened for a little while, and I don't think enough has changed to make it maybe not happen. But yeah,
nice job right there on a base denial. Actually, 2 base denials for Nicoract, and he's got another push coming in on the other side. These Broodlords are very much on their own, but unfortunately, the Ghosts were completely on their own in the front, which means that all 3 of them go down when they potentially could have gotten some big snipes on these Broods. And
that's tough.
Utilizing the new Ferrari Broodlord, it's able to kite back against these units. And now the tanks get unsieged, or caught unsieged. And that is going to be a full cleanup. Bly, oh, he just took a phenomenal set of engagements. We'll lose some units on the top right, but the amount of damage he's done is way outweighs what he just suffered. Wow. Oh my god, and another massive combo there.
Yeah, great battles there. As Bly continues to clean up, and this is looking all about over. I think he's done it here, as Nicoract will have to tap out, and that will be the finale of Europe with a classic Bly game. A really cool series, this one.
What a great way to actually end the entire European region for the day, and everything before that final round of the playoffs, or final round of the pre-playoffs, I guess, the Swiss stage, with Bly having about the most Bly game we ever could have seen from him. That does put us behind schedule a little bit, but I am more than okay with that. We are going to head to a quick break for now because we are, like I said, behind schedule, but we'll be back maybe in like 5 or 6 minutes with the ESL Regionals NA with Scarlett versus Kelazhur. Don't go anywhere. Stick around, and we will be back.
Jump.
Welcome back after a very entertaining series between Bly and Nicoract that really had, honestly, all the games kind of going the distance. Game 1 was definitely uncomfortable for Nicoract for the majority of it, and he kind of got knocked off balance from the get-go. But games 2 and 3 were, I mean, they were super back and forth for a lot of it. More so game 2 than anything, but all of them really entertaining there.
Yeah, very cool series for sure. I mean, the amount of hat-tricks that went uncancelled is probably record-breaking at this level of play, but other than that, it was really fun to watch and really scrappy. I mean, yeah, as evidenced by the number of hatches uncancelled.
I mean, yeah, I would say that's a pretty good way of putting it. We are going to be kicking things off with the ESL Masters NA, or Americas region now. And you got to get in the habit of calling it the Americas region because it's been merged with Copa America and Latin America's region. We are going to be seeing Kelazhur versus Scarlett to start things off. So it's one banger into another. I am very excited about this one. We won't talk about it too long. We'll get started pretty quickly. But quick thoughts before we do so.
I mean, quick thoughts. These people are awesome. They're probably two of the strongest contenders, and in this matchup, I think it's both for both players. I think this is their signature matchup, and probably the matchup that, at least as of recently, I've known them to enjoy the most. So I think this should be awesome. I hope it's a 2-1.
I mean, it's a classic matchup, ZVT. Kelazhur does have a decent-sized advantage in the matchups, but it's not one-sided by any stretch.
Wait, Kelazhur is the favorite?
Historically, yes. I don't know that I would agree with that because I feel like Scarlett is one of those players that really turns up for big matches. And the last match that he played was a big match, and Scarlett did end up going on to win that one 3-1. That was in the playoffs of the Summer Regionals last year in 2023. So that would have been, well, that would have been a while ago. That was almost a year ago. But Scarlett is one of those players that we don't always know what her form is like. But when she is in form, her mechanics are just top tier. And of course, her decision-making and strategic understanding of the game is elite.
Elite, to say the least. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. I mean, the similar things can be said for Kelazhur, and like, you know, like his own streaks and when he's practicing and when he's on, for sure. Both of these players have insane peaks. And as of Sasha and the way that she feels right now, I think she should be somewhat in shape because, yeah, she, like, I work with her and, yeah, like, she's like, I've been practicing a lot, you know, so we're delaying some meetings and stuff, so she better win.
All right, here we go. Spawning down to the bottom right for R8 Esports. It is Kelazhur.
And his opponent in the top left-hand side, it is for the Rebellion, Scarlett.
I love the name of Shopify's team. I think it is just awesome. I think the Shopify Rebellion is just like the coolest name they could have come up with. Like
the Shopify Rebellion. Sounds like a little bit like a boy band to me.
Really?
Yeah, the Rebellion.
That's
like
super
the
funny. Yeah. Well, I think
it's a little angsty, no?
I immediately think of Star Wars, but I do understand where you're coming from because that definitely teenage rebellion is for sure a thing.
Yeah. I guess the rebellion against like an empire type like Napoleon type stuff, like Star Wars type stuff. I could see that, but yeah, it's less common than I guess. Yeah, in the current social context, like rebellious is like, you know, immature and yeah, I don't know.
No, I definitely get what you're saying. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Like thinking back to like punk rock type of stuff. As of course we do have to thank our sponsors for making this possible: Monster Energy, the U.S. Air Force, Blizzard Entertainment. And let's get a picture of the last one. Should be on the other side, no?
Let's see it.
The ESL shop. It's not there, but there's the ESL Pro Tour. We did the whole intro video for the ESL shop, so it's fine.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you love it, you wear it. Like
you love it, you wear it.
People just know these things. Like if you love it, you wear it. If you don't love it, probably gotta wear it anyway.
You should. Yeah, I mean, Apollo tells you to do something. Yeah. This is the man who figured out that 4 racks went into mech, you know?
Oh my god. This callback doesn't have a right to be called back every time, but it happens so often.
Always happens,
over
yeah.
the years. It's like the greatest call ever. Oh, come on, like, you know, he's seen the build before. Obviously, it's not like he pieced it together. Like he, you know, like
yeah, he'd
on
seen
the
it
spot.
the night before. Yeah.
Yeah, he knew it existed. You know, surely there's no way like, oh, 4 barracks. This is mech.
Oh,
Reaper goes down.
That's so this is where you pause and you hit them with the hotkey question mark.
Yeah,
that
would be the play.
That would be the play. That's a rough little loss for Kelazhur, because he's going up against a 2-base Zerg right now, and you don't necessarily know what they're doing. Obviously, we know from our perspective that it is a 3rd hatchery behind this, and Scarlett just got, you know, a couple of quicker queens, or a quicker 4th queen, really, because you obviously get 3 queens off of a normal play setup anyways. But Kelazhur is going to be a little bit blind for a little bit, and I don't think it's going to result in anything significant happening in the game. But at the very least, it might cause him to like keep the Hellions at home for a little bit longer, and he's got to be thinking, is my opponent doing something funky?
Yeah, definitely should be. And yeah, I mean, it sucks to lose your Reaper, especially when you're like, you know, renowned as one of the best Reaper control players out there. So it's a tough one. It's, you know, your ego's got to take a break. And Kelazhur also going for a very greedy strategy behind it all. So, you know, like going into Banshee 3cc, kind of the classic, and gets the full scout Scarlett. Scarlett is the type of player that could look to punish too. Wouldn't put it past her if she decided to try to go for a punish here.
I think the only punish you can kind of do against this is something like maybe a big, some kind of a big Nidus play with like Queen Nidus, just because the potential that it's going to be Cloak Banshee is really high. As I say that, we actually don't have Cloak on the way, and it's going to be faster engineering bay. So Kelazhur actually going to take the fact that he was scouted and get even a little bit greedier than he was before. Scarlett did pump out a ton of links, so she wants to jump these Hellions. She's going to be able to find...
Get him.
I think she's going to get them all.
Yeah.
Oh,
for
good
sure.
Positioning from Kelazhur.
Yeah, does make her bleed a little bit more. But yeah, all in all, Scarlett gets the cleanup. Kelazhur is going for a Raven, and Scarlett now going into a lair. So yeah, things are looking like pretty stable for both players. Kelazhur needs to make the assessment that he can start his upgrade soon, while the Banshee continues to keep him safe.
This is a really interesting setup from Kelazhur. He's made a lot of little subtle changes after being scouted right there, going for the double engineering bay before that 2nd and 3rd barracks, which is greedy. That is a little bit greedy. And of course, like I said, cutting the 2nd Banshee, cutting Cloak, and instead going for the Raven. This is a neat little setup from Kelazhur, but I feel like Scarlett's start has been pretty solid, and more so than anything, off of the extra queen she got and, you know, just her brilliant mechanics to begin with, and the fact that all the Hellions went down, her creep spread is going to look scary in this game.
Yeah, and of course, talk about signatures with the Reaper. Creep spread is Scarlett's signature.
Yeah, always has been.
Yeah, always has been. So let's see what you can do with that, as Kelazhur looking to try to mitigate for the effects of said creep spread with a quick Raven here. Not something that Terran players are known to do, but something that everyone who is not a Terran player has said that every Terran player should do for the last 14 years.
Yeah, I mean... even beyond that, the fact that I know a lot of Terran fans were kind of pulling their hair out when Maru wasn't making a Raven versus Serral on Radhuset. That was one of those situations. He scanned so many times and just kept missing the Infestor every damn time. But that is nice to see that Diego is willing to mix in the Raven. It is difficult, though, to be able to actually keep the Zerg from already continuing to spread creep when they've started with such a big jump and such a nice queen count here. We are going to see where the medevacs are. There medevacs with this? He's got one medevac, but it is just now crossing the field. This isn't going to be able to do too much on the top side. So Scarlett, once again, she's just kind of continuing to flood the map with creep. And Kelazhur, I'm not a big fan of his position if he can't find something.
You know, at least he's keeping the creep trimmed down a little bit, right? So it's not the worst thing in the world, I want to say. But yeah, Scarlett is definitely doing what she needs to transition and get up there. And the more I think about the Ravens as well, like, it's the problem with the Raven is just it's so difficult to make more of, right? Even if you open Raven, I think that's reasonable. But you know, if you're Maru and you are like, okay, I should make a Raven, then you need a starper with a tech lab. That's a starper that's not making medevacs. Then you're done making your Raven, and then what do? Do you make a second Raven? Surely not.
It really screws up the macro cycle if you are starting to like mix around your tech labs in the late game. There's so many things to think about.
And then your Raven dies, and what do? Do you switch again so that you can make another Raven? It's tough.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what the answer is for Terrans, but I can see the dilemma for sure.
Oh, fungal! Oh, wow! We've already seen one big fungal today.
My
Another one.
No, this is way bigger than any we saw before. Diego getting caught with his pants down here, and yeah, Scarlett, I mean, capitalizing big time as she continues to spread the creep.
I feel like getting caught with your pants down doesn't really do that one justice. It's like he got caught with his pants down, so she cut both of his arms off. Like, it was just that was a ridiculous find for Scarlett. And
that was insane.
Oh man, Diego just hasn't really been able to do anything in this game. Scarlett kind of just jumped him with that one. That is going to be really difficult to recover from. He is going to need to turtle super hardcore, but I don't know if Scarlett's going to let him.
Yeah, and we were wondering about the shape and whether these players have been practicing, and it definitely looks like Scarlett has been. She is going to encroach one more time into this position. If she breaks this area, she can always go towards the fourth base. Could maybe set up a contain of sorts with the fungal, but Diego is actually making things hard for her on the other side of the map, as Scarlett will get rid of the medevac, and now only a few Marines stand. The Banelings should have an easy time cleaning up, but Diego kind of defends, right, and makes something happen on his end of things at least.
Yeah, but he doesn't kill the hatchery. He doesn't, trim the creep back on that left side at all. Only gets 5 drones, and he does get fully cleaned up, so he doesn't get to keep her at home any further. Meanwhile, Scarlett, she is still going great guns. She's on 92 drones. She's got the Hive done. Ultralisk Cavern already has chitinous plating on the way. 1-2 upgrades are completing basically right now, and that Adrenal Glands is going to kick in. Scarlett can just start battering her opponent on this 4th base.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of fungals available as well. There are 2 big clumps of Marines, but Scarlett not really looking to capitalize as of yet. And yeah, I mean, at this point, she could very easily transition. She's going for Ultras. She could easily go Broodlords as well, given the position and the fact that she can push from this high ground onto this 4th base of Kelazhur, right? I think that Broodlords are stronger here than they would be if Kelazhur was expanding horizontally, for example.
Yeah. But I will say I like what Scarlett is doing because of the advantage she's already carved out for herself. Yeah. Ultralisks, while they're a little bit less stable and your opponent can maybe make a big SimCity against them, make it difficult for them to get value. At the same time, Kelazhur is in such an uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
I don't think he can necessarily easily survive a big Ultra Smash.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And not very many Marines or not very many Marauders or anything like that either, right? It's mostly Marines in the army of Kelazhur, so...
No ghosts either.
Yeah, he will definitely struggle against Ultra Infestor. As here it comes. I mean, the Ravagers leading the charge is not what you want, but at least they get rid of the first tank in front.
Now it is the Terran's opportunity or time to not be canceling those command centers. Fungal Growth only catching a couple of units, but another tank going to get Corrosive Bile down, and it has been tough to keep those tanks alive. We do have a few more of them going to get caught on their lonesome. Vipers, not even needing to use their Blinding Cloud because the Corrosive Biles will just take care of them. There are a couple Vipers in this army, and Scarlett is just running Kelazhur around at this point.
Yeah, she keeps finding tanks on the edge where she gets to, or where she gets to engage onto the tanks that are uncovered, and like that she removed like 3 or 4 of them already before the engagement even starts. Now she's comfortable taking the engagement, and even without the need to fungal anything, she takes it comfortably.
Very comfortably, yeah, and will push Diego off of that 4th base location. Of course, it's an orbital, so it's able to lift up. That also means that it's way less defensive power. Kurosawa's going to find this Liberator and killing off the last tank there. There's 2 more behind it, but this is looking like it's terminal.
Dug that tank. It is looking pretty terminal here. I mean, yeah, that tank can be abducted as well. There's a lot of Ultra still and 4 more on the way. Yeah, it's terminal.
Yeah, and I mean, the income advantage is massive. The tech advantage is huge. The army supply, not that big, but when the army is mostly Marines and they're kind of overstimmed against Ultras, you are not going to have a good time. Big fungal growth Kurosawa combo and a nice fungal to cap things off. Kelazhur might stay in the game for a couple more seconds.
Let's go with
I'm
seconds.
thinking I'm thinking we're counting seconds, not minutes.
I'm thinking 5 to 10. Yeah.
Oh my God, Scarlett's got a creep literally at his like third base ramp, basically. This is ridiculous what we're seeing from the Queen of Blades, and she has very clearly been practicing super hard because she looks so locked in. This whole game, pretty much, she's been out trading Kelazhur.
Yeah. I mean, Scarlett, of course, yeah, she's of the highest caliber, right? Like a Olympic winner, the only StarCraft 2 Olympic champion, in fact.
Canada is indeed the undefeated, undisputed Olympic champion.
That's a good point.
Yeah. It's kind of wild when you think about it that way.
Canada is the greatest country in StarCraft's history as far as the Olympics are concerned.
Yeah. And we are going to see Scarlett able to take that game number 1 victory. Honestly, that was dominant from start to finish.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's like you said at the start of the game, like it doesn't feel like Kelazhur is doing much. I mean, it started with a Reaper death, right? It can't be bueno. And yeah, I can't recall any moment in the game that I was like, oh yeah, Diego, oh, that was nice, Diego, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it started with the Reaper going down and then the Hellions getting caught and then Scarlett spreading just creep, like gulping up, enveloping the entire map. I don't know, man. That like, if I'm Kelazhur, I'm strongly considering investing in a 3 racks. You know, I'm like looking at my portfolio and I'm like, this is terrible. Tell me more about 3 Racks Inc.
For sure, I'm with you. I mean, like Kelazhur, I was just checking, like his record on a League against me is like insane. Like I like much better against I fared better against Scarlett than Kelazhur. So when I think of Kelazhur, like to me, I get PTSD. Like in the matchup, I think he can definitely like bring it back. You know, like and take it to Scarlett. Like I think that we need a game as decisive in this game number 2 as we saw from Scarlett in game number 1, so that we go into a banger game number 3 where they're evenly matched and show the best gameplay that they have ever shown before.
I would like to see that, personally, because
That would be
I don't
cool.
want to see a dominant 2-0. I want to see a back-and-forth series. And I will say, even if it's not a Proxy 2 racks, Proxy 3 racks, or even a Proxy 4 racks, Post-Youth is one of those maps where it feels like you can definitely get under the Zerg's skin a little bit, but at the same time, I don't know. Scarlett just looked so good there. Like, maybe like 2 racks Reaper opening from Kelazhur. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think we'll see here?
That. I could feel that. I could see that. I mean, I don't know if he'll do that, but like I would almost want to see a hit, right?
Yeah.
28 years old is Kelazhur. Scarlett in her 30s, so Post-Youth should favor Scarlett.
Oh, very nice. I didn't know where you were going with that. Spawning up in the top right, though, he is going for something because he is going across the map with that first SCV, or one of the early ones. It is R8's Kelazhur.
Diego Schwimmer. And the bottom left-hand side, it is the Queen of Blades for the Shopify Rebellion. Scarlett. You were saying punk rock before we kind of like the game took us away to the death of a Reaper, and you were saying like punk. Oh, I like this. We're not gonna be able to discuss punk rock again, are we?
Not at this rate. We'll put a pin in it for now. But this is single Rax Proxy Rax Reaper. This is really interesting because obviously you're gonna have that in base. Oh my god.
Oh my god, not like this. It's okay, it's okay. Because you can't really accelerate any defense if you're Scarlett here.
No.
Like if anything, this might be bad. Okay, here's a hot take. Here's an Apollo moment for you. Maybe this is bad because you can't really accelerate anything, but you can overreact.
Yes.
And yet what Kelazhur is doing is just probably one Reaper to, get it out there faster. So
yeah, and it's still going to be a 1 Rax expand at home behind this, and you've got that wall in. So something like this might not have been an option on basically any other map, but specifically on post-youth, it is an option. And you don't really cut into your own economy, but give yourself the opportunity to get a lot of work done. I'm kind of with you on that, actually. I don't even think that's a hot take. I think that's just a classic Apollo perfect call.
Just a classic Apollo perfect call, yeah.
I think that's just maybe
those,
what do you want to run ESL? I could see your voice on the ESL shop videos. I wouldn't mind.
I've tried before. They rejected me, yeah.
Oh.
I've tried to run ESL.
Uh-oh. Drones pulling. Well,
no,
yeah,
come on.
That was I was going to point out the positioning of the spawning pool, that it created a wall on the bottom side, but I was like, that'll never come up. I should have trusted my instincts and gone with that Apollo-esque,
yes.
Yeah, instinct to be like, make the call, talk about it. But
Scarlett does do that a lot, yeah. Like the little positioning against the Reaper, she pays a lot of attention to that.
Killing 1 drone is not remotely worth it for losing that Reaper, considering the fact that the barracks has a long ways to fly home. It's going to be Cyclone, an individual Cyclone. And that will provide the defensive utility and the ability to deny overlords from scouting. But it's also going to mean that the reactor is delayed. So any option to go for like Hellions, well, that's going to be slowed down a lot. And that means Scarlett gets to kind of just chill for a while.
Yeah, also the tech lab and the tech for Kelazhur is going to be delayed. There is, of course, the drone killed and 6 links instead of making 4 links or something like that. So there's something there. It's not, the end of the world for Kelazhur, but certainly not what he was hoping for.
Oh, don't do it.
Yeah,
don't do it, Diego.
No, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Don't you do it.
He better.
Oh my god, that would be such a Giga Chad move, but it'd be such a bad one. It would be like 330. You have to know that link speed can be on the way at that point. Like
for sure.
Kelazhur's a smart cookie.
He really is.
We haven't even talked about what makes post-youth weird, by the way. Less drones, less SCVs, and you're still on 2-base saturation. There you go. You're caught up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about all you need to know.
Which is a really cool twist, to be honest. Yeah, I like the hybrid base in the main base. I think that's, actually like a map that plays out differently, where your economy feels differently. The rules are the same. You still want 2 workers per patch, etc. But you don't memorize your build and you don't go like, 60 workers. Instead, you say 2 workers per patch. I can take it from there. And your timings are going to change and everything's going to change just a little bit, right? So I feel like this is good. I wish we made more maps like post-youth. In that sense,
it's super wonky and very neat. I will say, look at this. Okay, 2 big differences. Well, okay, 2 differences in kind of how they think about the game or how much they pay attention to these little things. Scarlett, not only did she make sure that her mineral patches were saturated very quickly, she's also specifically manually triple stacked the far gold mineral patch. Whereas Kelazhur, funnily enough, she actually has some screwed up mining on the other one, so it's a triple stack on a regular one. Kelazhur actually didn't rush to saturate the mineral patches of his side. It's a little small difference, but that's the kind of stuff that can actually make a difference at the highest level. Oh, that's painful. Full scout and an SCV.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the thought of the thought to do something like that and the attention to do something like that is a symptom of a high-level player, right? So like that instance helps Scarlett a little bit, but it is that kind of thought and the fact that kind of instance exists that adds up over time and makes makes world championship caliber players world championship caliber players, right? They consider all the little things.
Yeah, and it also, I mean, if game one wasn't enough to tell us that she was in fantastic form, this one really, like, that little difference really drives the point home, I would say.
Yeah,
nice job
that's a
from
very good point.
Diego. Grabs a drone right there. And once again, it is a cloakless Banshee, which is really not what I expected to have happen back-to-back, but it's going to be for a faster transition. It's kind of neat. Scarlett, once again, playing with these roaches to start things out. She is very clearly, at least from these two games that I'm seeing, she's fallen a little bit more into the, I didn't like that they removed that 5 HP from Baneling speed. I'm going to play roaches to get into a stable mid-game. And honestly, I respect it. It's even if that's not necessarily 100% the case, it's definitely easier to get through the mid-game with just roaches as your backbone. Actually, hang on. She's on 65 drones. This might just be a...
Hold the phone is what you meant to say.
Hold the phone.
She is making a lot of roaches indeed. But yeah, also, like, it's important to note that Gerald, even before the Baneling nerfs and whatnot, was already popularizing the use of roaches in this matchup. The only issue is, like, when I talked to Clem about it, it's like, he was the only one that was doing it because he was the only one that felt comfortable, seemingly, in the pro scene in the late game against Terran, right? So that's kind of the thing. It's like what Scarlett is doing here, I think, as you accurately point out, could be more of an attack or whatnot, or maybe she is confident in the late game, or she's confident against Kelazhur in the late game, right? Because roaches, a lot of the time, what they allow you to do is to survive, but then if you survive and, you know, the late game's bad for you, then what did you survive for?
Yeah, if you survive but you suck against ghosts, it's like, oh, okay.
Exactly.
Congratulations. Like, it's the meme of the guy putting the stick in his wheels and being like, go Simba. That's me. I'm the guy in the picture. A little bit of an F2 right there from Kelazhur, but he will go back into the main base, going very deep with these medevacs, and he has no choice but to get out. I like the Spore Crawler setup from Scarlett. I like that she's actually adding on a few more spores. Oh, I'm not so fond of that.
Yeah, free infestors. But Scarlett will still clear a lot of the wall off there. Kelazhur supply blocked on the back of that, actually. Only making one supply depot, now 3. That is not good. I mean, even 3 supply depots is going to supply block him pretty quickly unless he starts losing some units, which looks to be something that he is going to be doing here. Does get a few Ravagers in exchange, so not the worst thing in the world. Now trying to target Fire a Queen, but the transfuses are there for Scarlett. And Kelazhur, the pride of Brazil, not looking too good here.
He's having a rough go of things. Scarlett is just, I mean, she's just outplaying him here. Obviously, losing those 2 infestors is a big mistake. It's a big misstep. But besides that, she has played a flawless best of 3 up to this point. And once again, Kelazhur is in, like, he's kind of trapped on 3 bases. Scarlett doesn't really need to go for an attack. She's got Hive nearly done. And she is transitioning in towards the Ling Bane phase of this, which is exactly what she did in the previous game, but
backwards, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is you talk about players that love to do this. Dark has been doing this forever. The Roach into late game transition. Sometimes he'll just play Roach Ravager. Sometimes he'll play Ravager,
Lurkers.
Roach Ravager to Ling Bane. Sometimes he'll play Lurkers. One of the most unpredictable late game players, but he's always been super comfortable in the late game. Now, Kelazhur has a 4th base on the way, but he is somewhat committed. Fungal again!
Another one. Not the best crosshair balls to follow, though. And only 1 fungal there means none of the units are actually going to die from it, at least.
But, I mean, it's still... you're not going to feel confident moving further onto the map at that point. Like, yes, you've got a ton of medevac energy to heal up, but every time you've moved out, basically, Scarlett's just there to just throw a fungal into your face.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on here. And Kelazhur hasn't been able to move out with like medevacs or anything like that to make anything happen. Scarlett has just been very well protected. We saw the Spore Ring earlier. So yeah, Kelazhur just trying to make advances little by little here. Secure territory, maybe take a 4th. I mean, this is a good high ground for him to be situated in. As all the tanks are on siege, that's always terrifying to see.
It's a lot of tanks, but they are up on a high peninsula. Speaking of a lot of tanks, 11 siege tanks on the field. Kelazhur is Like, if you told me, well, minus the Marauders, that this was a TVT, it would kind of look like it to me.
Here it
big
comes.
blinding clouds. I don't know about this. That is too many tanks. And Scarlett does get a bit of a bloody nose. She is killing a lot of SCVs on the other side of the map. But Kelazhur actually got a decent little engagement there. Scarlett losing a fair amount, but she is rebuilding on Ultras.
Oh, but hold the phone, because now Scarlett is going into this ramp, just kills one tank. I mean, Kelazhur has a very strong position. You can leapfrog like 2 or 3 of those tanks very easily and get this base if he just so chooses to do.
Which I think he needs to do. Like, this is a push that needs to achieve a lot right here for Kelazhur. Scarlett still has a significant mineral bank, and she's kept Kelazhur from... Like, Kelazhur hasn't actually landed a 4th base yet. Unless, there's nothing going in there. Scarlett is going to try and get in on top of this. It's a little bit disjointed, but the tanks are almost completely undefended. Fortunately for Diego, he has more bio showing up, and that will be enough to keep those alive. Ooh, blinding cloud. Oh, on the tanks. Going to be pretty good, knocking 2 of those out of the fight. And Scarlett...
Yeah, the Ultras are doing good.
Yeah, she's going to be able to clear up all the tanks, pushes back all the bio on the right side. And Kelazhur... his army just got decimated.
Yeah, unfortunately. 2 of those Ultras end up barely surviving as well. There are barely any Marauders. Kelazhur now making 2 Liberators at a time to try to make something happen. Okay, the Ultras are kind of gonna be gifted here. At least one of them will at the front. The other one is very low, so that would be a really hefty bounty for Kelazhur to get. Scarlett's bank is not really there, especially in terms of gas. She has to be careful with every tech unit that she has, right? It's not going to be easy for her to remake on units that are too relevant, and that's why we see, for example, right now 20 links in production.
Yeah, this actually... Kelazhur, that's actually kind of went well for him despite everything. Big fungal growth does catch a lot of the bio, but pushing down this ramp into this many siege tanks is not it. She does manage to corrosive bile one of those tanks on the front line, though, and that is still a good little pickup for Scarlett. The other thing is she's got the entire left side of the map.
Viper just got killed, and now in retreat is Kelazhur. He can load into a lot of these Marines into the medevacs, and actually Liberators. Hello, there's Liberators. Scarlett not really paying enough attention there. All of the Ultras will actually get melted, and what was that? One of the worst decisions that I have seen the Queen of Blades make in recent history.
Yeah, that was kind of a throwing away good money, chasing bad, where she was getting kited for a while, and it didn't look pretty, but it wasn't devastating for her. It was just like, okay, he's doing a good job microing, give it to him. Like, let him have it, so to speak. But yeah, she chased down that ramp, loses a lot. We are going to see the Infestors. One of them gets sniped before it can land its fungals, but the other one is big. Medevacs getting caught. They're all out of energy. A lot of the army just got flooded there. Scarlett probably doesn't want to keep pushing, but she is going to be able to corrosive bile down one of those Liberators. Nice job. And meanwhile, in the main base, was that a Ling drop, or did they just did 6 Lings run into the base somehow?
I would think they just walked in. I mean, there's a Link here. He's pretty close to running in. It's a weird map in the sense that the layout, there's a lot of little entrances into things.
Yeah, it's really bizarre.
I like it though. It's cool.
It's neat. It's neat. But Scarlett, I mean, Kelazhur started to make some headway on this map and has had some success, much more than in the previous game, that is for sure. But Scarlett still feels like she is in so much control of this game. She's going to finish up her burrow, her +3 carapace, denies that 5th base of Kelazhur. And Kelazhur's been able to keep kind of up for a while because of this gold base. Nice blinding cloud on the planetary, grabbing 2 siege tanks as well. There's a well-positioned tank on the high ground and a good Liberator. But even with that planetary surviving, this is still so good for Scarlett, and she's going to be able to wipe out so many SCVs in the main and natural. And I think Kelazhur just can't compete economically anymore.
He can't. 31 workers to 88 of Scarlett. That's a lot of workers on the purple side, or on the red side rather. Kelazhur gonna struggle, and even forcing out a scan, which is something that you should quite honestly always do with your last 3 or 4 circlings. It's just free money that your opponent has to use. And yeah, it looks awful. I mean, Kelazhur was mostly making Marines as well, and when the Ultra count starts growing, they're just kind of useless, right? You need more Liberators. Now making 2 Marauders at a time, but never really getting that count to where it feels like Kelazhur is convincingly pushing back Scarlett outside of that one time that she kind of just run into the Liberators with Ultras.
Yeah, I think she can probably chill out a little bit, but she's in such a good position that I don't even hate her just continuing to kind of trade even a little bit inefficiently. But as I say that, I was going to say, I saw the Lings on the mini-map, and I was like, those are GG Lings. And as soon as they get in, Kelazhur, who was honestly pretty dead and mostly hanging on by a thread, will finally throw in the towel. Scarlett, a fantastic showing from her in not just this match, but the entire group stage. I think the only map she actually dropped was one to M. Canning, of all people. But she is going to be...
of all people? Could you elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, you compare Scarlett, or you compare Kelazhur to somebody like M. Canning, who is down 0-2. Yeah, M. Canning.
Yeah, that's fair.
Doing a really good job. Being the only one to make Scarlett bleed.
That is very true. I mean, and yeah, he almost got the upset like last time as well. Like he had an upset against Scarlett, right? Like maybe like 3 years ago. I mean, people still. It's kind of like what Apollo had his moment with the Barracks. M. Canning had his moment where he actually beat Scarlett. So it was cool that we almost got a repeat of that.
Was that did he have one versus Scarlett? I know he had one versus Nee, but I don't remember the one versus Scarlett. Oh yeah, he did. Yeah. That was 2020. Man, that's 4 years ago. Oh, that's so gross. I hate that.
Holy guacamole.
That is a long time. But we are going to be heading to a quick little break. Going to be another 5-minute break, and we will be back with the next series, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but we'll be back with it.
you the odd man out. Hello.
Hello, we are back, and we were just chatting about how my hands don't always do what I tell them to when I'm playing StarCraft, and Mapu just cheekily in the chat was just like, "Oh, so you're just like Maru then?" And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like how fish and an elephant are both animals, you know, like technically true, but you know, would you really compare them? And of course, the answer is yes. I'm basically Maru, you know. Yeah.
Basically. Yeah.
Basically. Yeah, I got 2 lungs, 2 eyes, and 2 hands. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the base DNA is pretty close by, I'm sure.
It's pretty close, yeah. Mostly the same number of, you know, appendages and whatnot. But we are going to be getting into an awkward transition as we get into a match between a Terran and a Protoss. This is only our second TVP of the day, right? We had Aqueron versus Showtime.
Showtime and
Did we have any other TVPs? I don't
Not that I can
think
recall.
so.
Yeah,
but
feel free to get offended if we forgot about your TVP watching.
Feel free to take it personally. Yes, we're even though we're 8 best of 3s in, this is our 8th best of 3 of the day. We are absolutely trying to undercut the achievements. Now,
Sure.
we are going to be getting into what I would consider on paper to be a much more even series. Obviously, if you watch the matches between Aqueron and Showtime, I mean, that was anything but one-sided. That was an extremely close 2-0.
Yeah. An extremely close 2-0. Yeah, an extremely close series in any case. If you frame it as extremely close 2-0, it doesn't sound that close.
No, it doesn't.
But it was an extremely close 2-0, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like to do that sometimes, like kind of undercut the statement of what I've said a little bit. Like it's a little bit of a cheeky way of communicating.
I like it.
We've got something really cool though. Speaking of like close score lines, actual close score lines, all but I think one of the last 8 meetings that they've had whatever the best of X it was, whether it was a best of 3 or a best of 5. Every single one of those matches went to the final map except for one, which was 5-3 in a best of 9.
Wow. So these two are just
they're close.
Evenly. Like there's some pattern where it's like, so if one of them wins the first game, you know who's gonna win the second game type thing.
In this best of 3, I mean statistically, if we look at the last 3,
speaking,
yeah, it's pretty much guaranteed. Now that is over the course of a long period of time, but they did play quite recently, which was in the last month and a bit, and that was a best of 5 that went to game 5. So it's not like it's a fluke. Certainly players have good days, players have bad days, but I think we would be surprised if we don't see this go to game 3.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, statistically speaking, I would be surprised. And this should be a good one. Plus, today we've had so many game 3s, it feels like. Have we had like any 2-0s outside of Aqueron Showtime? I feel like that was...
Spatz Wayne, I think?
Spatz Wayne, you're right.
I think that was the most one-sided series, but even that, like... Even that felt like that should have gone to game 3. Like, Spatz, if he had just committed with the Stalker Colossus army and hadn't gotten Muta base traded, like he was in a winning position for 90% of that game. But, you know, sometimes the game just doesn't go the way you want, regardless of how much you set yourself up with great Oracle harass, with everything, you know, you really start off strong, you get some good Adept harassment, as we have spawning down in the bottom left is Nina.
Mapu just moving his camera little by little. He's like, hey. And then he just zoomed in. Can you believe this guy?
Can you believe it?
Mapu, do not zoom into... No! His future.
Ooh, fake barracks. Okay, he actually did have something to show us. That's fair.
I see. That's fair, Mapu.
That's kind of cute, too, specifically on Amphion. Because, of course, you're going to have that close Reaper position. And I don't think I've seen anyone yet utilize this position. It doesn't mean it's not going to be scouted, but this is a clever little play from Future. It's only going to shave off a few seconds, but it could get a big overreaction from Nina. And if she doesn't put that pylon... So, okay, actually, this is really neat because normally you put the pylon in that little spot. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, Mapu, perfect. You're forgiven for forcing me to intro the player after I tortured you for like 25 seconds. That will force the pylon to not be put there because, or not even force it, but potentially cause it to not be put there because you have to expect that there could be something on the right side. It could be on the right side at like the, I guess, linear third position, which means that this Reaper gets across quicker. Nina does have that pylon in position where it can drop a shield battery on the low ground, but this is already looking really nice. Nice micro, though, on the probes from Nina.
Oh, but Future... Oh, nice. He also goes backwards when the probe could have trapped him. Now refocuses a different probe and gets it, too. He could get a third one here, as one is already bruised, but will fail on one of those shots, and now will be forced to disengage. Chooses not to load the bunker for now, but maybe with the second Reaper he can.
I was going to say, I think you want to let it regen a little bit of HP. That was a very cute body block attempt, but there was absolutely no way in hell that was happening. This is very unfortunate for Nina. That shield battery is out of range of both Nexi, which means it A, starts with less energy, only 50 energy, and B, I don't know that you can battery overcharge that if you ever find yourself in the need to.
Absolutely. Maybe you can use it for a block so that Reapers stop jumping up and down there. And actually, there's another area that they can jump. That is a little sad. Oh my god, another one.
This is a brutal start for Nina right here. She will try and break this with 3 Stalkers. There is a Hellion crossing the map. I wonder if you just go straight into the main with that. Oh, grenades. Oh, he's trying to keep the Hellion hidden, but it will kind of get... No, not kind of. It gets scouted. It gets scouted and it will get corralled.
It is corralled as a chicken. Now these guys go inside. They should be able to get at least one worker, you would think. Maybe more. I mean, if they get 2 or 3, that'll be fantastic. Good micro there by Nina. Gonna find one more probe on the way out. And a full scout. So I think those Reapers, can be happily sacrificed there as the Hellion somehow survived.
Wow.
I want a replay on that Mapu. I'm not sure how Mapu didn't catch it. Unbelievable, Mapu.
Honestly, is he slipping?
He might be, right? Like, it feels a little bit like that.
Like, is this where we get the, should he really be #1 on the GOAT list is the question.
Yeah, that is the question. That is the question. I think he might be slipping a little bit. And now a Widow Mine drop. We're gonna actually get to catch it this time around. That's huge.
Oh, after an already uncomfortable start to the game, Nina was focusing on the Stalkers. I think she might have... Did she lose one of the Stalkers on the other side? No, she was able to snipe a Marine, but... A lot of damage on those Stalkers. Ay. And losing 6 probes after already taking a fair bit of damage and having a lot of lost mining time as a result of that bunker. This is an amazing start for Future. This is a very good start for the Terran.
Very, very good indeed. And going for this timing as well with the Ravens. Gonna get interference matrices up. Potentially account for some Colossus. Nina very far away from anything like Blink. These probes, are they being intended to... Oh, not like this! Mapu even caught it. This is insane.
Mapu even caught it. Okay, yeah, that honestly, that was GG. I agree with that one.
I agree too, yeah. No one's gonna fault Nina for GG right there and then.
Oh, that was really rough right there. Widow Mines, they're still really good if you don't respond correctly to them, and Nina struggled a lot right there.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, that to the credit of Future, who was applying pressure time and time again. Doing really a great job of it. As we are now gonna go towards post-youth. In this regard, the map, I mean, yeah, if we go by the existing fractal pattern that develops between these two, Nina should take it. If we go by the post-youth, Nina should take it. It's everything points towards Nina taking this game.
Yeah, except for game #1.
Except for game #1.
Game #1 definitely didn't look too promising. But history would show that, she's definitely still in a good position statistically.
Very true. Yeah, very true. And it is so rare as well for you to be like, yeah, like actually the player who lost looked better. Like we kind of saw that in some games today. And even Aqueron, who kind of kept up with Showtime and had like all these opportunities, right? But generally speaking, like when you start losing, it can be pretty snowbally. Like the math on StarCraft and RTS and the way it works, like it can be pretty snowball. You lose a unit here, all of a sudden you feel bad. Your timings are a little off. You lose another probe, it's just like way off, right? And then the Widowmines show up like a little bit faster than you are hoping to deal with them, and it all kind of snowballs. But really, a lot of the time, if you track it down to the start of the snowball, it looks a lot worse by the end.
Yes.
Than yeah.
Yeah, it looks worse than it should sometimes, and of course that's why Nina GG'd, is because she knew that the game was only going to get worse from there. Like it was. Yeah. She is actually the queen of coming back from really rough positions. But when you have such a tough time in the early game, like if you're on 3 bases, even 45 to 50 probes, but you have like a decent army, you can oftentimes survive against a much stronger opponent with really good fights, really good micro, good anticipation of where your opponent's attacking. But if you never get the opportunity to even get up to 3 bases, how are you possibly going to make something of a game like that? Like, it's just not going to happen.
Uh-oh. Probe was not rallied.
Oh.
That's a sign of the times right now. Spawning in the top right-hand side, it is Nina.
And her opponent spawning down to the bottom left. It's Matcherino's Future. So I just want to explain what I did right there. So in baseball, there's a concept of, you're used to throwing fastballs. And then you change up the timing by throwing something called a changeup. And that's literally, changeup. So you change up your speed after luring them into a specific rhythm. And you can mess with hitters, and that's kind of what I did with our observer right there. So I just want to pat myself on the back real quick.
That was really cool. Actually.
Thank you.
As the probe will not enter the base.
Future with a gas first here, but making this kind of look like it could be a double gas opener. And this is kind of nifty. Nina, she is going to try and, of course, get that.
As anticipation builds up. Nina, very good at harassing with the workers, always has been.
Yes.
She once tried to make it to Grandmaster with only worker rush, in fact. In fact, she might have been able to do it. I'm not sure if she ended up accomplishing it or not, but it was something that she attempted at for sure.
The way she came up with it and did it too was really cool, because it was like, was it 8 probes that she pulled or 6? Or did she pull it like all but 1 probe, or the probe that you built at the beginning? I remember thinking like, damn, she actually is pretty good with this. And of course, she utilized the recall feature. Like it's only possible with Protoss, even theoretically, if you can get across the map and eventually be able to recall out. But I remember just being like, damn, this is kind of cool. And it looking more possible than I would have ever expected. Obviously, at the top level, you're never, ever in a million years going to see something like that. But I remember those kinds of series and thinking, like, this is awesome. This is fun.
Yeah, no doubt. As Mapu tells us that the change-ups are called kyankyu in Japan, with a winky face.
Kyankyu?
They got a lot of baseball in Japan. Yeah.
Kankyu.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You beat me to it.
Got him.
Got him. Oh, Reaper is going to get corralled a little bit, but is there enough damage to actually kill this? Oh, no, there's not. That's what, like 1 HP? I didn't actually have the Reaper selected. I have a Depot selected right now.
We'll say 1 HP. That's probably the most dramatic that we could get with it.
I mean, we could say half HP, but I don't think people would believe us.
That's true.
I think they would question it. We are going to see 4 Hellions, which normally I would say is not a great move because you can wall the natural so relatively easily. But because the ramp, I should say, because the ramp is not actually walled, there is potential, especially with the Sentry using its energy for a hallucination, that these 4 Hellions could get some big value. Oh, we just saw a Mule get dropped.
I love this. I love this. Oh my God. Okay, I love this. I love this. I'm loving it. And the Reaper also pulling back some of these units, right? Like the Stalkers are going to be looking for the for the Reaper. And oh my God, future of Terran. This guy is sometimes a genius.
I mean, he's looking like a genius right now. He is killing so many probes. That was such a pimp play from Future.
Such a pimp play. Insane. Just so cool.
Okay. I was going to say, if 3 Hellions survive, he can still kill through the shield battery. But that is so much damage done.
14 workers. I mean, he could have made those Hellions survive too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, he could have kept them alive.
Sure.
Still, Cloak is about to complete. Oh, this is actually a very awkward timing for Future.
Oh,
Nina,
very awkward
she
indeed.
needs this. Okay.
Nice. That's big. Big for Nina.
She really needed that. If a Cloaked Banshee shows up on the other side of the map, I don't think there was a shield battery in the natural. There is one, in the main. Yeah, nothing in the natural. That would have been GG, almost for sure, because her robotics facility is barely even started. In fact, even with the robotics on its way, if the Banshee goes across the map now, with Cloak done, like, there's still potential that second Banshee gets significant damage. Now, with the Phoenix seeing it, it's less and less likely. But any bit of damage that Nina would take at this point is straight up disastrous. She's already so far behind. But she certainly can't afford to take any more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but yeah, I mean, Future missed opportunity there, right? Like not running away with a Hellions first and then losing the Banshee, just rallying it into Nina. That's a hefty investment for sure. Was that a waterfall, like a sewer waterfall on this map?
It is, yeah. The so Post Youth is just a garbage map. Not to say that the map itself is bad. I mean that it's literally just covered in garbage, and that it is like the worst place to live in the world. Like this is
so sad.
It is. It
That's
does
a sad
seem
statement about the Post Youth.
Yeah. Right. I think there might be a statement there. I think they might be trying to say something.
I think
actually.
there is, yeah. They might be, right? It's like, hey, you
Sentry
guys stipulates, Sentry does get picked up.
Oh,
Goes into the natural where you mentioned there is no yet a shield battery, so that could have gotten 2 probes. Will just be the one.
Even getting a Sentry. I mean, that's actually, considering what this could have done, this is way less bad for Nina. Then, like, she is in a much better position at this point of the game than I would have ever expected. After I saw Banshees on the way and those probes went down, she's done a good job. Oh, there we go. We got a trash can. We got a... For some reason, they got to keep those dangerous plants walled off. Got to keep those away from the public. More and more garbage. We got Ewoks bonking on those trash bins in the middle.
What's up with that? The Banshee does make her way into the third. We'll find a couple more probes. Let's look for more details, Mapu. You know where they are, don't you? What's on that screen?
We've got a commentary on the obsession with screens. You know, those 2 Ewoks staring at the screen. We've got a mattress dumpster, or dumpster mattress. We've also got a push that is coming in with double the army supply against a no-yet Colossus army. A lot of siege tanks. Battery overcharge is going to get popped, but there is so many men with guns.
Much. There is really a lot, and the battery overcharge is not going to last forever. Nor can it seem to out heal anything that's going on right now. Nina will just tap out, it looks like. Surely, right now. I mean, this game's over as it gets, right? Like, there's no chance.
No, Colossus.
Future breaking the cycle.
Yeah, there we go. Actually, that is a big cycle break right here. Colossus is actually getting a lot of damage to this army, and that might allow Nina to technically clean this up. But 21 probes go down, 3rd Nexus goes down, basically the whole Gateway army goes down, and Future has a finished 3rd command center behind us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fat cycle break, right? Like, sometimes we get this sort of pattern, and it's like, they're so evenly matched. Really, how evenly matched are you? You look at the matches, and it's like they're really evenly matched. Like, they always take games from each other. But today shall not be that day.
Sometimes one player has a really good day. Sometimes one player has a really bad day. Sometimes one player has a pretty good day and the other one has a pretty bad day, and it just ends up looking like a big skill disparity. When they play again, I think it'll be a more even match than we've seen today. But for now, the day is Future's, and he will go to 2-1 in series as GG finally gets called, and Future takes the 2-0. I had the wrong score the whole time. I am so sorry, everyone.
Oh, wow. Future takes it 2-0.
What an unbelievable mishap.
It happens.
Yeah, it sure does.
Mapu complaining.
Mapu complaining. We are going to be heading to a little break before our penultimate series of the day. We got 2 more ahead of us. It is going to be, I believe, M Canning versus Disc, and then Epic versus Foxer. Those are both with players that are 0-2 in the series, so this is a must-win if they want to stay alive. For Epic, I actually look at this, and I genuinely think he's got a real chance of still making the playoffs. The other 3, though, for them, they just got to focus on the players in front of them and, do their absolute best. But for us, we got to head to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back after these messages. And welcome back, everybody. I am still Steadfast, and I'm still joined by Still Cats. How you doing, Cats? Oh, you are a little bit muted, but that's okay.
I'm less muted now.
You are less muted now.
Yeah, I was saying I was hardly still. I wish I had been still during the intro because you were like still. But who is still kind of like an underdog coming into this is Canning, regardless of the fact that he's going up against Disc and not Scarlett, who he unfathomably took a map off of just the other day.
I know. I can't believe it. It was Scarlett.
Just what?
How could this have possibly happened? No, but it is honestly very impressive that Canning was able to do so against a Scarlett who is in the form she currently is. Like she is in championship form at the moment. It doesn't mean she's necessarily going to win, but it does mean that she is a tough opponent to beat. And when you look at the other players and you see that she 2-0'd them both, I mean, you gotta tip your cap to Canning for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Scarlett can beat anyone right now. That's the way to look at it sometimes, right? Like is she favored against like every single player in the world or in the region? Maybe not always, but she certainly can beat absolutely anyone. So yeah, that's pretty scary. As Canning proving that he in turn can also beat everyone. And yeah, I think you've taken maps off of Canning in recent history, which means you can basically take down Serral should you put your mind to it, and so on and so forth. Like that's how it works, right?
Yeah, it's 6 degrees of separation from reality for me on that one. That's
6 degrees? No, like you're like 1 degree from separation or 2, no?
No. I'm like three or 4. Really? I actually don't think I've taken games off Canning in a while. I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? I did take a couple of ladder games off of Namshar.
There you go.
Not too long ago. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Namshar, that's probably 1 degree from everyone, pretty much.
That actually is legitimately. Yeah. When he was in his top form, he certainly was one of the better players in Europe. So I felt pretty good about those two. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah. And
absolutely should. We
will be getting into this one. Starting up at the top left for Apprentice Esports, it is Disc. Oh. And its opponent on the top right-hand side, it is the Canning, who surprisingly took a map from Scarlett. And even more surprisingly, is going to be dropping a pylon on the other side of the map. We've got the GG spray, and classic. I think we are going to see the old 2-gate forge set up here. That is what my spidey senses tell me, but time will tell. Apollo, is that you? I mean, you see a pylon and you induce 2-gate forge. Yeah. This is basically the Apollo level, no? Well, I mean, it's like one more structure. It's 75% as good as Apollo's prediction. I see. Oh my God! Did he just scout? Nifty. Did he see it?
No, I don't think so. I want to bet no. I didn't check, but I want to bet no.
Oh, he didn't see it. He does not see it, and this is pretty bad right now for Disc. We're gonna have a cannon starting up. He has not started a zealot yet. This is not just about the cannons; it's about the zealots too. That's how this works. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Okay, nice wall right here. Well, actually, I guess it's Canning walling his opponent in technically. 2 probes hitting the gateway to start off. I'm a little bit curious. I guess that means that the cannons can't be jumped from the high ground. Zealots will eventually break through the front line, but...
And this looks very difficult already for this, right? Like,
yeah.
I guess he wants to get an adept out and shade it across the map. But as it stands, I mean, Canning will be able to breach sooner rather than later, and he is kind of focus firing just as hard as he can onto that one gateway. So I think he can just kind of end the game here. I mean, what's one adept gonna do? He does stall to go for the gateway instead of the shield batteries, though.
Oh, that's a wall right there from Canning, walling the probes out from joining.
Wow.
This is... Oh, the wall! The body block! Okay, the adept is going to get healed up, so it's going to be fine, but... this is looking so bad for Disc right now.
Yeah. Very, very bad. I mean, 16 workers to canning, so this can still afford to lose some technically, but it's looking pretty tough. I mean, there is still shield batteries and there is still overcharge available at some point, potentially.
Yeah, and
these adepts are gonna have to lift the world, though.
They certainly are. There's no energy just yet for battery overcharge. It's about 2 energy away. Those shield batteries are going to deplete, but by that time that happens, there is energy for the battery overcharge. There it is, getting popped. Would love to see target fire on that shield battery itself, and there we go. That is what's going to happen from those cannons, so that will go down rather quickly. There is enough money for a Void Ray / Oracle. Does M. Canning have a pylon even at home? He does not.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this could get very weird.
This could get very weird.
Also, Disc will have enough money for a Nexus soon, after buying the first Void Ray. Oh, M. Canning
it will be
scouts
found.
it.
That's huge.
But that's so late. Like there's still nothing here for M. Canning. I actually think Disc
You're right.
wins this game right now unless something crazy happens.
Apollo? No, I can see it. This is a little bit of an Apollo moment for sure. Yeah, this wins.
Yeah, there's no answer to the Adepts. There's no answer to the Void Ray. There's
no money.
M. Canning, GG's out.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, like the cannon rush worked, but yeah, it was too expensive by the looks of it, right? And not ready was this. And the Voider was also perfect on the other side, right? You can't really make oracles or Phoenix or anything like that. Like the Voider, you want consistent damage output, you want to outmaneuver, and because there's too much of an area around the Nexus to cover with cannons. There aren't 1 or even 2 perfectly placed cannons that can just cover the whole area of the Nexus, and the Void Ray can't find an angle to, you know, put damage onto it. So cannons are not the way. You need stalkers at that point, and like you mentioned, he was so far away from anything like that.
Yes. Yeah, that's a rough one for the Can Man. Because it went unscouted for a while. It picked up a lot of momentum, but Disc just stayed calm, got enough money to get out that Void Ray, and just its simple existence, we didn't even need to see it do anything more, was able to kind of force Disc or M. Canning out of the game. Now, of course, those Adepts were getting huge damage, but I think even without the Adepts finding even a single probe, there was no pylon. Even if there was, how many cannons do you need to cover a Nexus against Void Rays? Like 5? Like, it's a silly number of cannons. Maybe 3 if you get them set up in, like, a really perfect triangle.
You could use 3, but then the second Void Ray pops up and
it
you
just kills
focus
them.
fire 1 and it's gone,
And at that point, you might even be able to just gun down the pylon in the middle to potentially, if there's only 1 pylon, like... Yeah, it's almost certainly a lost position from that point, so I respect the GG timing for sure, but let's see what we get in game number 2 between these two players. We're getting into it on Golden Aura.
And here we are on Golden Aura, spawning in the bottom right-hand side of the map. It is Disc. I did the baseball thing.
You did. You did the Bugs Bunny pitch right there, where it moved in like slow motion. That was good.
It was really
spawning up the top left is M. Canning. Oh, see,
wow,
okay.
Mapu,
That's
no
what
catch.
happens.
I see.
When
Yeah,
you go the
Mapu
other
dropped the
direction,
ball.
You
literally
blast
dropped the
it past
ball.
them. Yeah.
Instead of holding the phone, he dropped the ball.
Yeah. That was a beautiful combination right there.
That was a 1-2. Yeah.
Yeah.
We were the the pitchers or the?
Yeah, we were the pitchers. Yeah.
We were the pitchers.
We did a great job on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Got him.
Yeah, in this case, this is more like us faking out our own catcher as opposed to like the enemy batter. Like he just drops the ball, and we're like, got him. The umpire's like, why are there 2 of you out there? You can't do this. This is breaking every rule of baseball.
Yeah, that was a wild pitch. Mapu says in our private chat. He agrees.
Yep.
More normal game though.
Yes, much more normal, and that's why we can goof around in the early game a little bit. That's a rough one though for M. Canning. That's a feels bad for sure. Good job from Disc.
For sure.
Stayed calm.
Yeah,
and,
great
and
job.
like Yeah, it's so easy to overreact, but he certainly did not, and he certainly handled that well.
Yeah, from a position of like having to give up certain situations and then kind of making so much good progress, like this reacted really well. Like he knew how to get out of it, right? Like he was in a tough position, but he knew how to get out of it, how to give himself a chance and make it difficult for his opponents. That was good.
Did Canning drop 2 separate sprays in this? I think he did. I think he dropped a spray in his own base. Or maybe Disc dropped the spray in his base and they're both using the GG spray. Actually, yeah.
Unlikely.
I think they... Well, actually, I'm not sure now. I like didn't really pay attention to that, but I don't think I've ever seen...
They both do spray.
Yeah.
I know the GG spray is some cannings. I know that Disc sprays.
Oh, dude. Yeah?
Like, I don't even know what the hotkey for spray is. But I don't remember if Disc is also GG like this.
I think it's Y by default, but I might have remapped it, but I'm not sure. That would be a good quiz question on like a StarCraft 2 type of show to like really try and screw with someone. Like, what is the default hotkey for spray? And then you can tell who like the real memers are. Like when they instantly answer, they're like, "It's this," and you're like, you just outed yourself as a really man or person.
Very much so. It's a lot of sentries here again. I mean, this is kind of like standard PvP at this point.
Yeah, oh man, I mean,
that's
4 sentries is a lot, but it is becoming the new standard. We're starting to see a lot of players utilize pushes with these early sentries, these early heavy sentry counts. And it's really neat to see. And yeah, there we go. We got Mapu highlighting it already. Very quick robotics facility. And, 1 or 2 Immortals plus a Warp Prism can be a really strong push on a third base.
Absolutely. 2 Adepts already moving across for Canning. So trying to be sneaky as he can be as well, right? Staying out of the vision of the potential hallucinations and whatnot through the middle. Gotta appreciate that. They'll arrive at an angle here. Maybe be able to even get inside the main. There's no probe. They're holding the choke. But the army is there and paying attention, so mirrors the movement. Adepts still choose to shade in. I'm not sure about that.
Oh. 2 probes is not amazing for 2 Adepts. That's a pretty quick and solid cleanup there from Disc. I think you're going to be happy about that as the blue Protoss.
Yeah, absolutely. Blink is almost finished now. Immortal on the way for Canning. So he is also, just doing okay. I mean, it's not ideal, I think, to lose the 2 Adepts for just the 2 probes that early on, but at least he got something for his troubles. And on the other side, I mean, Blink is going to be faster, so map control will likely go to Disc. He's going to be able to take his third faster with that. Whereas Canning will be building a more competent army over time.
Oh, that's cute. Hallucinating an Immortal right here, just trying to bridge the gap. We do see another... Is that another 2 Adepts getting taken down? Yeah, it is. This time for no value whatsoever. Disc has got a lot going his way, to say the very least. Canning, I mean, his third base is quite a bit later, as you already pointed out. He's going to be way behind on that Blink. In fact, he's going for charge. Oh. Okay, yeah, I just skirmishing the army, realizing, yeah, I don't really want to tussle with this. Even just 2 Immortals is a little too much for that to handle, but this double Adept could find some big damage in the natural.
Are they spotted right now by Canning, though? I think they might be. If not before, then now, surely. As the shades are going to be accounted for. Still, only 3 Stalkers to account for the 2 Adepts. It's not too bad. It's a fine trade, and Disc also depowers 2 Gateways on the high ground there as the Immortal tries to mirror the Stalker movement, but it is too weak to engage on its own. And now, I mean, Disc is just getting way too much out of this.
Yeah, this is a really good find here from Disc, and he is actually going to blink forward in on top of this Immortal. That was a little bit bold. The force fields will really cause some havoc, and that started out great for Disc. He will be able to recall out and saves the last 4 Stalkers. Honestly, actually, considering that he did save 4 of the 7 Stalkers, it's actually still, I would say, very good for Disc.
I would say so. Yeah, I don't think that was bad at all.
If he
I
loses
think that was
like
great.
3 or 4 more, yeah, then it's different. But
for sure,
That was a very successful little attack from Disc, and M. Canning is going to have trouble dealing with a Disc that it took a really fast fourth base.
Yeah, and Disc is gonna go into the natural now. Gotta be careful not to get too much cornered, right? But on the other side, he appreciates and uses the opportunity to get a couple of adepts into the third middle line. Only one probe, I think, was killed, and now with sentries and force fields, M. Canning is trying to make something happen, but instead ends up losing one of his immortals as Disc will retreat. And yeah, all in all, okay for Disc. Not amazing, obviously, but not the worst thing.
Disc does pick off 2 of the immortals. It came at a hefty cost, but when you're on the verge of kind of knocking your opponent out and they're relying on those immortals for the defensive setup, losing those is a big deal. Even though that might have looked a little bit expensive for Disc, because his economy is going to be better off of this quicker fourth base, even though the worker counts are pretty similar, I think M. Canning, with the charge finishing up, or pardon me, with Disc with the charge finishing up, this is going to be really tough to deal with over the next little bit. Now, Disc is actually looking like he doesn't necessarily want to attack. No repower on these gateways just yet, and that is a big problem, but M. Canning, I mean, he's still able to spend his money. He's building so many extra gateways. He can just repower those gateways, and that would help a lot.
That would be helpful indeed. As yeah, this continues to try to expand, as does M. Canning. M. Canning has done a wonderful job of keeping up and catching up in the workers department, in the economic department, and also playing a different enough composition that I think a lot of the advantages of this aren't as heartfelt as they otherwise would be, right? Like, because the compositions are different enough that they're kind of like their win conditions in some sense are also a little bit different. And yeah, that's not the worst. This is a playable state for M. Canning, I would say.
It certainly is. But where things are going to be difficult is keeping up with his opponent's macro. And Disc now has a 5th Nexus done, and he's started a 6th at the gold, while M. Canning has just secured his 4th base. Now, Golden Aura is a really strong defensive map, and M. Canning is, on a 2nd Forge, is continuing to tech up actually both of them going for DTs here. But what I'm really worried about is just, the ability to continue to scale with his opponent's production.
Yeah, +2 attack just finishing now for Disc as well. He starts his +3 instantly, but there is a little bit of a window here where M. Canning's not going to have his +2 upgrade. +1 armor is also about to finish for him. As 4 Zealots get into the main, and on the other side, the charge slots are charging into Archons, which is never something that you want, but something that both players have to be wary of. It's these charge slots really that are putting in the big work. That is huge. That is massive.
That's gigantic. Absolutely massive on that one.
Massive.
I was going to compliment the great Sim City that M. Canning has, and it was, he had those Stalkers really tucked into a nice position, but Disc, this is what I was worried about, is like the ability to just warp in so many units so quickly. This poor pylon finally gets rebuilt and will get taken down very quickly. We do see the DT warp in can deal with this pretty effectively. M. Canning, he's actually moving out for an attack. I don't think he can be attacking. He's going to be down an upgrade. I mean, 2-0 is better than 1-1, even though it's technically they're both on similar upgrades. Oh, no, he loses the Prism, too.
Yeah.
M. Canning has no business being on this map right now.
No, not anymore on this entire map. Yeah, I mean, he's losing his right to be for sure.
Oh, no, sorry. I meant like to be like out on the map. I don't mean to be.
I see.
I don't mean to be in the game. Like, it's like M. Canning should get out of this game. No. I mean he needs to be like at home but with static defenses.
Yeah, I see.
That would be so BM. Oh.
I see.
Man, Archon's blasting through here for Disc, doing a really great job. M. Canning will try and hold here. Of course, I mean, this is his tournament life on the line. He's 0-2 and he's down 0-1 in the series. If he loses this map, he is out. But Disc just has such a great economy and has just been able to pile on the aggression. And of course, that upgrade lead helping a lot too. We are going to see maybe enough Zealots to actually flood these Archons.
Yeah, for sure.
Good job
This
from
is a hold on
MKinning.
this side, yeah.
But
Yeah, it's about the rest of the attack here and whether it's looking to consolidate with the army right now. So, there's a little something going on, but this disruptor shot could be absolutely massive, and it is 5 stalkers at least, maybe 6 go down. Is that still gonna be enough for either player to decisively win this engagement? The Dark Templar is putting in a lot of work as the stalkers are gonna blink forward and they will snipe an Archon. So things go from bad to worse for the Cat, but hold the phone or don't.
Or don't.
Operator.
Operator, it's up to you. You make the call on this one.
You make the call.
Disc needs to, well, he doesn't need to. MKinning needs to hold his base, but Disc is not going to let him. That big Zealot warping is going to tip the scales well beyond being able to actually compete with the army at this location. And as that base goes down, Disc is now taking a 7th base on his opponent's side of the map.
Oof.
That one disruptor shot was really nice, but on its own, that was not enough.
Oh my.
Second one gets a couple stalkers, but it's still not enough on its own just yet.
Yeah, with the blink on cooldown there, it manages to connect onto a lot of those. And now on the chase is Canning. I mean, he is 50 supply behind, so he would love to get something out of this.
Oh.
And in the main, instead, it's now Templars or Zealots with Dark Templars, right? So before we had Dark Templars defensively, now we have them offensively. Not sure that there is an observer ready to go in the main, so it is indeed getting ravaged.
Yeah, there is the defensive DTs from MKinning, which are cleaning up a lot of the Zealots. And I'm impressed that MKinning has been able to hold as long as he has. He's doing a good job, but it just feels like an inevitability that Disc is going to eventually just bleed him dry. And there it is. Disc will take the 2-0, and he will move on to the, well, I guess tomorrow. He's going to compete for the against somebody who is at 1 and 2. Unfortunately, we will wave goodbye to MKinning as he waves his flag back, his American flag. But he, honestly, yeah, not a bad showing from him overall. And hopefully we'll see him back next season. For now, we are going to head to a quick commercial break before our final series of the day. It is going to be a TVT between Epic and Foxer. Stick around. Welcome back, everyone, for the final series of the day. I am Steadfast, and I am joined one last time by Cats. It is going to be TVT to close things out. We've got... Well, apparently I've got the wrong thing on there. I didn't update the whatchamacallit, so we're not going to put the... we're not going to put the match ticker up there. And that is okay, because it is going to be Foxer versus Epic. And we have our mouths, we can say that.
This is true, we can say that. Foxer versus Epic. Foxer, of course, a player that has been around for a while. Sometimes practices a lot, sometimes not that much. As of recently, he's been practicing a lot. Quite a promising player, cool guy. And Epic also, very cool dude, like very happy, always smiling whenever I've seen him at events. Just a super nice person, and also ridiculously good at some matchups, like the TVC, for example, historically has been insane. This time entering into a TVT. Also extremely talented with his off races, is Epic. This should be a good match. I think Epic is the favorite, though, no?
I think Epic is definitely the favorite, but in TVT specifically, it can be quite challenging to finish the game even with an advantage. And Foxer, he actually recently in the ESL Weekly went pretty toe-to-toe with Hero Marine. It was only one map, but going toe-to-toe with Hero Marine in TVT in any matchup is a huge show of skill. It's a huge display of skill. And it was just pretty much straight up macro play. So I honestly think, even though I favor Epic, if Foxer has a really good day, maybe Epic is a little bit uncreative with some of his build order choices. This could absolutely go in the favor of Foxer.
I could definitely see that. Yeah, Epic is like very, very good and very consistent is the thing. But yeah, like that's kind of like I think that happens to a lot of players that reach the level that Epic has reached via iteration and via just getting consistently good. And like this approach is very slow, I think, to make progress past that point. I think an example of this is actually like a Spirit, right? A player that just like kind of does the same thing but builds up a little bit and builds up and keeps trying to tweak things slightly, but for the most part, like, they're very rigid in their play style and not very creative problem solvers, right? Like they like their formulas and the recipes. And yeah, Epic is I think kind of on that train, but he is very good. He's very stable. He doesn't lose to worse players than him very often.
No, it's you got to outplay him if you want to win. You can't pull the rug over his eyes so easily. And for many players, that may sound so simple. Oh, you just got to outplay them to win. It's like, well, that's actually not really the case. Sometimes players do play with a lot of different strategic choices that can leave them very open to actually being exploited by certain prepared builds, etc. It's less common than it used to be, but somebody like Epic, I really have to agree with that. I feel like he is a tough nut to crack. But we'll see if that is going to be tough enough. As we have spawning up at the top right for Psystorm Gaming, it is Epic.
And on the bottom left-hand side, his opponent spawning for Berserk Esports, it's Foxer.
Yeah, he is definitely the underdog. But I think for all the reasons that we both mentioned, like, it's certainly not impossible to beat him. The thing is, the interesting thing, and I was talking to Uppatry about this, about TVT specifically, and he mentioned that part of what makes Clem good is that even though we think of TVT as this like chess match where, it's very slow and methodical and it's very strategic, there are a ton of little micro things to do in every engagement in TVT, and each one is a little bit different than the other. Because Marines move so fast, because they do so much DPS, because tanks are such a huge contributor. One or two auto turrets going down in a fight can tilt it one way or the other. Like, there are just so many little things that can massively impact who wins a TVT engagement.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. There is just a lot of nuance here in this matchup, and there's a lot of multitasking as well, and positioning and posturing and whatnot. And yeah, that's always really fun to watch about the TVT. There is also one of my favorite things about TVT actually is the air control fight. Like I generally speaking don't love a lot of like the design of like some like air units like in StarCraft 2 actually, like where they can get oppressive and whatnot. But in TVT I feel like when it's like air is where we're playing this, and there's that Liberator tension and whatnot, and the Vikings and the Ravens, like it feels like there's basically enough of an air arsenal of like counters and sub counters and like what they're trying to accomplish and specialties that it feels really fun.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the dynamic of the TVT air war is really intriguing, and I actually think it's really cool in addition to just the Viking versus Viking war. Obviously you've got like anti-armor missiles, you've got Marines that can gun down from below, but a sleeper thing in that whole interaction is what Liberators can do.
AoE damage?
Yes, exactly.
You're
when you
crazy.
get an anti-armor missile in there, it can be so strong. So strong.
Okay.
And then the Liberators, they shoot so many times, it can be really effective. By the way, Epic, with a great little snipe on his opponent's SCV, able to delay his opponent's command center initially, and then delay it a little bit more. So already a nice little edge for Epic without a whole lot happening.
Yeah, for sure. Just minor stuff, but you know, like it adds up for sure. That's very much of what StarCraft is about. It's like minor details time and time again. And yeah, I mean, this is a pretty cool skin on the Cyclone.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like it belongs in the Warhammer universe. It's got knives on the side for some reason, even though it fires like rocket missiles out of missile pods. It's like, well, okay, but what if we're in traffic and we want to push a car out of the way?
Yeah.
Now they can.
Now they can. Yeah, before they couldn't.
They couldn't before, but now they can. Now you're gonna think twice about, you know, picking a fight with that weird box thing.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the poor tank. Don't even look at him. Like the Cyclone is very nice. The same set of skins for the tank. I wouldn't buy it on its own. Let's just put it that way.
My favorite is that they put actual swords on the side of the BCs. And
Really?
in I think it might be this same thing. Oh, we've got the Raven. It just, more than anything, it just has a bad coat of paint. It's
basically,
just missing paint on it.
Yeah, they erased stuff
Yeah.
for this skin. Yeah.
That's like the distressed jeans, where like they just have a bunch of holes in them, and everyone's like, yes, I will pay you $90 more for this. And I'm like, okay.
Oh. Okay, distressed jeans.
Yeah, the ones that just have like big rips in them.
I see. For some reason, I thought you said jeans as in like jeans.
Oh, like G-E-N-E-S?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I was
my
like,
parents have some distressed jeans.
Where is this going?
Oh, look at that. One of them doing a little bit of crocheting in the front. That's nice to see.
What's a crocheting? What are you doing today to me? Crocheting.
It's like knitting, but fancier.
Fancy.
Little
These
siege
nasty
tank.
tanks are gonna go across. They look like meat wagons from
They
Warcraft
do.
3.
Oh, they have swords on the front too. Man, they just put swords on everything, didn't they?
Yeah.
It looks pretty. Swords even on the guns. Everything's a sword these days. This is going to be a pretty strong looking push out of Foxer, actually. It's 3 tanks to 2. If Foxer can find himself set up on the production, could get a pretty nice engagement going into the mid game. Oh, these Ravens are a little bit on their lonesome.
Yeah. I feel like Foxer felt like maybe Epic was waiting there for him. He could have jumped on that opportunity. Epic, I think, was just looking to posture because he was dropping the CC. He wasn't expecting to find Foxer there. But usually when you go up a ramp and you see another army, you're like, oh crap. Like they're set up for me.
Instinct is to be like, we do have 3 Ravens to 2 in favor of Foxer. Foxer doesn't have stim, so he's got to be real careful, and that might result in him going back home here. Ooh, that's a really nice siege position. Okay, but Epic saw just enough of the army with the edge of that scan at the end. Ooh, these interference matrices.
Yeah,
okay.
They're trying to bait each other. Okay, here they come. Now auto turrets would be nice, or interference matrices, I guess, is the weapon of choice for Foxer. I mean, he uses a lot more energy than his opponent. Does gain the position and a couple of SCVs, but all in all, it's just a reset. So energy-wise, the trade is better for Epic in some sense. He's on siege.
Marines. Oh man, but those siege tanks and the Cyclone actually body blocking a lot. That is going to allow these siege tanks to really do better than they should have been able to. Epic will ultimately clean it up, and it's still good for him. But that on paper should have been so much better. The Cyclone and the siege tank really bottlenecked his Marines. Ultimately, it still goes in the favor of Epic. Actually, how many Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. It went way in the favor of Epic. It is now 2 Ravens to 0 when it was before 2 to 3.
That's tough.
But it is a big worker lead. Epic, I like what he's doing here to try and kind of equalize the worker count. And Foxer is not at all prepared for this. This actually might just end the game.
Not even close. I mean, there's not enough Marines. Maybe he could have pulled SCVs towards it. There we go. So this might be enough, but the eBays are really working against them as well. Let's see if Foxer can get a cleanup here and how effective he would be at doing that. It looks like he cannot even get the cleanup, much less effectively. So this should be it, yeah. The Satch.
That is really sad because he did kill a lot of workers, and if he could have gotten on top of this and blocked it, maybe there was a chance, but obviously losing 25 SCVs, having your 1-1 denied, yeah, he's going to be forced to tap out, and Epic will take game number 1 and keeps his hopes alive. I mean, technically they're both still alive for now, but obviously you're thinking more than just winning one map. You want to win the whole series.
Yeah, for sure. It's really unfortunate that the position on the E-base as well, right? Because that really didn't help his case. You really want a lot more open areas for the SCVs to do what they can. And in terms of like the units that landed, you know, it was mostly tanks and a handful of Marines really. So the SCVs would have been amazing, but yeah, when you can't get into those chokeholds because you put your E-base there, it's literally just unfortunate, because it's not like, you know, it's not like a bad decision to put your E-base there. It just so happened that the drop happened there.
Yeah, and it's just really painful to... I don't know that he would have won that game anyways, because he was really far down on army supply and he was going to lose a lot of SCVs regardless on the counterattack. But yeah, let's imagine a world where those E-bays are in the main instead. And so then 1-1 finishes as well. Maybe he only loses, you know, 12 SCVs, and the worker counts are now reset, and it's all of a sudden a pretty even game.
Yeah.
But, oh, never mind. It said rating on cats, as in you had to join. I was like, no, we're ready.
The classic, yeah. I thought it was in game, but it wasn't in the other games too.
Oh, true.
Hest.
Good job from Epic, though. He just looked a lot more confident with his moves, and a lot more assertive as well.
Yeah, for sure. Foxer had some moments for sure, though. And sieging all of his tanks on the other side was unfortunate. Like, used a little bit too much energy from the Ravens at one point. Yeah, I feel like I feel like in that moment where Epic looked like he wanted to engage, if Foxer just drops like 2 interference matrices or even just a couple of turrets, right? Like, I think that's better in the sense that you bait the engagement to happen and it looks good for him. But as it stood, I mean, he used a lot of energy and then his opponent disengaged, and then yeah, there was plenty of opportunity for him to get dislodged and counterattack that. It's tough.
Yeah. That was kind of rough. But we have Spawning down in the bottom left, decisive and clean with his play. It is Sidestorm Gaming's Epic.
And all the way from Tennessee, in the top right-hand side, it's Foxer.
Yeehaw, you heard?
Yeehaw.
Should give little cowboy hats to the SCVs. They do have some weird... They got something weird on them, too. They got like an extra exoskeleton on those SCVs.
Oh,
they got spikes on their shoulders, too. Man, that's
actually kind of cool.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah, they look much better than the tanks, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And the Ravens.
It also looks like it would be difficult to get into that suit, though. It looks very dangerous. Like don't touch that suit, you know? Like, it's real spiky. Yeah. You got to be very careful when you...
Because these are people, right? Like, it's... Yes. Yeah, there's people in there. Unlike the mules, we're not sure.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, that's it. Like going to the bathroom's got to be a nightmare with one of those suits, you know?
That is true. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being pretty annoying.
Yeah, like, yeah, I just can't imagine.
Very annoying.
Can't imagine that. It is going to be a 1 Rax expand out of Foxer. Oh, can Epic get there before? Yes, he could have, but instead he's actually going to let it happen. Okay.
Very interesting decision.
Yeah, I would have thought that like he'd buy a couple extra seconds since the Reaper wouldn't pop out right away, but maybe he just wanted to save his SCV for sure.
I guess.
I feel like even 5 extra seconds would have been kind of nice, you know?
It would have been really nice because, yeah, maybe your opponent drops the base off location and then all of a sudden, you know, like they have to float it. It's more annoying.
Yeah, exactly. Just a couple of small knives on the shoulder pads there. Honestly, I think they should add more knives to the Reaper.
Oh, the Marine here has a little bit of a Goomba. Is it a Goomba that I'm thinking about?
Oh, wow, look at that helmet.
Oh, wow.
That is like...
Turned around.
Yeah, it got shy. That's okay.
Mapu, look at the helmet. Wait, even Mapu cannot turn to that side of things?
No,
even Mapu can?
Oh, wait, is that a Mohawk? Is that helmet like protruding out from the side? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it is. It's like it's like one of those Spartan like leaf hat things. Leaf hat? I don't know what they're called, but they're on the top.
I know what you're talking about. Feather, like
feather,
the feather
yeah, feather. Oh, nice grenades.
Nice grenades indeed.
Anything? No.
Not this time around. I'm surprised the Reapers are comfortable there. Okay, now the Hellion is here, so that makes a lot more sense. Oof. Line up. Clips one of those Marines. The Reaper grenade finally puts on some damage the other way. Boxer fighting to dislodge this that fast, as the Cyclone should be the piece that allows for that.
This is, yeah, that Cyclone will pop out. Finally, the Reaper goes down. It ends up being Reaper for Reaper at the end of the day, but he does scout that it's a Cyclone. I think he already knew that based on the fact that there was no tech lab started, but this is going to be a 4 Marine tank drop. And while this has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit, on a map like this, where the natural expansion is in your main base, so you can siege the front ramp without anything getting in your way, unless you're like engaged before you get there. So there's going to be 2 depots and a reactor that are heavily threatened by this push. Oh no, and it's a super depot too. If Epic just goes right at the front, this could get real ugly. Oh, okay. This isn't how I expected him to kind of do this. Oh, that's a funny siege position on the ramp like that. Oh,
hilarious, even as the tank is gonna get... Oh yeah, the tank is gonna get blasted here as the units of Epic will encroach. And now on the other side, I mean, there's an auto turret to be dropped here. The tank can siege if it chooses to... Medevac, Medevac, you want to go after the Medevac, my boy? Not fast enough.
If he could have gotten that medevac, that would have been huge. Oh, sieging up there.
Oh, wow.
Nice move from Foxer. Gets the lock on. Epic leaves it just a little bit exposed, and Foxer with a heads-up lock on. Gets the kill.
Yeah, very nice. Very important as well.
Yes.
So Foxer taking a little bit of a lead here in terms of workers, and yeah, just generally speaking, like, has had some very nice plays so far.
I would have really liked Epic to, instead of where he put those tanks, I would have really liked to see the siege tank be put just in range of the 2 depots, and not just because obviously we know that it's a high yield depot, but I feel like he didn't need to go as far in with that, and I feel like he gave his opponent the opportunity to defend as well as Foxer did.
Yeah, most definitely. No, Epic continue to try to siege here, only with the 1 tank on the low ground. There are Ravens available.
Good quick unsiege from Epic means that he's not going to lose the 1 siege tank there, and unfortunately, Billy the Marine getting kicked out of the medevac says you're the odd one out. You got to walk back. But, oh, actually, no, you don't even get to walk home. You're going to scout is what you're going to do. Don't worry. Your pension plan covers you very well. Your family will be well compensated if anything should happen. But
that is a good thing because, yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard that, like, they're prisoners usually, no? Like the fact that they get any health benefits or any benefits to their families and whatnot.
Oh.
I'm supportive of.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's important. That one, unfortunately, was not insured. That's
Not
just too
insured.
bad. Oh,
So you like the Canadian system, is what you're saying, basically.
I mean, I as someone who lives in Canada, I do, but I certainly don't want to get into it on broadcast. That is for sure. That is what I do not want to do.
For sure.
Yeah.
Let's not.
Foxer does enjoy a really nice economic lead off of the one racks expand. When that goes unpunished, when you don't lose any workers, you usually end up 4 to 5 workers ahead in the mid game, and that's exactly what we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 medevacs coming out here. Many more Marine on the way. Supplies very even all throughout this game. 3 Ravens on either side, 4 tanks on either side. I mean, the worker count very similar. This is a very, very even game right now, right? Like, it's like they
Yes.
got pretty much the same pieces to work with. They got similar timings on the upgrades. It's gonna be just that chess match about positioning, about initiative, about tricking your opponent, and finding the leap into a good fight.
Absolutely. Speaking of faking out your opponent, Foxer, I was casting one of his games in the weekly. He did twice in a row in the same series. And I think he even did it against Hero Marine, but it didn't work the way that he was hoping it would. It just wasn't, he was too far behind. But he did this fake 6 medevac drop where he flew 6 empty medevacs into his opponent's like 4th base, like through the 4th base into the 3rd. And he baited like so much army out. It was really cool to see. I don't think we'll see him do that here.
Whoa, what happened there?
Oh, he got very much caught off guard, and instead, Epic with the jump almost finds the
Oh my, oh jeez.
fully loaded double tank medevac. Oi, 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 oi. Well, that's...
Not even Mapu can do a rewind right now, right? Like, but I feel like he was not even on attack move, right? There was a move command where the army were, yeah, that was nasty.
That was brutal right here. Now Epic is taking the initiative that his opponent has kind of given him a little bit. One of the Ravens, I think, did go down during that whole thing. Yes, it did, as well as one of the tanks. And now Epic is going to be able to encroach on this base. This might actually just be the series here.
It looks like it. I mean, even enough.
missile.
Wow, yeah. I mean, a lot of Raven energy being spent here to try to make something happen, but it's not going to be enough. Foxer is out of this game and tournament, unfortunately for him, I believe. So that's tough, man.
Yeah, that is really rough right there. Oh, man. Up until that point, this game was dead even. But this is why we rate Epic, you know, as highly as we do. And this is why we said he was the favorite. Consistency. It's consistency throughout, and it is solid play from him. Unfortunately, Foxer got caught, like you said, maybe on a move command, and his reaction time was just not right as fast as it needed to be. And that's all it takes sometimes at this level. Epic cleanly handled the whole follow-up behind it. A couple of tanks going to take a little while to siege up, but it's not going to matter in the slightest. Yeah, he's even able to still keep all 3 tanks alive and kills the other tank. Epic will take this series, and he will survive to fight another day. That day is going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's exciting for him. Unfortunate for Foxer, who does not survive to fight another day. But it is one of those seasons where he makes it into these groups, and he still has a lot of work to do, I think, on his own play, and I think he knows that, and I think he's a very promising player who has been consistently getting better, like a lot of talent. So yeah, next season maybe.
Yeah, no, I definitely think so. I definitely think he'll be back. We have not seen the last of Foxer for sure. But we have seen the last of the matches for the day. That is the final match. For now, we are going to be calling it as, you know, this has been a long day. 10 best of 3s. Very entertaining best of 3s for sure. What was your highlight of the day?
Aqueron, Showtime still probably.
Yeah, I think that's a good pick. Despite the end result, it was a series where 95% of the game time we didn't know who was going to win, and probably at more than 50% of that, I would say Aqueron was winning during those games, which is really surprising. And the main reason that we bring it up and that we're talking about it is that Aqueron hasn't taken a competitive map against Showtime, and it was probably Like, well, I mean, I already
14-0 now, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, but it did not look like that based on what we saw.
Not at all. Yeah. Nicoract Bly was pretty good too. Like there was some scrappy back and forth games for sure.
Yeah, that one.
And yeah, I think those are the best probably.
I think you're 100% right. I just want to take a look at Europe and see if there was any other bangers, so to speak. DNS Gerald was. It started off pretty cool, but I think that game 3 we were watching a long death timer. Unfortunately, Gerald, if he could have held on, we might have that in the conversation. But unfortunately, for him at least, DNS was able to overwhelm. NightPhoenix versus Uthermal started off really fun, and then kind of we had that very unfortunate game 3 where Uthermal went for the proxy hatch spine rush, and it got dealt with very well, and then he just tapped out at like 2.5 minutes.
He tweeted something like, as soon as I got Zerg on this map, I knew I couldn't win anymore.
Damn. Feels bad.
Feels bad.
But overall, still an entertaining set of games, and I enjoyed it a lot. Thank you very much, Cats, for joining us, of course, or joining me. We will be back. Well, I won't be back, but someone will be back tomorrow.
I won't be back.
We've got the Asia Regional and Americas Regional to bring us to what is going to be Do or Die Sunday, where every player that wins advances, every player that loses goes home. I have been Steadfast. I'm joined by Cats. Thank you very much for tuning in, and enjoy the matches tomorrow.
Thank you.